Hello and welcome to the Learn Editing Adobe Premiere Pro in 30 days. Let me tell you exactly what's on this course and what you can expect, what you are getting here. So I say in 30 days, let me explain everything. So I'm going to just put up a slide here and explain everything what's here. So you can learn in 30 bite-sized creative lectures. So there are 40 lectures or so in this course, but 30 of them are actually the creative things and the other ones are introductions or some theory or some setting up, downloading, etc. You don't obviously have to do this in 30 days if you don't want to. You can do this over a longer period of time, or you could just do this all in one day. I've just made it into 30 bite-sized lectures so that you can go along at your own pace and learn to edit. Now what I've got on this course that's a little bit different is that I actually provide you with footage. So you don't have to record anything. I provided you with some video, some B-roll, some music, some sound effects. And then when I go along and I teach you an editing tutorial tool element, I then implement this, showing you with the footage that you can download so you can follow along step by step if you want to. You can of course use your own footage or film your own stuff, that's fine. But if you want to, you can follow along exactly what I do in every lecture. In a few lectures time, you can download all the course material to use that if you want to. Now this is a beginner's course, so we're going right from the start here. You don't have to have any experience of editing whatsoever, let alone the Adobe Suite or Adobe Premiere Pro. We're going all the way from the start, getting and downloading Adobe Premiere Pro, then setting up a sequence and a project, putting on footage onto a timeline, then cutting that footage down, adding tools, sound effects, doing things like green screen eventually, all the way to some advanced features, fixing your audio, blurring screen, all kinds of stuff. But it goes all the way from the beginning, as if you've never used the software before, all the way through to some quite advanced features. So it's all here in 30 lectures. So there is no experience needed. A lot of people wonder, do I need to have ever edited before? No, you don't need to have ever edited before. Adobe Premiere Pro is quite an advanced piece of software. It's used in the industry quite a lot more so now, as I see creative work placements get the whole Adobe suite, so they're using Photoshop, Lightroom, etc. So they are using Adobe Premiere Pro. It's quite a popular tool, one of the most popular editing softwares in the world, and it can do some really advanced things, but it can also be quite a basic software if you just wanted to do basic edits. You don't have to use everything. What you need to do is get your head around the suite where things are located, and I show you all of that inside this course. Now for these lectures, in the opening sections before we start a section, I will have a screen pop up something like this, and it's going to have what the objective is. That's what we'll cover in this lecture or the section that we are talking about, and what it is you will learn, and then the outcome, how you'll be able to use these learnings to implement them into your own channel or video creation, your own projects for in a company, whatever it is that you're doing, you're going to be able to do that. So that's everything that's in this course. I will get more into that in the next lecture. I'm going to explain who I am, how I learn, and then why I made this course exactly like this. And then we can get down into breaking down the edit. You can download some footage and work out exactly how this looks, what's going on, so you can go from knowing nothing all the way to editing. So come along, go into the next lecture. I'll explain exactly how I broke this down, why me, and then we'll get into editing. Let's go and do this. All right, I'll see you on the course. Welcome back to the next lecture. So just quickly, I wanted to cover exactly who am I and why have I developed this course in this way. So a little bit of background, I actually studied film and TV production, and back then we were shooting, this makes me sound really old, we were shooting on tapes, mini DV tapes, and we were putting those and we were ingesting them, and we were editing with a software called Avid, which was an industry, and still is, I believe, an industry standard software. Yep, tape ingesting into a deck or taken from your camera onto the computer. I wasn't quite cutting tape up like the old days, but I learned to do that. Then I graduated and entered the real world right as everything was digitizing and people were moving on to other softwares. So I had to teach myself Adobe Premiere Pro and Final Cut. What I realized was when I entered into the real world, Avid was being used somewhat, but people were moving more. And as I mentioned in the last lecture, a lot of design agencies or freelancers were using Adobe Premiere Pro. So I had to teach myself, and I probably did what you've done. You've gone on YouTube, you've learned tutorials, you've taught yourself, filmed some bits yourself and started putting things together, Googling the questions, how do I do this? I had to do all of that myself. So I've probably been in exactly where you are. You're like, this is a big bit of software. There's loads of information out there. I need something tailored and written down. I need something organized from beginning to end so I don't miss anything. So I've covered everything. That's probably where you are right now, and that's exactly where I was. So I've worked through this, through kind of years of trial and error, of picking up things myself, Googling what the questions are, doing projects, and then coming across a stumbling block because I didn't know how to do something. I taught myself, and I have through that worked out how to get someone from zero, knowing nothing, all the way up to being able to edit quite competently in 30 lectures. By the end of 30 lectures, if you follow through with them and you're able to edit, you will have all the tools needed to edit a project, no problem, basics and some advanced features. That doesn't mean you'll finish the 30 lectures and you're a qualified, amazing editor. It means you're going to be able to edit, but I'm advising you that what you need to do is keep making more and more projects, film some of your own stuff, take footage from offline and make your own videos, because you need to develop your own editing style, start doing things that look good, bad, re-editing things, working out why it didn't look how you wanted to, why something was better. It takes a lot of time and practice, but the first port of call, what you need to do is learn how to use the tools before you can do any of that. And that's what this course is. So I've worked in post-production also. After I graduated university, I've worked for a company in London where we made some TV shows based around the capital there, and also some international shows. And I had to work my way up from runner, making the tea and coffee, into the edit suite, sat next to editors and watched them edit. Again, not on the software that I'm teaching you, but I got to learn a lot about the practice of editing, people's styles, what they're doing, why they're choosing to cut, when. So I can also pass on some experience from that, but also I'll tell you the journey, how I did it working in post-production, whether you want to work in the industry, or quite often right now, what's most popular route into becoming an editor is to become a freelancer and working online and getting yourself a portfolio together and finding jobs yourself. So what I'll do is I'll explain to you exactly what you need. Essentially, you need to get yourself a portfolio of projects, and then where to apply for work for some smaller projects, and then if you want to move your way up into editor, I can give you a little bit of advice that will forever be changing, and it'll be different from country to country, so take it all with a pinch of salt, but I'll pass on some experience that I have to you. So now you know what's in the course, what you'll cover, who I am, why I've developed this. Let's get into the very next lecture. You can download the footage and you can start using this to learn to edit, and then we'll go along and get Adobe Premiere Pro, open up, and I'll explain to you exactly why it looks the way it does. It's probably going to be very scary when you first open up the software. What are all these windows? What are all these buttons? What does it all mean? I'll break it down for you very simply. And remember, you don't need every single tool that's in the Adobe Premiere Pro suite. It is so vast. You probably will never use some of them, and I've probably never used some of them and don't know some exist, but I'll give you everything I think you need to edit competently. So let's go on to the next lecture. Let's go on, let's download the footage, and let's start getting into this. Hey guys, and welcome back to the next lecture. In this lecture, quite simply, I'm going to explain to you about downloading the footage. This is where you can download the footage if you want to. You don't have to follow along with us step by step as we are editing these projects. As I go through a tool, I'll show you some of the footage that I've used, and I've allowed you to download and use that footage. Quite simply, it's me sat in a living room talking about a topic, about travel, and then I've got some B-roll footage to put over the top, some music you can put underneath, some sound effects, and we can add some text and things. So it's very simple, very basic edit, but if you want to, you can download those and follow along, or film your own things. Sometimes a lot of people like to do that because you can also problem solve as you go along with your own footage, but it's completely up to you. Now, when you download this footage, what I've realized is, whilst downloading from the course, depending if you're using Windows or Apple, I think there's something like 49 files in there. That's shots, music, sound effects, etc., something around there. And sometimes when some people download, it downloads double. So it downloads almost 100 or 90 something files. So there are two. It makes a duplicate. And depending on the ending, so it should be like an MP3 and MP4, some of them have a corrupt ending. But it's okay, because what you've done is you've downloaded the good files and the bad ones. What I realized was some students were trying to drag all like 90 files into Adobe Premiere Pro, and it was saying it can't open it, and they were messaging me. And I was saying there should only be 40 something. So if that does happen to you, I think mostly it's for Windows users. Just go through and you'll see there's 2 of every shot, and delete the one that's corrupt, that doesn't work. It'll have a weird ending as the file name for this. So just delete those and just use the good shots, and we'll drag those into Adobe Premiere Pro. That's everything, I think. So you can, once you've edited this, you can follow along and edit yourself. And then if you want to host this somewhere and show me, you can. You could put it on YouTube as an unlisted or private video. I think some of the music on this will be copyright, so maybe you don't want to make it public, but you can put it on there, or Facebook, or just host it on Vimeo or online or something, or put it in your Google Drive, and you can send it to me and I can take a look and I can let you know what I think if you want to. A lot of students send me that, and I like to see what they're doing. I'm amazed sometimes that they've gone from not knowing anything all the way through to being able to edit quite competently, just going through the course one time. Makes me very happy to see that. And on this course too, I try to speak as slowly as possible. Sometimes I get excited and talk too quickly, but there is obviously a lot to go through and a lot happening. So if you need to slow it down, pause the lectures as I do things and see where I click for things and tools. If you need to slow me down, you can also click to slow down the speed. That's no problem. You can leave messages on the course for me. And also, you're probably going to be asked pretty soon in the next lecture or so to leave a review. I know it's quite early on. Don't worry, you can also change this in the future. But if you are liking the course, then please leave me a review. It means the world to me, and I really appreciate it. So, with that being said, download the footage if you want to, and let's move into this and let's start editing with Adobe Premiere Pro. Okay, welcome back. So obviously there are going to be some requirements needed to run a program like Adobe Premiere Pro. It's a pretty big program that's going to need a certain amount of speed needed, and this is what is recommended on the Adobe site. If you go to helpx.adobe.com, and then this is for Premiere Pro, what they suggest is needed. But just to warn you here, I have and am editing on a slightly slower machine than this, and I'm going to show you exactly how you still can edit even if your system requirements don't meet this. There are some hacks and things that I found when setting up a project on exactly how to make it work better for you, and also the size of your footage will matter. If you're bringing in great big huge gigabyte bits of footage and trying to edit with that on your timeline, I'll go into that more when we get into this later. But generally speaking, you want your processor and your memory is what you want to kind of concentrate on. So your processor, 6th gen or newer, and at least 8 gigabytes of RAM. So let's look at this in the CPU. Let's look at this. I'm on a Mac once again. If you need to do this on a PC, it's going to be a very similar system. If you look at your about your computer here, it's going to come up with exactly what you have. So I have 8 gigabytes and the processor is 1.8. That's i5. This is a slightly older MacBook Air that I'm on purpose, so I can show you how this can work on an older machine. So it's not quite 6th gen, but this is going to work fine, and I'm going to explain to you exactly how you can do that. You may need a separate storage facility. For example, you can see here I'm using almost everything that's inside the storage on my Mac. So I have an external hard drive set up, and that's where I save things to, bring footage in from, etc. But your machine is probably going to be quicker and better than this. Any new machine that you're getting is going to be better than this. So if you need to check your system requirements to what's needed, and then check your system, make sure it matches up pretty similar to this. If it's slightly older, it doesn't matter. But if you're running this on a 1998 old Microsoft PC, then obviously it's not going to run. There are requirements needed, otherwise it's going to be really difficult to see any playback when you're editing. The main thing you're going to see here is when you're trying to play back footage, it's going to run really slow and you're not going to be able to see exactly where you're cutting. And it's going to make it a lot harder, especially when you add things like graphics, rendering and things like that. But this is what's needed. That was it. That's all I wanted to show you here on this lecture, kind of what's needed with your system requirements. Let's get on to the next lecture and let's download Adobe Premiere Pro, show you how to get that, including free versions of it, so you can have it on your machine and we can get going. Okay, so welcome to this next lecture. Obviously, the first thing you are going to need is your own version of Adobe Premiere Pro. It's impossible to do this without Premiere Pro, obviously. So I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to get, download, sign up for deals, even how to get this for free initially, and all other things like that right here. I've uninstalled Premiere Pro on my own machine. I'm on my Mac right now, so you're going to see this pretty similar. If you're on a PC, obviously the download locations and things may be slightly different, but nothing too drastic. So the first thing you're going to want to do is go over here to adobe.com. I'm also in Asia, but I've set my VPN to be the US, so you should see a Western version of this. You're going to, this page will obviously change with the different promotions. Right now, Billie Eilish on here, and this offer. This will change from time to time, but go to adobe.com and this is your place to find and download Adobe Premiere Pro, as well as anything else on the Adobe Suite. Adobe Suite is obviously a vast library of applications with everything from Photoshop to After Effects, Adobe Premiere Pro we're going to do now, and loads more in between. Lightroom, there's so much on there. So if we come over to here and go to creativity, for example, and we can go to, and it'll always be, these are the most popular of all the applications in the Lightroom suite. So let's go to Adobe Premiere Pro and wait for that to load up, and this will be how you download and get this. So first of all, if you're starting this right now and you want to be an editor, you want to learn about Adobe Premiere Pro, perhaps you've thought about other editing software too. Final Cut, for example, back in the day, we used to use Avid and things when I was first training. Adobe Premiere Pro's the leading editing software now. It's used by design agencies all the way through to TV and application like that. It's really good because it links in easily with other applications that people are using on design suites like Photoshop, etc. And if you're used to Photoshop, it'll be very easy to transfer those skills over to find what you're looking for in Premiere Pro. So let's go forward to look at these options. Okay, there's the buy now and the free trial. Why would you not do the free trial? So when I mentioned perhaps you've been looking at different editing like softwares you want to use, go for the free trial. You're going to sign up and you can cancel. I'll show you in a second, but do the free trial, do this course with the free trial. And then if you want to continue with it, sign up monthly. You can cancel when you want if you need a bit more time, or buy the yearly package and get a discount. Let's click on that. Let's see exactly where free trial it takes you over to. So you're going to sign up for your first 7 days of free. Now, like I mentioned, I'm making this course as of today. Obviously, when I'm making it here, these offers may change. It may change to 30 days. They may change to 14 days. You may find other offers online that you can click through to and go. But what you do is you sign up for the Premiere Pro plan, which in the US is $20 a month. And you can cancel that. That's monthly, or you can pay for the yearly package and you get a slight discount. There is all the apps here. So for $52.99 a month, you could get access to all the Creative Cloud apps that are available. I could show you what other ones of those are. So this is only the cheapest plan usually if you want one application. Sometimes even if you want two, per se you wanted Premiere Pro and Photoshop, it's cheaper to get all applications, and then you can play around with stuff in the future like Lightroom or other softwares out there. But if you just want to start with this, once again, you can always update to this at any time. Do your free trial. Remember, you're going to get notified before your 7 days are up, so you can cancel for the free trial. But Premiere Pro plan, this is what you click. Let's go. Oh, also, I should mention, if you're part of a business, there's discount. If you are a student and a teacher, usually you need a university email. Like in the UK, we have .ac.uk. You'll have them in your relative countries, I'm sure. And you get a discount, but it's for the whole Creative Suite. You've still got the 7-day free, so you can do this and you can get the 7 days free, and then it's $19.99 a month for all of the Creative Cloud Suite, all the applications in there. I do know that people have said they're a student and signed up with a Gmail account. I'm not telling you that's the right thing to do, and that's what you should do. If you are a student, this is an option for you, okay? Let's go back and let's just go through this and see what it is like step by step to sign up. Oh, apologies. So the minute, and again, when you're looking on these, it may change with the prices. So you're going to pay $20.99 a month, build monthly still, but this is yearly. So you're locked in for a contract, okay? If you want to just do 1 month, like you can select this, you're going to be charged $31.49, and you are going to be able to cancel that at any time. You know, $10 difference or so, and then here's your yearly cost for that. But if you select the monthly, which I would do for this, if you're still unsure about editing, if you know I'm in this for a year, the long run, whatever, if you're still testing the water with this and editing in general, then of course, by all means, do the monthly and you can cancel, because you're going to get 7 days free. You can cancel that on day 6 or whatever you want to do. And then if you do need to carry over, you're just going to pay that $31, and then you can cancel that before the month's end too. Let's click and see what comes up, what populates, and what you need to do, and then we can download it. So you're going to be offered, do you want other stuff? Adobe stock is like stock footage. No, thank you. And then you're going to enter your email address, and then it's going to be your billing options, and then you're going to be sent over once you've signed up. If you don't have an account, make it here. You're going to be sent over to the Creative Cloud Suite. So let me show you that. So you've signed up for this email address, you've entered your billing details, and then you'll be directed over to the Cloud Suite. So here I am inside. If you go to creativecloud.adobe.com, you'll be able to see all the applications available. So this is basically your hub for your download for all the Creative Suite in Adobe. If you've only selected that you want Premiere Pro, then available in your plan, you're only going to see Premiere Pro. If you've selected to have the entire suite like I have here, you're going to see available to you is everything, and I can download that. But if you just have this is all you'll see. Let's click install. Okay, and the install will start. I'm just going to fast forward this, obviously, for the sake of this video, and go through with you exactly how to install this, and then where it will go and how to open, and we can get started with learning to edit. Okay, so the download has completed, and what you'll see is up here in the installed section, just at the top of the page, here you'll see it, and you'll be able to click to open. Obviously, like I said once before, I'm using a Mac, so on a PC you're going to see this slightly different, wherever your download setup is, but it's going to be very similar. Also, of course, every now and again, like I've probably mentioned this already, there's going to be an update that's available. You see it's up to date. My Photoshop, for example, there is an update available. Yearly at least, there's probably a big update, or bi-yearly, on the layout, and I'm going to show you the most recent one. So this course, you have the most recent up-to-date version of Premiere Pro. And if in the future there are any major updates to the way Premiere Pro looks, that's the main thing when students get this and it looks slightly different and they get thrown out because things are in different places, I will update this course. So as of now, you're watching the most up-to-date version of Premiere Pro, and it should look identical to the one that you're downloading. Okay, and then when you click to open Premiere Pro, you're going to come to a window looking exactly like this, and you are set. You're all set to begin, and we can go into learning the basics, exactly what this means: new project, open project, recent projects that you've worked on. All this good stuff we'll get through and get onto in the very next section when we go through some of the basics of Adobe Premiere Pro. So in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to start a brand new project inside Adobe Premiere Pro and importing your footage, and just how to set up a brand new project like you've never seen it before. So we'll pick up where we left off in the last lecture here. This is exactly what you're going to see if you have the most up-to-date version of Premiere Pro. And once again, if Premiere Pro updates this, I will update so you see the same layout. It's going to look like this, and you have up here, you have new project, open project, and exactly where everything is. Also, if you've had some recent projects, they're going to be down here. before I start this lecture, I'm just going to let you know the old saying, there is more than one way to skin a cat, fits here. There is more than one way to import your footage, and the way I'm going to show you in the next screen is not necessarily the way I always do it and everyone does it. It's a way so I can show you everything you need for Adobe Premiere Pro. And if you're going to start this or working for another company, they may do it that way. So just so you have an understanding, let's click new project, and here you're going to see everything that you need to start a new project. You're basically telling Adobe here, I'm starting a new project, I'm going to name it something, save it somewhere, and also you have the option to import the footage that you want into that project. So if we name this test project, and you can also save say where this goes, so you can go onto my desktop or wherever you want to put it, or like I said before, I have an external hard drive that's much bigger than my laptop, so everything gets saved over to there, and then it'll continue to get saved there when you save throughout your project. That's where you select where the project location is. Here is where you can start seeing here, if I choose different selections here, it'll start loading stuff based on where it is on your local or on device. Again, this is a Mac here, but on PC you're going to see a similar thing. It'll just be different locations. Make them smaller, make them bigger. Let's just go along the top here. If you want to see them icons like I have here, or if you want to see them in a list format, you can also filter here, whether you want to see only videos, only audio, only images, or if you know a specific file that you want, you can type in the name of it here and it'll bring it in. So let's go into the import settings over on the right hand side. Once again, I'm going to do this to show you exactly how to do this, but it's not how I import footage, because I don't like the way that it brings it into the project, but I'm going to show you. So if I select copy media, this is just showing the file copy destination, the same as the project. So I'm saying it's going to be on my external hard drive here. It's going to save it to the same place. You can choose it for somewhere else if you want to. You can have a new bin. I'll show you in the next lecture what a bin is. It basically drops down in the corner here. Think of a bin as your folder, your place where all your footage is that you're going to start dragging onto the timeline and watch through. Let's just call it bin, or you might want to call it a folder or similar, something like this. You can also choose create a new sequence. I'm going to turn this off, but I'll explain what it is. If you only had a short number of clips and you know it's already fine to be on your sequence is your timelines. You'll see in the next lecture there'll be your bins on the corner here, and then there'll be a timeline where you're telling the order in which the footage is going. You're dragging, dropping, putting them in different places to then export and make a video. That's where you put your audio, your music, your text, everything all on the timeline. You'll see it. I'm going to toggle that off for a second, but this is the setup that we have. I haven't selected anything. Let me just go into my drive here. So this is the footage that you're going to have too. If you haven't downloaded those already, please do. So I'm going to put in the practice footage here, so I can go into this is what you can download on the course resources earlier in the course. These are all the footage that I have in here for us to play with. There's the actual piece of footage that I shot, and then there's some audio in here, some music. There is all these. This is the one where I sit down and talk, and then you want to lay over this B-roll. I can just choose a specific shot here. If I wanted to just select like this, toggle on, toggle off, or click to go back, and I could just select the entire folder, which I'll do for this example, and then you click create. This is going to create your folder. Once again, it's called test project. It's going to be saved on my external hard drive. I've told them to put over into the bin. You see it's called test project. This is the bin I was talking about. It's going to start importing here. Here it is as a folder here, and I can drop down and I can see what it's like there. You can see all your footage, everything, and then if I click on one of these, it will come up in my window above here, and I can start to see what it looks like. I'll go into the layout of this exactly in the next section. This is your timeline. This is where you start seeing the timeline. But I don't actually like to do this. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like it just orders it as it came in here. I like to be a little bit more in control. It could be a bad practice, but I see a lot of other editors do it just like this. I'm going to just select this and I'm going to hit erase. I'm going to remove that and I'm going to show you how I get footage. So you've probably already saved your files into where you want it to be. This was the practice footage. This is exactly what you can download. Now, I don't want to grab all of this and dump it in here. It becomes a bit messy. I know pretty much the order and what it's going to look like. So I'm just going to grab this and drop it. That's another way. I can just import my files by drag and dropping into this import media section. Once again, I'm running on an older machine to show you that it still is definitely possible to do it on here, but depending what else you're running, I'm running a lot of other stuff in the background. It may take a little second to drop that in, but that's the way that I do it. So I just dragged and dropped that onto there. Here you can see it inside the bin. That's exactly what it will look like. And then I know, for example, my next bit I want is this. I can drag it on and not have loads of shots to try and go through. It's a good practice to start naming things so you can recognize them. But you see this icon here shown as a list. I always do icon view. So I can pretty much see what it's going to look like. Just to show you, for example, I can click, I can see exactly what it looks like here. I can just grab a piece. I can start playing it. I would talk to you about this more in the next sections, obviously, but that is how you import footage onto here. If, for example, I know I wanted some music, I know I'm having that piece, I can drag that on, and then we can start to drag this onto our timeline too. And I'll go out in the layout onto this next section, but you can just drag this onto your timeline. That's the piece that I selected. It will start to display exactly what your final output, if you like, looks like up here, but that's for the next lecture. I just wanted to show you how to open this, and also there's more than one way to do pretty much everything on here. So let's get into the next lecture and let's start talking about the layout, how it looks, what each part means exactly, and start to learn about how to put together an edit. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. So this one is talking about the workspace, exactly what it looks like. You should see something a little bit like this. So in the last lecture, I showed you briefly how to import things when you go, when you first open up Premiere Pro, and you can choose to start a new project. This project is called Practice Project Premiere Pro Course. This is inside your course resources. You should have downloaded those. If I show you, it's going to look exactly like this. Adobe course practice footage. It's going to be inside there, so you can open that project if you wanted to, and there will already be whatever we've worked on in this course. But start your own one by all means. Just go create course and don't select any footage to import, and then it will look something like this, a blank empty space. And you're probably thinking, what are all these windows? What does it mean? This doesn't look like anything I know. So I'm going to go through exactly what each part of the workspace is, how to open, how to close things. So I've just started a new project, and this is it. If I wanted to close that, just quickly go here, close project, not close panel. That's just closing the panel down, close the project, just so you know where that is. This is basically your bin. Now, just quickly, we're going to do some importing stuff in the next video, but so for the sake of this video, to teach you where things are, if I just grab a bit of this footage, so again, this is your practice footage. If I grab that, drag that, drop it into here, then it's going to display in here. I could grab all of these if I wanted to, or there's a bit of music that's going to be in there. I could grab that in. Now, this is your bin, your project, and this is your project bin. Think of it as a space, a bin full of your footage. It's from the old editing days when you would have had cut footage in a bin. That's what this window is. Now, if I double click any of these, if I double click that, it comes up here in the source. Now, the source is what you're seeing directly from whatever's in your bin. If I click this, here's the music. If I click here, this is showing the source from here. That's what this window is over on the left-hand side. Now, if your layout's different to this, 1, 2, 3, 4, and tools here, that's okay. You can go to window and you go to workspaces. Make sure you're on editing. So if you're in something like learning, then it's going to look slightly different like this. And there's all different windows, but for editing, quite obviously, you want the editing tab, and that's the one we're going to be using for this course. Now, it may be laid out slightly different. Sometimes when I first opened, it looks a bit more like this. And that's okay. This is all down to your preference of exactly how you want it to look. Actually, it looks something like that. Each editor has their own unique way that they like to work best, and it all depends on your layout and your preferences. So I like to have it where if I just hover over and get this symbol here, I can drag this across, and these are my tools. Talk about that in a minute. This is the source window, as we mentioned. I grab that across and I drag it pretty much halfway across. I quite like it to be even with the other one. And this is my timeline. So for the sake of this video, we're not going to go too much into it. If I click this and grab a little bit, again, I'll show you this, drag down and drop it. More on this later, just for the sake of this video, showing you the workspaces, not jumping ahead. You'll see that it populates here, the timeline, and here, which is the main cam. Whatever's on this timeline, if I play it, shows up here. So you've got your bin, your source window from your bin, and on the right hand side you've got your timeline and your window from whatever is in the timeline. That's the layout, and here are the tools. So this window here, when I export it and get it with my video at the end and get it off my computer into a video, whatever is playing here on the timeline and playing here is what's going to export. Obviously that's at the end of the course when we finished editing and we go to export, but just so you know for now, these are the windows here. These are your tools in the middle. Let me show you some of those. This is the selection tool. Literally, if I grab that, I can then drag it. I can see the time along the top here, and it shows me here that's 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and I can drag that to wherever I want to, or up, and I could drag this down. When you've got multiple bits of footage, for example, if I had another piece here, it may be on a different layer, because I wanted to overlap for whatever reason. And so with the audio overlap, these bottom ones are audio, top ones video. You can add some more of these, get more into that later, by right clicking, and I can add a track if I want to. Just so you know, that's just for the sake of that and for this tool. You're not going to need a lot of these tools, or maybe some later at the end of the video. The main ones, these three. This one's the razor tool. For cutting, if I literally cut a piece of that there and there, I'm then able to go back to my selection tool, select it, hit erase if I want to erase it, or I could have moved it. I could then click the gap here, erase that, and it will shoot forward, or I can just move this along. I didn't need that bit, whatever it was, and just move it along like that. This magnet selection here, you see if I have this on here and it doesn't, see, I could go over the edge. We're talking about milliseconds there. It doesn't connect. If I put that back on, it will magnet snap to exactly the right position, beginning and end. That's how you use that. The only other thing you're probably going to need for a while is this text tool, which if I go to the section I want, I can click on the screen here, add text. I'm just going to type in anything. And then using go to the edge of that, and I can drag that in. I can also drag on the edge of any shot I wanted to, or audio. This is non-destructive editing, remember. If that's gone now, I can drag it back and get it back. Anything that was in the source video, I can drag and do it. Non-destructive editing. That's the layout of all of those. We're going to go more into the next section about how to import, get all your footage and the bits you want there, and start laying down some track. That is how they all look on here. If you don't see this layout, if you don't see these three at the top, you might have an old version of Adobe Premiere Pro. Make sure you've updated. This is the most recent version of Adobe Premiere Pro. We're going to go into some of these other sections at the top here. So on your source, this is the source footage. These are the effects. For example, make sure you got it selected. If I select in that and make sure I hover over it, or I could be editing this clip and I'm looking at this on my main cam here. So I select that. I could, for example, I don't know, drag this to make it bigger and smaller. I'm just dragging that left and right whilst I hold down on it. My position, I could move it left and right, up and down. I could rotate it here. That's where I do that. There's all kinds of things we can do here. And then also just on your bins, if you select that and hit the effects, you'll be able to add all kinds of things to different shots. I don't know, I'm just going to give you an example right here. If I wanted a video effect, maybe I could want to change the color. I would just drag that, drop it onto this shot. It would come up here, and then we can edit the color. We don't need to get into that now. That's jumping a little bit ahead. This video is just to show you the layout of, again, if I want to go back to the main project, 1, 2, 3, 4, and tools in the middle. This is your layout. That's exactly what each section does. Let's go on to the next video and let's start talking about dragging in some of these and start laying a little bit down, just some real basic editing so you get a grasp of it. And then we'll move on to some bigger and better stuff. Okay, welcome back to this lecture. We're going to talk about importing the footage, which I know we touched on slightly in the last lecture, but importing it and organizing it to use it, to have it here in the project. If I ever call this a bin, slightly different in Adobe, another thing's a bin. We'll talk about that later in the course, but the project bin down here, organizing it to use it to be able to get the best from our footage, and then be able to organize ourselves to edit as fast as possible, to be able to find the shots correctly and all that stuff. You as an editor are going to find the way you want to organize your footage to edit, and it's going to be different. You will never find two editors that edit the same or organize their footage the same. There's lots of different ways to do this, to get the footage in and to organize it. It's completely down to you. I'm going to show you the most organized way, and perhaps that's something that you want to do. And if you work for a company or going to, that they want to organize it like that, or it may be that you want to do it a different way like I do. I'm slightly more visual. I like to see everything in one place. So I'm going to show you all different ways to do this. Now let's go down here to the project bin here. Let's remind ourselves that here we're in icon view. I can see my footage. So at the minute I've just got this one shot here. I've got this audio that we dragged in from the last video. And then this, when it has this symbol in the corner here, like layers of timeline, this is actually the project here. So this will always be in here. I'm viewing this in icons down the bottom here. Let's go through these. This is the icon view. Here's the list view. So the way this is useful is if you've labeled these, I'll show you, you've got access to this folder here, Adobe Course Practice Footage. It's the download that you can get. So you've got a folder that looks exactly like this. And if you're a good editor, I use that in inverted comments here. So you might label your footage, traveling, tracking shot, close up of whatever that flights above, you know, flying pigeons in Thailand here, this is. So if it's labeled nicely, when you're in here, you can see what you labeled the footage. Or if it's a really simple shoot and you just have, I don't know, 10 shots and you know the order in which they go in, they were shot linear, you might label these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they'll be labeled that in here, and you'll be able to just drag them and put them into the order you want them. However you've organized it is up to you. I do not label my footage. It's probably going to look, I've labeled this one, but it's something like this, a .mov, and it's probably just whatever the camera saved it as. And I'll go through my footage again to look at it. That's just the practice that I like to do and drag them in. But I'm just talking about these, how you view these right now. So here we go, a list. Here we go, icons. This here is a panel. So if I wanted to make these slightly smaller, drag on here so we can make, we can view more. And you can literally drag these, you see, into different places here. We got the three, remember this is the timeline. So if this was a big space, for example, with a lot more space to move around, I might be, I don't know, I might have an intro section and I would grab like a couple of bits of footage and put it up here, then maybe a middle section, lower section. And this is basically like a visual organization board under here. So you can do that if you want to, if that's how you want to work. It's not something that I use or that I've ever seen other people really utilize here, but it's an option there and I'm showing it for you. So let's go back to icons. This is how I best like to view everything. If you want to find footage also, there is the search here if you know what it's called, and things like that. So ways to organize and get this footage in. If I wanted to have it into folders here, I could click this folder icon here. I could name this videos. For example, I could have another folder. I could name this audio. And if I go back to my folder here, again, I can drag this in, or I could open this up and click import like I showed you before. I could now grab, I don't know, all of my music here. You see these are all MP3s. This is all music. I could grab this and I could drag it into this folder. It would import the files, depending on how quick your machine is, depending how quickly it will do this. And now inside that audio folder is all of that audio, so that I'm able to view this. If I double click this, inside here will only be my audio. I'll show you now. Here, inside here is all of this. If I go back to the drop down here, you can see it's like that. Also, you'll notice up the top here, a new bin opens called audio. So just click back here. This is your project with everything. If I double click this, it will open a new bin, videos. I could then drag in all of my videos. I'll just put one in for now. And that's under my bin. This is a good way because you get to see everything in a separate place, and I can drag this over. Perhaps you have multiple bins. You might have, like I said, introduction section videos. You might have middle section, ending, B-roll, however you want to organize this best. Have a little think and think, how do I want to organize my footage if I want to organize it like that? I made vlogs, and I made vlogs every day for a long time on YouTube, and this kind of organization is a lot to do and organize for doing projects, a lot of projects all the time. So I wouldn't edit like this. I'm showing you, and it's down to you how you want to organize this best. If I click this, you can now see here, there in the folders underneath the project. Remember, this is the project, everything in this project. Here's the bin. Inside there is the bins, these yellow things, and the bins open up separate here. If you want to close these, you're getting too many things open, you can just go close panel, not close project, close panel for these if you wanted to. So now I've shown you how to like crazy organize these if you want to be that organized. A lot of people are editors, creatives, are obsessed with organization. I don't do it like that. If I want to get rid of this, just click highlight and click backspace and it'll erase. I edit like this. I open up all my shots. They're in one big folder here. Again, you can download these. And as I know that I want them, I drag them in. That's what I do. So I'm constantly having this open and I drag in what it is that I need. So I can, if I'm on a Mac, I can click this, I can hit spacebar and I can start viewing what this looks like, go through these. I can just go from one to the other and see what these shots look like, just to have a preview. And if I go along and go, oh yeah, that's the shot I'm looking for, then I grab that in, put it in here. I don't put too much stress on Premiere Pro, depending on how quick your footage is. I'm then able to have that shot in here and I'm able to drag it on and use it like this. So I don't use personally that much organization, but it's completely up to you. In the next lectures here in the section, we're going to start putting things together. We're going to start putting together a timeline on here, and then you'll be able to follow along and do the same, or use your own footage and do the same, and start getting into some basics of dragging this over, chopping it up, seeing what it looks like. And the project is completely open to you. I'm going to edit using all this footage, well, some of it, not all of it. This, if I open this up, you'll see this is like me talking. So I'm going to be talking along this and I'm going to overlap shots. If I'm talking about Thailand there and say the country's beautiful, maybe I'll use this shot or this shot. Maybe you'll use a completely different shot altogether. This is going to be your edit. I'm going to edit along. You don't have to copy exactly the shots I use. You're the creator here. So in the same way, you are the creator on this course for how you want to organize this. I would lay down this shot of me talking along here, cut out the bits I don't want. As I'm listening to it, I'm going to go, oh, in a section here, I talk about how I studied at university. So maybe I go, okay, well, if I studied at university, then I want a shot of university. And under here, if I go in and take a look under the footage that you have, there was that shot here. Maybe I'll use this. Or maybe in your edit, you'll just have me talking still and you won't cut away to anything. It's completely up to you. So that is how you import footage into the, remember this is the newest version. If you see other things up here, like there is an assembly tab you can have up here if you have the older version of Adobe Premiere Pro, and in assembly you can drag them into a section that pops up on the side here. And it's basically the same as organizing this, but this is the newest version, so I'm giving you the newest version of Adobe Premiere Pro. Make sure you update your version, make sure you have the latest. And that's how I organize it. Start thinking about how you want to organize this. If you want to now, you could go in and create a folder, videos. You could have a folder that's B-roll. If you go through and have a look at this footage, there's some Thailand B-roll. There's like filming B-roll folder you could have. Lots of like editing clips like this. Because on the main clip of the video, I talk about how I love to edit. It's always been a passion of mine. I went to university. It's great. I now live in Thailand, and you can do the same thing. So you might want to split these shots into sections if you want to, but that is being super organized. I don't do that, like I mentioned. I will just drag in the shots as and when I want to use them. So I'm showing you how I edit, completely up to you. Okay, that was all I want to go through for that, organizing and importing. That's fairly simple to do. Drag in the footage, or you can import like I saw here, file import, or hold down Command I, and you can grab that in. Drag drop easiest. I'm showing you the easiest ways to get you editing as quickly as possible. You can always add to different ways to do things and discover it, but this program actually is a lot more simple than you'll realize, and you can drag drop things in. Just showing you the way that I do it, not to overclunk you and overcomplicate things. So let's get you editing quickly. That was all. If you want to go in and organize your footage, I would strongly recommend, before we begin the next section where we start putting it together, to go through this. If you are using the same footage as I am, go through this, especially watch this. This is the base of our edit. This is going to be me talking about filming and living in Thailand and things. And then from that, you're going to start thinking, oh, where would I have music? What kind of music in that section? Listen to some of these tracks up here. What footage would I use? Oh, while he's talking about filming and vlogging, maybe I'll use like this shot. And you can start understanding what your shot's going to look like, and you start building it a mental picture. And then in the next section, I'm going to give you the tools of exactly how you do that, how you drag things out, how you cut things, where you cut things, how you do it, and all that. So go and have a look at that footage. Organize it into folders if you want to. Add in this folder icon and organize that. If you don't want to, you want to edit like me when I drag footage in, then that's absolutely fine. Do that too. That was it. I will see you guys on the next lecture. And welcome back to this section, which is intro to the basics. So just quickly, what's the objective of this section? Is to go through all the basics to make sure you haven't missed anything and you have a full understanding of the program and the Adobe Premiere Pro suite. So the outcome, you'll be able to comfortably have the knowledge, you'll be able to go through and make sure you haven't missed any steps that are going to trip you up when you come through to later stages, and you're going to be able to do a basic edit by the end of this section, which is very exciting. But I was in that position myself before, where I'd get down the road and I'd done some, semi-advanced things in the edit, and I realized that I was getting tripped up because I'd missed some things in the basics with setting up sequences or something that I had to go back and learn. So what I've done is I've structured these basics to make sure that we go through so that later in the course, later in your career, your editing journey, you don't ever come up against something where you're not able to do something because you missed something in the basics. So what we're going to cover in this section is everything from sequences, which are, well, you'll see, I'll show you this. The sequence is basically the sequence of shots you're going to put together on your timeline. We'll go over the timeline, adding footage, editing tools, all the editing tools on the side explained, which you're probably looking at and thinking, what the heck are all these? What are all these buttons doing? We're going to cut and drop footage onto the timeline, so you're able to place things into a sequence, so you're getting your edit together. We're going to do the effects controls and adding text, adding sound effects, adding music, keyboard shortcuts, so you can do this quicker, which is very, very exciting, and more. It's all here covered in the basics over the next section. So let's go into it. Let's not dilly-dally around. Let's get into it. Let's start editing. Let's get into the basics. I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back to the next lecture. We're going to talk about sequences, which is basically your timeline here in this video, and then we're going to go on to some other great stuff in the next videos. I have to once again say there is more than one way to do all of this and to organize things. I'm going to go through the basics here, exactly how to do that. What is a new sequence? How do you start them? Why would you have more than one sequence? Difference between a sequence and a project that we have over here. Don't think this is too confusing. It's really not. It's simple. I try and break it down as much as possible. In fact, I'm going to start all the way from the start, opening up a project. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to not close panel, but close the project. Close the project. Let's start a new one. We've done this in the other videos. Let's call this practice 2. It's saving to my hard drive. I'm not putting any other footage in here. It's going to be blank, and that's a new project. Okay, so we've got a project here, practice 2, but we haven't got a sequence yet, which is your timeline. Now that's because you may have multiple sequences under one project. Let me quickly mention why you might have that. Think of this as your overall project. I'm trying to think of like some physical way of doing this. So I might have my work folder, like my notebook, right? My huge folder here, which has everything in it. And in here might be like chapters of that. That wasn't a great example, but if you know what I mean, there's multiple versions, multiple sequences I could have from one project. For example, if I'm a vlogger and I shot constantly for 1 week, and that's going to be multiple videos from that. Maybe I'm doing 3 videos from a whole week vlogging. I might have all of my footage under one project. I might be, I don't know, in Dubai for a week, and I film everything, but all my footage is going to go into here, but I'm going to have more than one sequence, like day 1, day 2, day 3 of my holiday or something. You might have, if you have a huge project, you're working for a company or yourself, and you have like, I don't know, a documentary, you might have sequence 1 is your first version draft. Then you might just duplicate that, copy it all, and have version 2 and be editing on that, so that if there's any problems, if the person you're sending it to said I don't like these changes, you can quite simply go back to an older sequence and edit on that. There are multiple reasons that you might want more than one sequence, and it's something that I do quite often. Like I film my blogs all week, like a road trip. I might do it might be 3 separate videos. I'll have all the footage in here because I might want to use bits from different days, show what's coming up, but have it on different sequences. That's why you might have different sequences. Now, more than one way to make a sequence. So let's get into that, I guess. If I click here down on the bottom and go new item, then I can choose sequence, which again, remember this is our timeline. I can also go file, new sequence right here. So let's click and do that. And I'm going to show you the settings. Then I'm going to show you an even easier way that I use that you might want to do. But I need to make sure that you have all the versions on this course here, so you have a full understanding. So let's click sequence. A very confusing menu pops up. The main thing you want to do is name it. So let's just call this version 1, whatever you might name it. If you know what camera you're using, there are presets here. So the presets are showing you what frame rate, how many frames a second that you shot at. You know, from the old days of animation, you pretty much have 24, 25 frames, still images per second that make it look like a moving image. That's what that is, or your resolution, etc. If you know what camera that you're using, there are presets there. Most of you, nearly all of you watching probably do not know, and it doesn't matter. I can show you that in a second. You can click settings here and you can select it. It doesn't matter about this. You can change it at any time whilst you're editing, and when you come to export, you can also export it in different settings too. So this isn't that important right now. VR tracks, you don't need to worry about this. Aspect ratio, so I don't know, let me show you some examples. If you know I'm shooting with a Canon or something, or a Red or a Sony, a DSLR, quite generalized, I'm shooting at, I don't know, 25 frames a second. If I know I shot at 1080 by 720 or whatever, or if I know I want to do a square video for Facebook, maybe that's 1080 by 1080 also, that's a square video, or whatever size you want. You could want it for Instagram, maybe 720. So if you're making something, you know, I need it to fit this certain shape, we do that later in the course. You can do that here. So you have the settings already in your timeline, so when you're editing, you're going to see what it's going to look like here as you do it finally. But let's not do it this way, okay? I'm going to show you the way that I do this to get a new the new settings for my sequence. So I've got the project, I've got the sequence that I want here. Let's go file, new sequence. Let's just call this version 1. Let's leave all the settings. Let's just click OK. And it's going to make, remember we talked about this, this is the new sequence here. I've got no footage yet. Let's grab a piece of footage, and this is where it becomes important. So which bit of footage should I use to put in first? Now, this will make sense in a moment. It might be that you're shooting with different cameras, different resolutions, different sizes. Quite often, I shoot with 2 different cameras. This is shot with my DSLR 1080, and sometimes I shoot with my GoPro, which is 4K, a bigger image resolution. So you may have different size footage, and you need to resize it in your timeline to fit all on one. Explain more of that in a second. So I would choose the piece of footage that is the main piece of footage. So this one I'm speaking on, and you'll see this forms the basis of my whole video. It's the most important video. It's going to be the voiceover. It's going to be like the underlying bit of footage that I drop B-roll onto. It's also shot at the right frame rate that I want because I'm talking, so it's not sped up or anything like that, not missing in frames. This is the main shot. Let's drag that into my sequence right here. I could also, you don't have to know this, but I could just drag this into new item here, and it creates this new sequence, and then you name it and it'll already be here. But let me show you the way that I do it, probably the best way I think. Now if I drag that footage onto here, it's going to have this pop-up. This clip does not match the sequence settings, the ones that we didn't select. Do you want to change the sequence settings to the new one? I absolutely do. If not, then the sequence settings are not going to match the main shot. So let's click change sequence settings, and now this matches exactly in size and frame rate and everything that I need. And if I play it, just like this, it's perfect. It fits exactly. Now if I grab another piece of footage, let's grab this. I'm not sure how this is shot. It's B-roll that I've got, and it might not match in size. For example, this could have been too big or too small, and you have to resize it to fit the same. But this new shot is fitting onto my sequence settings for my main shot. So don't worry too much about what I just said about making this fit. We'll show you that with some with resizing and using this effects controls later. But use your main shot to dictate already your sequence settings. Now you have your project and you have a sequence that fits this exactly. Now if you want to, you can do it in this window. Sometimes I find it easier like this. Here is my version 1 that we saved the sequence. If I right click at that, for example, I could duplicate it and it's here. I could double click that on the logo and it pops up here. It duplicated it, so it's exactly the same. So like I mentioned earlier, you probably won't need this, but just so you have the knowledge, if I was shooting one version of it and I said, okay, that's a good version, I want to keep that in the bank, so I definitely have that, but I want to change and edit some more and do some bits that might not be as good. The person I'm editing for might not like it, so I duplicate it, I make a new version. Again, this is still under, look, the same project. If I go into here, version 1, there's version 1 copy. You can rename this. I can right click and go rename. So you can choose exactly what it is that you want to. So you can choose a different, duplicate it so you have this, and I can make more edit. I can make more changes. Do this. It looks completely different. But if this was no good in the end, I can go back to my version 1 and have that saved. Should I want to? That's pretty much sequences. Now when you come to, don't worry too much, because if you ever need to change it, I can click sequences, sequence settings, and I can change it there. This is the same menu pretty much as when we opened and set up a new sequence at the beginning, so I can change the size and everything else. And also when I come to export, this is something we do right at the end. When I come to export the media, it's also going to ask me how it is I want it to look. Do I want to match it, or do I want to change everything and stuff like that? Like, do I want to change the sequence, the settings and things, the frames, all that other stuff? You can do that at the end. So don't worry too much about that, okay? Let's just get that down in our heads. Sorry if that sounded confusing. It's really not. There are more than one ways to do this. Quite simply, drag in your main shot into your project, drag that onto the timeline. It will change it to the sequence settings that you know you want. Now, if I've dragged, I do this quite often. If I've dragged this on and it's set up my sequence settings, but this isn't the shot that I wanted, I could just click erase this, but the sequence settings are still the same. So when I drag in a different shot, it's still going to match the sequence settings for that shot. That's how you make sure you've set up your sequence correctly to how you want to do it. But once again, you can change this at any time. You can change it on the export. So don't worry, but it's best for editing. Use your main shot. That was it. That was sequence. That was how to make sure you get a new sequence. We're going to talk more about this timeline in the next section. I don't want this. I'm going to close this panel. I'm also just going to erase actually that. I just hit backspace where it was highlighted, and we're going to continue to work on this in the next section. Let's talk about the timeline. I'll see you over in the next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. In this one, we're going to talk about timeline, this section here, which might look a little bit confusing for you right now. What do all these mean? Why are there so many layers on here? These are called layers. If you use another software like Photoshop or anything, you'll be completely confident with layers. And I'm going to give you a kind of way of thinking about it that I do. That layers are pretty much what goes over the top of each other. So here, this top section are video layers, these are audio. When something lays over the top, you're looking down, you see the top one, and it overrides the bottom and the next one. I'll explain that more in a second. So let's talk about the timeline, putting things on, what they all mean, what all these icons and things mean, and what you need to set up. Probably more than you need. I'm going to explain to you like the simple version of it too, because this is about editing fast and getting you up and running. So let's just take a shot, shall we? Let's drag that on. Let's drag this on. If I go back into the folder, which you also have access to, let's just grab a few more shots, put them in here. A little bit of music, perhaps. Let's grab some of these. So I've grabbed these files in, which we did in the previous section. Let me just add a bit of music here. You don't need to know what I'm doing right now, but I'm going to show you exactly what it is that we're up to in a moment. Just so you can see me grab on some footage. I'm going to add a little bit of text. You don't need to know about doing this right now. We'll get into that later. So you can see straight away what the heck is all this? So I've got layers, 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 layers. What are all of these? So this is your timeline. This is the very start. You can see 000. These are your timings at the top, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. If I want to zoom in, I can do that by dragging this. I've on purposely left my cursor right there. So wherever this is, you're going to zoom into. If I put this here and drag it, I'm going to start seeing exactly that. If I want to make this whole thing bigger, once again, I can drag and see this, which is good. Sometimes for editing on the timeline, you want to see more. I can also drag this up to see more layers, because I may have, I don't know, tracks. This can be, I can just click and drag and it could be up here. And then if this is lower, you see, I don't see that anymore. I would have to use this and roll up and down to see that. So if you have multiple tracks, sometimes it's good to have a big workspace. If you're not doing that many bits of video over the top of each other, then you don't need to. That's how you make it bigger and smaller, scroll up, down. So you can start working on your timeline. I can also either select all with my Command S, so if you want a PC control, or I could just hover over and grab everything. If I want to, hold down, make sure you're holding down while you grab, and move this to the very start. Now my video starts right at the beginning, right on that section here. So that's the timeline, that's the layout, that's what this is. So right here in the divide, you see this where it hovers up, this gray line, that's dividing video above here and audio below here. So with this video piece of footage I have here, which is called Practice Footage Main Cam. Once again, it's in the download resources. If you want to use the same footage I am, you can see that that is shown here. But when I go across, for example, if I go one frame at a time, right now I'm seeing that, and you can see we're about to hit the next shot. It takes over this one, right? And then if I have another shot coming up here, if I go across, that shot will take over. Oh, that's the text that we added on, that came on. And when the text finishes, you can see it's going back to this shot only. And then when that shot finishes, we're going to come back down to the next shot is going to be seen. Remember, everything in this window is our video is going to be exported. However this is, that's going to be exported, taken off the computer to be our final video. So this layout is what your final video is going to look like. Whatever is above on top is being seen at that point, then going on to the next. So if I grab this, just grab it and drag it. It's a good thing here. If I grab my cursor right here, move it across, it'll click and stick to that as long as the magnet tool is on. We spoke about that briefly earlier. If I take this off, it doesn't find the edge, and it doesn't let me grab exactly. Maybe I'll be out. If I do this, it'll go exactly to that line. I can zoom in again to make sure it is on that line. So now we can see it's going to be this shot, and then it's going to be the shot above it is going to take over because that one is on top. I hope that's clear. Whatever's on top is seen and here's your shots. You can start layering things over the top of each other. Now you might think, well, why don't I just cut this shot to, if I hold on the edge and drag it on, why don't I just cut this shot so it's that, and I can drag it down to here to be level, and it's a lot neater. You can absolutely do that. But if you ever decide, oh, I need a little bit more of that, then you've got to like drag this across, drag this one across to be there. It might be that you just want to have things over the top of the footage and keep it. Or if this had audio, this had a sound to it, I might want to keep that sound running whilst I see another piece of footage. So you might not want to cut that off there. Completely up to you as an editor. Completely up to you. Now, audio is obviously slightly different, because if I layer one audio on top of another audio, then you're not going to only hear the top audio, you're going to hear both audios. So if I go, I can see here, if I zoom in, if I see here, this is this, if I select it, it's highlighted too. This is the audio for this clip. This here is the music clip we just dragged on a second ago. So right now, all I hear is me talking. And then you can see the wave, that came on. So I start hearing both, look. So I'm hearing both pieces of audio. Remember, if I want to move this, once again, exactly the same way, I can do that. We talk about making this quieter, so it's just low music underneath what I'm saying. We'll talk about that later, but just so you understand, that is the layer. That's how layers work for audio. I can drag this down, so I could have 3 pieces of audio right now, but no more. I can't drag that anymore. So I'd have to click in this space here, right click into this space and hit add track, and it would add another audio track, so I can have another one. With video, it's slightly different. You can just drag this up to the top. Let me show you an example. I drag this up. I've got no more. I've got one more layer left. Oh, no more there. If I drag it up, it'll just create and just keep creating more and more layers for video. But with audio, click to add a new track. So that is your timeline. So you can start to understand, and you start to think forward and go, well, I can start working out now, if I'm laying shots over, how it's going to look and how my edit is going to look and why these might have multiple. And you can start to read the edit. Like, I know that I've got this shot, then this one comes in, this one takes over, then after that finishes, it goes back to this shot. There's a bit of text over the top of this section here that starts at this point and finishes at this point. You can start understanding that. So right now my video is at this size. These are the size of the tracks. If I want to make them bigger, you absolutely can. I can drag this up, and you'll see that a pop-up comes here at the start of the video here. You can change this. So I can start seeing what this looks like if I want a more visual representation on my timeline. I never use this, and it does use a bit more of your computer power depending on how fast your computer is. I might want to start taking that off, and you don't see any. I might want to put them back on. You can also do things like make this the entire length in there, or just the beginning and the end. It does take up a little bit more of your speed if you're taking up a bit more size, if you like. So I always take that off. I don't need it. I can make this smaller, see more on my timeline. And if I want to know what that shot is right there, I just put my cursor there and I can see it in this window, of course. Exactly what that is. Let's talk about locking the tracks just briefly. So there may be, obviously when you're moving things around all the time, you might want to not move something around. For example, if I lock this, now I can click on this and I can still move it, but I can't click on this. It physically doesn't let me click and drag this. This might be because I need this locked. I'm going to lock the audio alongside it. Now, no matter what I move, because this might be a long 30-minute video, no matter what I move, this track all the way along for the entire timeline is not able to be moved, which can save you a lot of headache. There's so many times, and editors will tell you this, that you've moved something, you go back and play it, and you're like, oh no, this has moved, and you got to go back and you got to watch it all again and make sure it's in the right place. It's great to lock that. I could lock multiple things. I could lock this so that doesn't move. It's in exactly the right time for this part of my timeline and stuff. If for any reason you might want to lock this and move the audio, you can, and now it's showing me there's a difference of like 3 seconds between that and the visual. So if I play this, it won't match up anymore. It won't match up. It won't sync. There may be a reason you might want to do that in your edit, depending on your edit. I can unlock this and I can move this back. And now if I click them again, they're both synced to each other. You can sync these by making these two videos either nested, they're enabled, you can unlink them. So that now if I click this, it doesn't select my audio at the same time. It's a little bit more advanced, and we'll probably talk about that a bit more later. The only other thing we might want to do is mute these. So I can select M here for mute track. Now, remember this is highlighted green. You'll be like, why can't I hear my audio track? You don't hear me talking. You might want to do that if, for example, if I want to hear what I'm saying because I'm about to put in a shot about whatever I'm talking about, but the music is too distracting, too loud or something, I might want to mute this, and then I can play my track and I don't hear the music come in. You might want to mute, might not want to see I'm hovered over this shot right now. I might not want to see this because I might want to go just quickly check something on this shot, make sure that's talking about, and put it back. Remember, if these are selected, when I come to export, it will export them without seeing them. Okay, so make sure you take those off and make sure you can see everything there. The other things on here are like a microphone. If you've got a microphone connected, you can talk straight into Adobe Premiere Pro and you can record audio. It's called an audio track. And I think that's pretty much everything that you need to know about the timeline here. Once again, some of that stuff you will not need to know. The main takeaways from this, I think, are that you need to understand layers and putting footage on top of the others, locking it, muting it if you want to, what you see and when, because it'll make sense as we put together the edit now. That's what we're doing in this course. I'm going to put together an edit. You'll see me do it. Follow along with the same shots, your own shots, different shots that I provided in this folder. The edit will be yours, but I'm going to show you exactly how we put all these elements together to make an edit and how to look pretty much. So let's move on to the next section where we're going to actually start putting stuff together on a timeline and start bringing together an edit. And you can understand and start realizing, oh, it will all click together now. You'll be like, that's how they work out, get the footage in. That's how they work out what they're putting down. You start putting down the shots and start editing so you can get to do this quickly. So let's go on to the next section and I'll see you over there. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. We're going to actually start editing now. Whoop, whoop. You'll be happy to hear. So we're going to start putting things onto our timeline and you're going to start understanding, one, actually how to do this, put bits of your footage that you want onto your timeline, which I've shown you briefly but not explained fully. So we can start putting it onto our timeline and we're actually going to start editing this together. I'm going to leave this file and we're going to edit this throughout the rest of the course, this video, and then we are going to I'm going to save it so you can open the whole final finished product into your resources. So you can go into here and it'll be here as a Premiere Pro project and you can open it. So let's actually start editing. I've got here, this is what we did in the last lecture, just to kind of give ourselves an understanding of what the layers were like. I'm going to actually remove this and just edit in here. If I highlight everything or click Command or Control A, I can erase, backspace, and just get rid of that. I'm also going to start getting rid of some of these shots by doing exactly the same thing. Click, erase, click, erase, click, erase, 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 and erase. So actually, I'll do this too, and I'll start from the absolute beginning. So like I mentioned, multiple ways. If you've seen in the import video exactly how to get the footage in, let me start editing as I do. Inside here, you've got your music, if you're using the same shots as me or your own stuff, B-roll shots, and then my main one that I said I want to use this, and this is kind of the basis for my whole edit. If you're doing a talking heads video where you're explaining something, you're going to have a main shot. Not all videos do, but this one does. So I'm going to start with that. I'm going to drag it in, and then we're going to start using this to edit. We're going to start dragging this on. So one at a time, I'll do this and I'll add some B-roll. I'll show you exactly how we do that. Multiple ways to add things to the timeline. If I double click this, it's going to open up. If I hit spacebar, it's going to play. I could play here, but you're going to want to start using shortcuts as you start to edit. If I hit the spacebar, it just starts to play, and I've got this footage. So let's watch a little bit of this.
Footage to use for the course. For the main video section, we're going to be talking about this is the piece to camera.
This is just me talking about kind of the piece to camera to use. Let's see when I start here. So I hit spacebar as I'm about to speak. What you want to do now is get it. It depends when you want to start your shot. I want to start it from exactly when I'm talking. So I've pretty much got it exactly. Not exactly. I've already just started saying a word here. If I hit the arrow to the left on my keyboard, I can go frame by frame, backwards forwards, backwards, forwards. I'm gonna go back to the exact point I start, like here. Now, you can click in, out. You're gonna hear me say this a lot, and all editors talk about this. An in marker, in, where your shot is starting, out marker, out, where your shot finishes. If I ever mention in, out, that's exactly what it is. On a shortcut on your keyboard, that's I for in and O for out. You can start clicking this. I can go in marker and it'll put an in marker here. You see it highlights, this is now, if I drag this, I'll show you that in a minute, drag this on my timeline, everything from the in marker to the finish. But I don't want the whole shot, possibly. So let's start playing it.
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid, I used to play with cameras. I used to watch movies.
Maybe that's what I want. Okay, I'm going to hit the O for out. Now, when I drag this, there's multiple ways to do this. This is absolutely the easiest way. Just drag, click on this window and drag it into my timeline. It's now dragging the video you can see and the audio, depending where I want to put it, on what track. I'm just going to drag it and put it here, just dump it on my timeline. This is obviously now starting at 5 seconds, 5:11. So let me just drag that right to the beginning. I want to start my video with this, okay? So now this is my timeline. This is my final finish. We've started editing. Once again, on here, let's push play. I could push play here because remember, this window is our timeline. This is our source shot. So make sure you're highlighted here. I'm in this window. It's blue around here. If I'm in here, that goes blue. That's blue. That's blue. I'm in here and I can hit spacebar. It will start playing from wherever my marker is. So let's go back to the beginning and let's hit play.
I love editing.
So you can see that's what it is, playing slightly slow here. I'm going to actually mention this. So if I go down to here, I can go quarter and I can also probably go quarter on here. This is the playback quality. It's not the quality you're going to export at. So it's only showing a quarter of the quality of the video. So if your computer's not as fast, I said it at some of the start video here for your system preferences, you want to make sure that's as low as possible so your system catches up and you start seeing things play. In kind of a normal speed, because you're going to want to know when to put in shots based on what you're saying. If you have slow playback, it's very difficult to start adding shots over the top based on what you're saying if you can't see whereabouts you are. There's also a little secret here a lot of people don't know. So I have gone over so many forums on Adobe when number one query is, I've got slow playback. I can't see when I hit spacebar.
I love filming. I love editing.
That's pretty much at a good speed, at the real speed. Now I've taken the quality down. So also you can go to File, go to Project Manager. It's a bit advanced, but it might save yourself some time. Sorry, not Project Manager. File, Project Settings, General. Now you see this general, this is your render here, video rendering and playback. It's recommended to be here. Go to software only. You don't need to know the ins and outs of this, but it's something that I found that when I select that, and it's on lots of forums, that the playback is much faster. So now if I play this,
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a
so if you're hitting play and you're seeing a much slower playback on here and it's impossible to edit, I can't see what I'm doing, that could be one way, one hack, one way around to make it faster. We don't know the ins and outs of that rendering, and not yet anyway, but that may be a way for you to see things faster. Okay, so now we've done in and out shots, we've put it onto our timeline, and we are seeing things now hopefully at a good speed so we can begin to edit and start to put it together. Start putting our edit together. There's some other things to think about here about bringing these shots over. I'm going to show you the easy, simple way and then show you the more complex way so that you have a full understanding. So what do I talk about here? I talk about So I just talked about how I love editing. That might mean that I want a shot of editing or of something over, some B-roll here. So if I go over to my footage that you've got access to this, I'll just preview. There's a shot of editing there. I want to drag that in, just put it into my project. Once again, double click this. Let's start playing it. That's a nice bit. Maybe I want in, maybe I want out right there. That's the bit that I want. If my marker is on here, watch. I can drag this over and it starts grabbing this. This shot has no audio, so it's only doing video. If it had audio to put it in the bottom, I can put this on any track that I want. It's over the top. Let's put it here to be neat. And now it's going to look something like this.
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was
So now you can start seeing how we're going to put some bits together. I also mentioned I love filming there. So let's grab another bit of footage of someone filming here. I don't know, this one looks quite nice. Let's grab that, drop that in here. Again, you're going to be using this footage exactly how you want. This is absolutely your choice. I can grab this and I can just scrub through if I want to. Let's go from here, in marker, start playing it, out marker, here. I hit spacebar to stop it again. I can drag this over. I remember when I was speaking, if I start dragging this over, I can hear me. Ready? I love filming. That's what I say right there. I'm going to drag that right to there. Now I've got audio here. It looks like from the line here, showing the audio peaks, you see, that it's pretty low. If I want to, this is a quicker way, I can just lock that like we spoke about. As long as that's highlighted, hit erase and it's gone. I have no audio. Let me undo that and just show you something else. If I want to grab this shot now, I want to only bring in the video. Let's just grab this. Oh, let me erase this shot a second. Let me grab this logo right here, grab that on, and now it's only bringing the video. Exactly the same thing if I only wanted the audio. I can put that on. Okay, so now let's watch this.
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid.
Okay, let's grab another shot real quick and then I'm going to explain to you about bringing on shots in a different way. So ever since I was a small kid, here's a shot of a child with a camera, with a parent it looks like. Let's grab this. Maybe I want it from about like here, a bit of movement or something. In marker, play it, out marker, done. Let's grab that and drop that there. It's got no audio, you saw. I grab that. Let's play this again.
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies.
Now you can see that playback slightly slow. So this is a good point for me to talk about. You see this red and yellow marker. That might mean that the shot needs rendering. The Adobe Premiere Pro is working hard in the background to give you a preview of these shots, or perhaps these shots are filmed slightly different frame rate to this one or something and it's having trouble to read it. Let's select those shots, or we might as well select the whole thing. Go sequence, render selection. It'll take a second while it renders those files so we have some kind of preview.
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies.
Okay, now we got it. So now we've got a full playback. If you ever see that red or it's not playing back fast and you've done all the other things we spoke about earlier in this lecture, render it. The more you have to render, obviously, the more it's going to take. So you can start seeing the playback. Now, what we've done here is we've started an edit. You can start to see how this looks a bit more professional. We can do things like zoom in the shot, zoom out, make it like jump around a bit more. We get into that more in the next lectures. But we started putting together an edit here with some B-roll and it looks nice. I mean, this needs a grade. We need to change the color slightly again in a later lecture. But you can see we've started to play stuff on our timeline. You should be quite excited by now. You're an editor. You're putting things together. Let's talk about other ways when you grab shots in. I'm just going to, remember we spoke this as non-destructive editing. If I realize, oh, actually I want a bit more shot, I could just grab that here and I can do that. Now we're going to talk about the razor tool and cutting things in the next lecture. You see I've got a big space here. Audio is often a good way to know when there's a gap. I might just want to cut this bit out, and rather than do in-out markers on my shot here, I can do that inside the timeline and start editing everything here in the timeline. Again, bit complex. We'll talk about that in the next lectures. So I can just grab that along and I can get more shot. I could do that with all of my shots. Let's talk about grabbing footage in different ways. You see these symbols right here. They pretty much explain what they're going to do. This one here looks like shot with another shot coming in and slicing what's that there, and that one's going over the top of it. Let me show you. I've got the same bit of footage here. Let's grab, make sure your marker's where you want it, and just click. And what it did is it sliced. If it had audio, I'd put that there too. It sliced that shot. The shot, it didn't overwrite, go over the top. It sliced it so that finished there, and then the shot starts again there. And it's got my new shot in the middle. Let's undo that for a second, and let me show you this tool here right next to it, the overwrite tool. Boom, that overwrites that shot. It's got no audio, so it didn't overwrite that, so it went over the top of that shot. I don't ever use these. I'm gonna Control Z, undo that. I just grab and put it on here, and it's the same as slice, because remember, we see from the top down, it's showing that footage over that. There's no reason for me to get rid of this footage underneath it if I don't want to. If I wanted to overwrite it and put it over the top of this shot for some reason, again, you don't need to, because the way the logic works, I'm seeing this shot and then I'm seeing this shot, so I don't really need to get rid of this shot. It can just be there in the background still. If I wanted to, I could just grab that shot and put it over the top of it, and it's the same as overwrite. So you don't really need to use those, but there may be a reason you want to. For example, let me give you one here. So if I had loads of footage, I had like half an hour's worth of footage, and I realized I wanted to drop in a shot right here, and I wanted to slice it right in the middle here. I wanted to make sure it went in here and this bit came forward. I would have to then slice it, move all my timeline forward, put that shot back in, bring it all back so it's fluid. A really quick way is to just do this if I wanted to. There is another shortcut here. If I grab my footage and drag this onto, you see it's just going to plonk it over the top of it. That's that logo there. If I hold down the command key on a Mac, that is, I can hold that down. You see these arrows come up? Now, if I keep that and let go, it slices it and drops it in there. The only time you're probably going to use this is if you realize I need a shot put in the middle of a timeline. I don't want to move all my timeline over, put that in and drop it. That's where you might use that. A little bit complex, of course. We don't need to go into details, perhaps later, about why these are highlighted. Just briefly, if I don't know, had this shot and I copied, and then, I don't know, I come over here and I paste, it's pasting to here, undo that. Let me click V2 and undo that one and paste, it's pasting to that one. It pastes to the highest. If I click V4, it pastes to the lowest, the lowest V. If I take that off, paste, it's putting it on 4. That's how you can start telling it what tracks to put it on by using this section here. That's a little bit advanced, that more likely most of you are not going to need to do any of that. I guess the last point here, now I've got this sliced. If I ever decided I didn't want to do that, or I want to close this gap, I can drag and do that, drag it across. That's fine. If I drag from the edge here, remember, it's going to start putting more of that shotting. So this was the end of that shot. That was the start. That's going to just, it's going to double it. That bit is now here also. Let's undo that. I can click in the middle, hit erase, and then it'll match them up. It's still sliced. I can match them up. I could just undo, 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 undo until I've got back to the point where I wanted to go to. So now we've put tracks on. Let's put a bit of music on, for example. Let's put, I don't know, let's grab this one. In exactly the same way as video, you can see and kind of preview, double click this. If I hit spacebar again, out, in, out, exactly the same. Drag this on. I want to put it, obviously, if I put it over the top here, it's going to overwrite that. So let's put it on the one below it. Could be here, wherever you want to do it. And let's start that from there, my in, out marker. If I realize, let me zoom in again. And if I didn't want it to start here, I wanted actually music to start here. I could drag across and move that. Completely up to you, depending on the track you want. Now let's play that for a second. So the music's on. It's a little bit loud. We'll get into more about this later. I'm going to quickly mention it now. Click this, push G is a shortcut. We'll do it later. I can take down minus 10 decibels, for example. You see the tracks go lower, and now we can start doing this. Push spacebar. In exactly the same way, I'm going to make this louder. Click it, G. Let's make it 7 decibels higher. Let's go back in. Now that's a little bit loud. You saw it go red and peak. That's not a good thing. Talk about this later with audio. But for the sake of this lecture, one step at a time, don't want to overload you with too much right now. For the sake of this lecture, you now know putting tracks on. If you want to slice them in, put them in, overwrite them, etc. How they're going to look. You can already see it's exciting times. We started to put together an edit. So we have that. That's done. You now know exactly how to start editing and putting your shots on. In the very next lecture, I'm going to go into a little bit more about some of these tools that you want for the editing tools, text possibly. You want to use the razor tool to slice these up, move bits in, out, cut things out. We'll talk about that in the very next lecture. You should be very excited and pleased with yourselves. You now understand how the edit works, as in here is a timeline, how I drag shots on, how I can put stuff over the top of the other. You have the tools already. If you wanted to make a real basic edit, all I was doing was putting shots on top of another one. That's what most editing is. You already have the tools after this lesson. Go away and practice, of course, a little bit. Now drag some more B-roll on top of each other and have a little play. In the next lecture, I'm giving you the tools. Like you saw me drag stuff on and saw me extend shots, but I'm going to show you the razor tool, how to cut those shots in your timeline, and give you a few more tools to your arsenal. We'll do that in the very next lecture. So let's get on to that, and then we'll start with some homework to get you editing. Welcome back to the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to talk about these little bad boys right here. These are the editing tools. You will not, I guarantee most of you will not need all of these, and you will not use them, and I use some of them never. You do not need them all. I'll go through them and we're going to build this edit out together. Using some of these, so we'll continue from where we left off. We have this. If you're using your own footage, then obviously use that. If you're following along and making your own version of the edit we've been working on, then follow along. So in the last lecture we did in and out markers. It's still here. You'll notice that's something to mention, that if you put an in and out marker in a shot like this, I put in here, out here, moved to another shot, did some editing, blah, blah, came back, it's still on the same in and out markers. The toggle's here, but you can go across. That's still selected. So let's actually do that. I'm just going to raise it and put it down. It's the same shot we already had. I put it here and I dragged across. Now, two ways to edit, okay? So you can go along your entire sequence like we showed you before. You're going to go along, see that was in, I wanted to finish there, and then we'll go along, and maybe I want this bit to here, and I can drag that onto here, and you could have a load of small shots, just the bits you wanted. And what you've done is you've selected here inside your source panel here, you've decided what it is, in, out, and drag those along here. But I could just drag the entire shot, like imagine I've just dragged the entire shot here onto my timeline, and I could do some cutting inside the timeline here. This is especially good if you have talking head interview style video like the one I've got right here. This is me sat to camera. People make mistakes, or they have gaps, they have ums, ahs, they have bits you want to cut out, stuff like that. I can already see if I look at, and the best way to determine this, if I look at the audio, I'm talking, then suddenly I'm not talking, then I am again. That's an indication to me that I probably want to cut this bit out. So let's have a little listen to what happens here. Looks like I take a second and then I begin again. Okay, so let's, rather than in here, selected in, out, and then in, out, and brought these in separately, let's do it in here. So I know if I push, I can either drag that or I can push across with the arrow and get exactly to where we are. Let's go here. Now, let's select, usually by default, you're on the select tool here. Let's hit the razor tool and let's cut that there. Now, the shot is in two pieces. I'll show you, make sure you click back here. I'll show you that this is in two pieces now. It's no longer one shot, it's two. I could hover over the edge here while I'm on the selection tool. It's got the red there. I could drag that along, and then it's got that bit, it finishes here. And then this bit starts here. I could do it that way. Let me show you another way. You can grab the eraser tool, go back to where it is, and see where you start. I'm going across frame by frame here. Let's eraser tool that. And I go back to the selection. I could select this and erase it. Now I've got the bit that I want and the bit missing in the middle that I didn't want. So I can click and drag that over. We spoke about having this on. If it's not on, it won't find it automatically. Kind of, you feel it click. Watch, if I go near the edge, boom, it clicks. Boom, magnet. If I don't have that on, it doesn't. And you could quite easily, if I zoom into here, you'll see you could quite easily go over the edge of the last shot, which you probably don't want to do. So let's click that back on. Let's erase, let's drag that back over. It snaps into place. And then let's play this now. Now you see that's fluid. Now we've erased that small bit here. Let me see what I do here. There's another small bit here.
I get to travel the...
See, there's a small gap. Let's do exactly the same thing. Let's cut that. And let's cut here. And let's erase that. Now let me show you something actually while I'm here. Let me find another bit where I finally stop talking. Say this is another piece where I've got a gap here. Let's listen.
Edit and show that.
I don't really need to get rid of that, but I'll show you for the sake of this. So let's erase that bit right here. Let's once again get the razor tool. Let's cut it out. Let's do this. So now I've got two bits I want to get rid of. I could select this. I could click shift and select that, and it highlights them both. Literally push erase on my keyboard. Let's go backspace. Let's get rid of those, and they're gone. I could then click this one, erase the gap. Click this one, erase the gap. Let's go back a second. There's also another control here. If I go to sequence and then I go down to close gap, it closed the gaps for me. So you can go along and do multiple of those, or you can select them manually, the ones you want, or you can close every gap on your timeline there where there's a gap from top to bottom. If I had a track over the top of that, that would not be a gap. So you can do it that way. There's, like I said before at the start of this course, there's more than one way to do everything. I'm going to show you the quickest and easiest way, most kind of efficient way, and to not overcomplicate everything for you, because this program is massive. I don't use all of it. No editor pretty much uses all of it. But that's the razor tool to cut out the bits that you don't want, so you can edit within your timeline and do it that way. Let's go down some of these tools, shall we? Let's just go down to the next one. Let's go to the track select tool. So why might you use this tool here? It's about your edit, really. So if you are trying to move everything, let's say for example I've edited all this, it's a 30-minute video, and I realize I need to put something in here. Once again, we've said before, and you could drag something on and put it here and slice it into the place. For whatever reason, you need to select everything from one shot over. Let's just click this. You see when you hover over, it's got double arrows. If I click, it highlights everything from that shot forward. If I click here, everything from that shot to the right, because they're facing in the right way. That's because it's selecting everything on all tracks. Now, let me just put another shot in here to show you, for example. Let's grab this shot, drag it onto the timeline here. Now you've got something on a different layer here. Let's go back to that tool. Let's select it. Now it's selecting everything on all tracks because there's two arrows here. Hit the shift key and it's only going to select everything on that track. If I select now, hold down the shift and select this, selecting everything from this arrow forward on that track. Let's go back and show you here. If I click here, selecting everything, select again over here or here, selecting everything on that track. Remove the shift key, have two, it's going to select everything on all tracks. Hit the A key on my keyboard. If I hit shift and A, you can see it flips the arrow around here. And if I hold down the shift, it does one track, let off it and just have it as it is. It does that. And if I want to select it back again, then I just select A and it'll flip back around. So you can start selecting everything either from one side or the other. I've never ever used this really, because you can do it another way. Quick editor, I could just zoom out of my timeline, make sure I'm clicked on here, make sure you got all your tracks selected. I could just select this like this and drag it forward and backward for the bit that I need. But just so you understand what that tool is. I also never really ever used the ripple edit. That's pretty much, let me zoom in and show you. If I want to grab this, I start, make sure once again you've only got the shot selected that you need. Let's grab this, let's roll along to the edge, see it's yellow. I started to move my end marker and it automatically snapped it back to the start. I've never used that because another way to be, if I realize that I wanted my shot here, I'm going to play it, stop it, I could drag it along, I could use the razor tool, cut it and drag it back, and then I can erase the space. But just to make you a quicker editor, that is there. You probably won't need that at all, and you're probably not going to use any of these other tools here. We get into some of these in some later lectures. This is text, quite simple. There'll be a lecture on text and graphics. If I click on my screen, I can then type, and then just quickly, if I want to change the effects, make sure you're on this, I can then go to text and I can change how big this is, for example, if I select the text, I can change how big it is. I can change if it's in the center, the text type, the font, and everything. That's for another lecture. The main takeaway from this one, of course, is understanding that you can cut inside of your timeline and move things back forward using the razor tool and select tool. Make sure you got the right thing. There's so many times editors have the razor tool still on and they're trying to select a shot and they go, oh no, I've cut it. Just undo it, Control Z, go back and select your tool. That was the main thing. These other tools here, just so you're aware of them, do not need them really, because there is more than one way to do everything. If you really need to speed up that much by doing one step instead of maybe two, then that's fine. But we're on the basics here, basics of editing. You're taking this course because you're probably new to editing. Let's not overcomplicate you, and let's get you cutting these just in the most basic way. You could probably do all of your editing with 1, select, 2, razor tool, and 3, your text to cut these about. Now you understand what these tools are. Like I just mentioned, you'll only need a few of them. You have everything you need already, believe it or not, to make an edit. You can now slice these shots. You can drag something onto the timeline, cut things together, put things over the top. Just so you're aware of all the other tools there. You will not need all of these. Let's get you editing quickly. That's probably why you took this course. You have the basics. You can slice it, you can move it, you can extend it. We're done. On the next lecture, we're going to continue onto this. I'm going to show you, like with these shots, how you can make them jump in, jump out, make them bigger, make them smaller. You saw in this lecture how I zoomed in to the timeline, zoomed out. Let's show you how to do that in the next lecture. And then we're going to be adding text and some other bits. From now on, every time I do an edit, I'm going to then show you what my final edit after it looks like. So after the lecture about scaling, zooming in and out, then I show you what my edit looks like for zooming in and out, and you can watch that after each step and see if yours looks similar. So without further ado, let's get on to the next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. This is a good one, a big one, because you're going to watch me edit now. You have all the tools at your disposal, except for some things like scaling, rotation of shots and things, which I'll explain to you, which are all in this section up here. This is the footage where you hit effects when you're on a shot. But I'll get into that in a moment in the, kind of the next lecture. What you're going to do now is we're going to edit, actually start to edit and put down a draft edit of this that we've been working on, of this footage. You can see me edit, see how I do it, see how the tools we've learned in the last few lectures come along into making this video. Now, if you've gone into and looked at your resources, you'll pretty much see what this video is about. It's me talking about how I love to edit, how I like learn, and now I get to like live in Asia and do it, and how like you can do it too. It's probably going to be like a minute long or so. Here's the footage here. See, it's 1 minute 14 in total, is it? Or 1 minute 59, so 2 minutes. Probably going to be like 1.5 minutes in total. So that's how we're going to work, sorry, and how exactly how to get this down. Let me start by, this is what we've been working on the last lectures. Let me erase this. And yeah, go back to thinking, so this is a piece, me sat to camera talking about why I love editing, what I've learned, what I do now. So the B-roll is going to be over the top of that. We saw in the other lecture when we did it briefly, putting on B-roll about what I'm speaking about. So let's start from absolute scratch. Let me get rid of everything here. I'm going to show you me editing. I'll even get rid of this. There is absolutely nothing in this folder whatsoever in this project. Let's go to the practice footage that you have access to. Let's go in once again, start from scratch, go up the practice footage that we want, drag that over. That's in my timeline. I'm going to double click that so I can see it in my source. Let's I know I talk at the beginning explaining what this is about, and then I know I take a second, then I start. Let's do this again. So I paused it with the space bar. I'm going back in a marker. Now I'm going to leave, because this is a talking headpiece, I'm going to place shots over the top of this. I'm going to put the entire sequence, the entire thing onto here. Now the pop-up didn't happen where it said you want to match the sequence to this, because this is, we previously did that already. It's the same sequence. So it's set to this. If it pops up with, do you want to set the sequence settings based on this shot, say yes, like we did before. Now let's look at this and start our draft. Okay,
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras, I used to watch.
now what I'm doing, I'll just turn this down slightly in the background. What I do is I watch the entire video. It's not too long. I watch the entire video and see when the gaps are happening. So I can see there's a gap there, and we did this in the last section. I'm going to just make sure there's nothing there. Go along with the arrow key to the right. I can see in the video I'm about to start talking. Let's just erase that bit. Erase that, select, backspace, erase like we did in the very last video. And let's just check that over. Now, here's something a little bit advanced. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this and put it up slightly. You'll notice that the audio doesn't come, so let's put that one down slightly, okay? Let's zoom in and get a little bit closer. Drag that along. Let's watch this. See, I start to finish speaking here, right? And you can see with the audio wavelength right here that I start speaking just as that comes in. Let's select this. Let's drag that over. In fact, it might be a tiny bit more. Let's drag that over. Now let's watch this, okay? Let me turn it up. Let's watch this. Now, that's an editing style there. You'll see that the audio from the next track, the next piece of footage here, this audio starts right as I'm finishing this, but you'll still see it's almost subliminal. You don't really realize it, but you can see the audio from the next track starts right as the next one does. Ready? So I didn't go really over the top too much. You might want to move it a tiny bit back like this, and it'll look like that's kind of an advanced editing kind of technique, and it's all to do with your style. You're going to be have your own style in editing, and it's going to differ from mine. So that's just something I like to do. It gives it a little more production quality. It's more fast paced. There's no like downtime when there's little pauses and stuff. So let's go through first. Let's go through this track video, and then we're going to put over some B-roll, and we'll see exactly what this looks like. You're editing live with me. Now there's a little space there. I'm just going to use the eraser tool. It's so small. I think I'm going to just hover over that bit. Hover over that bit. I can then erase that, and I can just erase that. Let's see what this looks like. Now I might want to do the same thing again. So I've got several options here. I can lift that up, lift that down, come back, and I can just put that underneath there. We're starting to go up and up and up in track. So something I do, let me put that back, is I literally cut that track, bring that one up and that one down. Let's zoom in slightly. Here's where I finished speaking. You can see with the waveform here, move that one back. And now it's going to do the same thing, but I haven't got to have multiple tracks going all the way up to like all the way up here, all the way up here, loads of them to get the same effect. I've just cut that in half. So that just continues on. I just sliced it. And now let's see that again. Again, that's exactly my style, what it is I want to do. Let's continue. Let's get this track down. When this track is down and complete, then I can start adding B-roll. So I'm not going to show you all of that, me listening up to the rest of this, because I don't think there's too many more gaps. But I'm going to go through and I'm going to erase any gaps that I want. And I'm going to do exactly this. And then we're going to add B-roll, okay? So I'm going to rejoin the video back when we're ready to add B-roll about what it is that I'm talking about. Okay, welcome back. So all I've done here, there's only a couple more bits. I've just lifted them up so there's a slight overlap. Let me zoom in and show you that again on a couple of bits. So the audio starts right before the picture does. And that's it. I now have, it's 1 minute, I guess 1 minute 30, it's 1 minute 32. This is my entire video, and the only thing that's going to go over the top of this is B-roll and music underneath it. So let's do a couple of those. I won't show you all of them, but let's do a couple of those, and then you can choose exactly what it is you want to do. So we did this a little bit in some of the other lectures when I was showing you how to crop footage and stuff. So let's play and listen and see where we might want to put in some shots. I'm talking about editing there. We know that from the other video when we did this. So let me choose a shot of editing. There's one there. Let's grab a little bit of that footage, scrub across here. This looks good. In marker, out marker. I'm going to drop that, just drag it into here. Let's watch that. Go back a bit. So I'm going to talk about filming here. Let me zoom in so we can start working with our workspace. Very important that you start zooming in. I can see I love filming starts right here. Let's go back. Let's find a filming shot. Let's grab this one. Again, you're choosing your edit. You're designing this. Yours is going to look completely different to mine. Let's do an in marker from the start. I like that section. That's it. He turns and I want to edit. Let's drop that on and drag it here. Let's watch that back.
Editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small.
And I talk about a small child here. Let's talk about that small kid. Let's go and find that shot. There was a good one we saw on the other video when there's a child playing with a camera. Let's find it. Okay, let's grab that in, drag it in. Let me see this. There's a child with a camera. Let's focus on this. Okay, I'm going to use that bit there. And then maybe I want to select, I saw a child's eyes here in the footage I've provided for you. Let's grab this. Let's do this. I'm going to drag that and put it over the top. Now I haven't heard the audio yet, so let's see how that looks.
Editing. I love filming. I love editing.
Okay, I've got some slow playback. Let's select all. Let's go sequence, render selection. We spoke about this before, depending on how quick your computer is.
I love editing. I love filming. I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies in awe.
That was good. You see, it said on watch movie, and it has a small kid, and they've got they've got the kid's eye there. That's great style. I'm now talking about watching movies in awe. I know I've got some footage under here. Let's just select and start having a look at this. There's that person in the cinema. Here's children in the cinema. Great. Let's watch that. Use that. Sorry. Let me grab it. Scrub through real quick. That looks good. In marker, out marker. Let's grab that and drop it in here. Now let's play some of this.
I used to play with cameras. I used to watch movies in awe. I love to create.
I love to create. Let's put another bit of B-roll here. I know I've got some great editing footage here, I think. Yeah, let's drop a bit of that, see how that looks. Grab some of this. In marker, maybe from here in, out. And I'm talking about creating here. You'll see I'm just dropping these on here. These all could be down here. And we spoke about in the previous lecture, like I could do that and it overwrites that, but I don't want to. I want to always keep this shot just in case I want to use it, move things around. I could have this over the top here and it could all be on one layer. So it just goes me to there. It still kept the audio, but I don't want to. I don't want to destroy this because then I've got multiple tracks. I might as well keep the footage there in case I ever need it again in the future. So that's me putting on B-roll on that section. Let me see. I do talk about.
Do this thanks to learning with courses.
Let's see this.
Film and video. I carried this on all the way through school and I went to university.
And I went to university. Let's grab another bit of B-roll. There is a university shot here somewhere where the people are graduating. Here we go. There's that one there, and there's also that one here. See, I just grabbed two shots. I put them at the top so I know where I am. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Let's grab this bit of footage in, out. Let's grab that here. Let's grab this one in, out. I'm going to put it just side by side. See, this one had a bit of audio track. Doesn't matter. It's silent, or we could just click that, hold here, and erase it because I know I don't ever want audio track. Let's watch this back.
So all the way through school and I went to university and I studied exactly how to do this. Thanks.
Okay, so you see me putting on B-roll here. So here's a little bit of work before we continue this lecture that I'd like you to do. Please go through this. I'm going to speak in a minute about...
I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful...
You see, I say now I'm in Thailand, right? I could grab this Thailand footage. I could grab this piece that I want. Some nice birds flying. I could drop that in here and it looks like this. And you might want to have multiple shots, like more Thailand footage. There's some here of the beach here. There's some islands there. So please go through this and add the B-roll in sections that you want. I'm going to do it now, and then I'm going to show you that. And then we're going to go on to the next section afterwards and talk about zooming in, some editing, little bits and stuff, maybe some transitions eventually after that. But go through that and add your B-roll, because your footage and my footage in this whole sequence will not look the same because we are choosing what shots to put in here. You are now creating. You're now an artist. Please go through this, create your edit. I'm going to do the same here, and then I'm going to show you that. In fact, I won't show you on here. What I'll do is I will upload this lecture. The next lecture will be my first rough draft, which you can watch. It's only going to be a minute and a half long. I'll upload my first rough draft, and then we're going to use that rough draft in the next section. We're going to start doing some other things with zooming some shots in, rotation and stuff like that, and then some effects and transitions, okay? So go ahead and do that either on this footage you're using or your own footage or a mixture of the two, whatever it is you're doing to follow along with this course. Do that, and I will see you over. Watch my rough draft with all I'm doing is adding B-roll and having this footage. Watch my rough draft next, see how mine looks and see how yours looks, and then I'll see you over the next lecture, okay?
I love editing. I love filming, I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies in awe. I love to create. I love to be an artist. I love to show an emotion through film and video. I carried this on all the way through school, and I went to university and I studied exactly how to do this. And thanks to learning with courses just like this one, I get to edit for a living. I get to film, edit, create, and show exactly what I want to show and make money from it. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing. And I get to film, edit, and show that and make a living from it. I am living my absolute dream. And you can too by doing 3 things. Number 1, have an idea. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to show and share with the world? Number 2, learn the creative process. Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice. And number 3, execution. Make a YouTube channel, learn exactly how to do that from a course just like this one, and go out there and show the world what you make. This is your only one life that you have. Do it doing what you love.
Okay, welcome back to this lecture. So if you've seen the previous one, it's only a minute and a half, the previous lecture. I put in my draft, which looks something like this. I've added in the B-roll for everything all the way along, talking about editing, talking about YouTube, Thailand that I mentioned. Yours may look slightly different, and I expect it will. There's no way we'd have exactly the same edit, and there's no way we chose exactly the same shots. But you can see how we're progressing now from the first draft to here. Now, like I mentioned before, if you wanted to duplicate this, you could, and you could have this as another version, as in another sequence. You could keep this one here, and then you could start editing with a new one if you wanted to, and go back to the previous lectures if you want to find out about that. I don't edit like that. I keep everything in here, and if they're short enough videos like this, short and simple enough, then you probably won't want to. So let's go on with this, and let's start talking about effect controls. So far we have a timeline, we have our main shot here running throughout, and then we have B-roll jumped over the top, and we have ourselves a video. But we need to make it a little bit more punchier, perhaps. Especially if you're doing things for YouTube or even any kind of promotional video right now, it needs to have a lot more going on screen, quick cuts, quick jumping. Just give this shot, especially pretty much only this shot, an extra oomph to what it is that we're talking about. So let me just play this for example, okay?
I love editing.
So we can do something really simple here. If I play this along right there where I've start saying love editing, let's just cut that, and let's cut. It can be, let's zoom in a little bit. It can be here, and let me show you this little trick, and we can start using the effects control. So make sure you select the bit you want. Notice this cut is behind this shot, so it doesn't matter. I'm only going to edit this bit, not this bit, and this is the original one we had. Let's go back onto here. Let's click effects controls. Now we have lots of options here. Position. This is literally, make sure when you're doing this, you are over the top of here. Because if I'm here and I start moving around controls, my timeline window is seeing this shot, not this one. So hover the marker over this shot that you're working on. I can move this to the left and right. I can move this up and down with these. All I'm doing there, and Control Z, all I'm doing there is I am holding it, clicking it, and I'm dragging left to right. I can, if I want to, this is 960. If I wanted to make it 400, I could type it in, hit enter, and it moves it across. That's if you maybe have two shots you're trying to match exactly. For example, if I change the position and the scale of this shot, and then I know I want it to be exactly the same on a bit over here, I could just copy all those in, or I could paste the attributes. That's something we'll talk about in a moment. But that's what these tools here do. Position, up, across, and up and down. Let's go back to 0, just Control Z to, or Command C, depending on what your Mac or PC. So that's the position. The scale, quite simply, I can click this toggle down here. Once again, I can click on this, rotate left to right, or I can just sway that toggle. And this is what I want to do right here with this, okay? Let's just zoom in a tiny bit on my face here, and then let's bring down the shot like this. You'll notice that when I'm doing it, the quality is not good. I let go and it gets better. That's just whilst you're editing YouTube. And you also see it's gone red here because we've changed the shot. Adobe has to render it. Let's click on this. Let's go sequence. Let's render this selection quickly. Won't take long. It's only a short shot. Let's start this and see what happens. You see, it just jumped in. And then that's going back to the, because we only cut this bit here and did that, it didn't do anything for this shot. This was still the original shot. I just sliced that and sliced that behind the B-roll to make sure that I only toggled this piece here. Now, for example, if we go to a piece here, I don't know, let's go to this bit here. Let's say I wanted to also zoom in on this bit here. Now I could do this the long way. I could once again toggle these along. If I know it's exactly the same as this, I could click on here. Once again, my marker, look, is over here. Because that's selected, it's showing me all the stuff for that selection. If I click on here, you can see this all moves because it's showing me all the changes I've made for this. Again, make sure you are selected. That's the number one thing for a mistake a new editor makes, is they start changing things and they're not selected on the right shot. So let's select that. Now I could see here 133, 960, 624. I could go into here and I could change all those numbers here to be exactly the same if I wanted to. An even quicker way, I could select this. I can hit Command C or Control C to copy, or I could do Edit Copy, and then I can come over here, right click and paste. So if I right click it, I can see paste attributes. I can also do it over here, paste attributes. It's going to click up. So now what I want to do is make sure, if I had effects on here, I'd click this, but right now it's clicking these. So I'm going to copy over the motion, this section here, you see motion, and the opacity, which I haven't changed anyway. I might as well copy it over, it's the same, and time remapping. I could unselect these, doesn't really matter, I didn't change any of those. Click OK, and you'll see here, it jumps into exactly the same. Now you see the quality is going to be slightly less, and it will actually be slightly less because you are zooming in a shot. There's only a certain number of pixels on that screen. You're zooming it in. Right here we're only doing it a tiny bit, so we're not going to notice. If I zoom that right in really, really close, then even when you export it, that's going to be very bad quality. So if you're going to do this, make sure you only zoom in a very small amount to jump around, okay? It's just a little effect that we use whilst we're editing, just to give a little bit extra oomph and a little bit of power to what we're saying. I'm going to go through some of these other tools here so that you know what they are, the ones that I think you need. Let me, for example, select this shot. Here is rotation. I can select this down. Once again, click on here, and that rotates the shot for whatever reason. Perhaps you wanted to be like this and you wanted to zoom in and have an angle for effect. That's the rotation right there. You're not going to need, you're never going to need any of these anchor points and things probably for any of this. We can go into it later, a later lecture in time. The opacity is literally the see-through. So this is, for example, let me just grab this over here, okay? If I just pop that on there for the sake of this instruction and put it on there. If I turn down the opacity so it's slightly see-through, if you like, let's turn that down to like 56. Sometimes you want to play one shot over another. That's probably where you're going to be using that. It's undo, undo in here. So what I want you to do now, another piece of homework for you guys, is you might want to start jumping in, just jump cutting in some of this editing to make it look a bit more punchier. When there's too much space on me talking over here like this, it's too, it lasts, people's eyes, unfortunately, the more time goes on, we're getting trained to love short form content. We're the TikTok, Instagram generation. We want short, jumpy content. If there's a piece of video that lasts for too long without any change whatsoever, then people get bored and they click off. This is a pretty short video, but even still, let's select this. Now, let's try and do this a few different ways. I can paste the attributes like I did before, or go into the long ways here. I could zoom in. Let me come across so I see some of that TV screen, and let me go down. Maybe I want to do this and see how you feel about the edit. It doesn't really work for me. I don't really like that, but you might. This is your style, your edit. It depends on you. Maybe you want to come right in and you want to jump in like this. And I'm going to talk like this. So it's completely up to you when you jump into this, when you jump into your points. I'm going to go along now and I'm going to play with this. You can play with some rotation, play with some of this if you want to, play with jumping in, jumping out. And once again, I'm going to edit these jump points in, if you like. Let's call them jump cuts. I'm going to edit the jump cuts in, and possibly a rotation or two if I fancy it. And I'm going to upload. The next lecture is going to be the upload of this draft. So we've got draft 2. We're going to see how we're coming along. I would like you to edit yours, jump that in, and then watch mine in the next lecture. And then let's go into the next lecture after that, and then we're going to start adding some text, some little bits in there, and then we'll get going. We're nearly completed like a draft edit. It's coming along really well. Go and do your homework, and I will see you guys on the very next lecture.
I love editing. I love filming, I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies in awe. I love to create. I love to be an artist. I love to show an emotion through film and video. I carried this on all the way through school, and I went to university and I studied exactly how to do this. And thanks to learning with courses just like this one, I get to edit for a living. I get to film, edit, create, and show exactly what I want to show and make money from it. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing. And I get to film, edit, and show that and make a living from it. I am living my absolute dream. And you can too by doing 3 things. Number 1, have an idea. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to show and share with the world? Number 2, learn the creative process. Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice. And number 3, execution. Make a YouTube channel, learn exactly how to do that from a course just like this one, and go out there and show the world what you make. This is your only one life that you have. Do it doing what you love.
Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. I hope you watched the previous one. I put in my second draft when I've got some jump cuts. You should be able to start being able to see now. Your eyes start getting trained, if you like. You can see this is one shot, but there's a cut here, a cut at the end here, a cut here, and here. So you can probably see that I used my jump cut when we changed the scale here on these bits here. You notice in my edit, and I did it when, especially when I said like, watch this. Boom, I jumped in when there was movement. That's an edit style. To cut onto movement, it's something you'll learn probably only by doing. I can feed you this information, like try and cut on a movement, kind of that, but the doing, you'll get to learn it. These are the tools, and you're going to learn so much from just doing this practice exercise. But go on when you shoot your own stuff and you realize there's a movement or a hand gesture or something, that'll be a great time to edit, cut, jump in. We're going to add some text now, okay? I'm going to take this example bit here. Let's do it now. Three things I say there. Let's zoom in and play with this. And we're going to add text, and then you can go and put text wherever you want. You probably see on YouTube videos right at the start of the video, I don't know, take Mr. Beast, one of the biggest YouTubers in the world. When he has opening sentences, he puts text on screen. Bam, bam, bam. One word at a time comes up. There's a correlation between text on screen, once again, it's the eyes having to do work, reading, that stops people from stopping watching. It increases their retention time. Text on screen can be a really cool effect and also a tool to keep retention. Text, there's more than one way to do this, absolutely. I'm going to show you the most simple way. Let's get you editing fast and quickly. Click the text button here. Your marker is already where you want it, so let's go here. So I say 3. So let's go 3. I want to put the word 3 on screen as I do it, okay? So I'm going to get it there. Again, I went back and forward to get that. When it's in the right place, I'm going to click right in the middle of the screen there. And I'm going to start typing THREE, 3. Okay, we got text on screen. You can see it put it right here, right there. It didn't go over the top of anything else. So right now it lasts all the way to here and the screen's there. I know that I want it to last 3. I want it to stop here. Now, what I'll show you a little trick in a minute, but for now, I'll just drag that back. Magnet tool is on. Once again, we spoke about that. So it snaps into place. Let me zoom in and get a little bit closer here, see what we're working with. So 3 things. Make sure this is selected. If it's not, you're able to see it. Select it. And you'll see right here, it comes up. These are all the different things you can do with this piece of footage, with this text you've just created there. We can change the scale of it, bring it up and down, change the position, of course, like we had before, and the actual text. It's best practice to click this drop down and work in the text, because here you can make it bigger and smaller too, as opposed to making the frame bigger and smaller with this one. Make the text bigger and smaller with this. Here's where you choose your font, or your styling, everything else like that. Let's go into this. So let me select 3. I'm just clicking on my screen on the timeline. I'm double clicking to highlight it all. Now I can make it the right. So I'm going to have this big like this. Okay. Great. Let's start with that. Let me do this drop down. Once again, the text is selected. If it's not selected, it won't change. If I want to change just one letter to a different font, I could do this and I could just change that and it's changed one letter and not the others. So select all of it. Drop down, you've got all the fonts you want here. If you want to add a font, you can quite simply download it and add it into your fonts model on your computer. Very simple to do. Maybe I'll get into that later in tutorial, but it's pretty much got everything you're probably going to want here with a sample preview. I quite like Arial Black, big fat bold text. Let's position that. Let's move it over here down like that. 3. Now, what else can we do? I'm going to do that. I'm going to explain why I do this in a minute. So here's a line to the left, a line to the right, in the center, just like you've seen with other fonts like or other programs like Word has them. I'm going to select center, which moves it over there. So let's just move that back. And I'll explain why in a minute when I do the next thing. It's good practice. I'll come back to that. These, if you've got more than one line, move it up and down, the spacing between the lines, the spacing, that's what I want to move here. I'm going to click on this circle. I can type in -50 and hit enter. You'll see it closes up. I could click and drag from the side and we can start seeing how this looks. Okay, let's do that. 3 comes up like that. Here's bold, italic, everything else that you usually get with all Word, like all word processing programs. Let's go down. So this is where I fill the color. I do want it white, but if I click this, I could change it to red, and it's red. Let's keep it white. So we select, click OK. Stroke is outside of the text. So if I want a black outline, it's only on one, so it's very small. If I click and drag this, you'll see it's round the edge. 3, I'll make it really big. It will look like this. I don't want any stroke, so let's turn that off. It's background and shadow, which is what it says on the tin. There's a background color. You can see the shade here. You choose the opacity, whether it's 100% thick black or whether it's only part like this. I don't want any background. I do want a tiny bit of shadow. That's probably too harsh. And if I click on here, I can choose the shadow color. Black, let's turn the opacity so it's just slightly like that. If I scroll down, you can also choose the distance. It sits away like this from the text. I'm just going to have a very slight shadow right here. Yeah, that's pretty much what I want. That's my text. So click off of this anywhere. I'll click on the timeline here. We'll see what that looks like. How am I happy with it? Sure. Let's go with this. So we know it's going to look like this. So when I said things, it disappeared. Now I know I want my next bit of text, the word things, to be exactly the same. So I could just recreate this. I could copy this. I could paste it. If you hold down Control and drag, here's a hack here. So if I hold down Alt and drag it, keep Alt down and let go, it copies it exactly over here. That's another way to get the word 3, and then I can change this, do that in a second. If I erase that for a second, let's do this. This is how I like to work. Let's drag it to the end here. I know this is where I want the word things to come in. Let's take the eraser tool, cut it. Now we've got 2 separate shots. If I edit this one is not being affected. Let's click on this one. Again, click on here. Let's type in the word things. Now you'll notice that's going to be perfect spacing right in the center. That's because I chose center here. If I chose this one, it's gonna start, the word things is longer than the word three. So three will start here and things will probably start back here. And you got to move it along and it won't be exactly the same centering. That's why it's good practice to have this in the middle. Three things. Let's see what that looks like now.
Number one.
Like that. So I could also have one. So once again, I could drag that and cut it. Let's do the Alt trick. Let's hold down Alt, click it, drag it, let go with Alt still selected, and it's here. Let's actually type in the number one. Again, it's still in the center. Let's highlight that, good practice. Drag this up to be big. Drag this down right over my face like that. Number one. And leave it. Let's see this, okay? Let's play it. It didn't quite go when I did, so let's put this here. Across key. I start saying the word one there, don't I? Let's drag this along and make it come up exactly as I say it.
Number one, have an idea. What is it that you want?
Okay, nice. So you can see how adding text can work there. And it was good practice to start duplicating and cutting. Let's do it with my opening sentence a second.
I love editing.
That sentence. Okay, let's do this. Let's do exactly the same process as before, and then you go along in your edit and you decide, probably because I talk about number three, then number one, sorry, number two, number three, you might copy that. Let's do this for a second. Let's add text here. I say, I love editing. I'm clicking this. I'm going to put in I, capital I. Once again, it saved the settings from the last, but that one was huge that we put in. Let's go in there. Remember on the drop down here, don't scale it up here. Let's drop this down to, I'm going to have it on the bottom. So let's put it there, go across to the center, go down, right in the middle there. Make sure this, see, it automatically put it on here though, a line left, which is annoying. Let's center it and then move it across because we're going to cut into this. So I'm going to keep my cursor here. I'm going to use only the across keys. I can pretty much see if I zoom in from the sound here when I start talking, but let's do it. Okay, this way it starts. So let's grab it. Let's drag it. I start to say love. Let's cut there. I love editing. I start to say, I can see it on the bottom there. Editing. And then I'm going to make sure you select this tool. I'm going to erase this. Now I've got three I's. I. Select the one you want to change. Double hover over it. I'm doing all mine in capitals. So I love. Let's put it right in the middle. Let's go on this last one. Do the same thing. Select it. Double click on I love editing. Editing. Now let's see what that looks like.
I love editing. I love filming.
There we go. If you want it on yours, you could copy this now. You could hold down Alt and drag it here. And when I say I love filming, I love editing, you could have it come up on screen and do that. Very popular in YouTube videos, very popular for effects. I'm going to go along and I'm going to change, like we've got here, I say three things. Number one, when I say it here, I'm going to have two come up on screen and I'm going to have number three. Let's just take this. Let's hold down Alt. Let's drag it. Hold down Alt still and let go. Double click this. Two. It's still in the middle. Let's find where I say number three. Number three. Let's hold down Alt. Drag this across. Let's do number three. Let's watch this.
Number one.
And here.
Number two. Learn the creative process. Learn how to film. Learn how to edit and practice. And number three. Execution.
Okay, nice. So I've got the text there. There may be other places that you want to put text when I talk about stuff here, for example, like get an idea. You might want to put get an idea on screen. This is your project now. This is you. This is, I'm teaching you and now I'm giving you the tools to go away and add this in. Now I've taught you to put text. Now it's your creative process. You are the creator, the artist here now. Go in and add text wherever you want. It's your draft. I'm going to export this. I'll probably only keep that small amount of text on there. If I want to go extra with it, I could put it when I'm talking about university, get an idea, or I'm living my dream. That might come up on screen, or right at the end here.
Show the world what you make. This is your only one life that
You might want to put only one life come up on screen. Completely up to you. I'm going to leave it up to you. I'm going to export this and put it so you can see this. You can watch it through with the text that comes up on screen. And then in the next lecture, the next two lectures, we're going to be adding music sound to give it an emotion, as well as sound effects. It'll be good when that lettering comes up, the wording, if there was a thud kind of noise with it. So we're going to add some effects on here that we're going to grab and get to. And that's it. So go ahead, add some text in, watch my version of the draft after if you want, see how yours is looking, and then I'll see you on the very next lecture.
I love editing. I love filming, I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies in awe. I love to create. I love to be an artist. I love to show an emotion through film and video. I carried this on all the way through school, and I went to university and I studied exactly how to do this. And thanks to learning with courses just like this one, I get to edit for a living. I get to film, edit, create, and show exactly what I want to show and make money from it. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible. The people are incredible. The views, things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing. And I get to film, edit, and show that and make a living from it. I am living my absolute dream. And you can too by doing three things. Number one, have an idea. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to show and share with the world? Number two, learn the creative process. Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice. And number three, execution. Make a YouTube channel, learn exactly how to do that from a course just like this one, and go out there and show the world what you make. This is your only one life that you have. Do it doing what you love.
Okay guys, welcome back to the next lecture. I hope you looked at my draft, which was adding a bit of text, and now you know how to add text. Should you want it, you might decide in your video you don't, and that's fine. You are the artist now, you are the creator, you are the editor. So it's just a tool if you want to add it or to know how to do it in the future. I'm sure at some point there's going to be a need to add text to a video edit. You need to know how to do that. So this is adding sound effects because it's quite common to do that, especially on YouTube videos and things like that, to add sound effects to your text, or you might want it for any other thing, a transition, that kind of stuff. And there's multiple ways to do this and get them, and it's very similar to anything else. Adding a shot, adding audio, adding a music track is exactly the same. So I'm going to just add a video effect, a sound effect, sorry, to this. So let's look at three things. One, let me just show you something here. So I grabbed this over to YouTube. Here is, I just searched thud sound effect for this example, and there's videos like this all over YouTube. Sound effects like this, for example. Okay, so you can grab this URL. This is a way to get, just copy that, just search YouTube, rip, download, anything like that, and you can put in that into here, click start. And for free, you can download, oh, that's a bad request, but for free, you can download the video as either a video itself or just the audio, depending on the site that you've used. There's no specific one that you need to use. They all do them. There's hundreds of them. For example, I can just download the audio, download the video, and it will download for that sound effect. There's loads of places to get sound effects from. Perhaps you have some from a stock kind of site or something that you have. So I'm just going to use the thud sound effect, and I've already put it into your selection of shots that you have here for this course. Let's go into here. It's called thud sound effect. It's right there, thud. Let's just, as we do with anything else, grab it in. Now what I've done for this, I've downloaded the video and the audio, so it looks like this and sounds like this, just like that. But you won't want the video, but I did this so that if you do happen to download and have the video, let's show you how to deal with this. So I put my marker right at the start. I'm just going to go across. It starts almost straight away. In marker, out marker. There it is. Let's grab this. Let's bring it here to the timeline because this is number one. I can see right here. Let's make this bigger as I've shown you before. Drag that across. Here's where it starts. There is a tiny bit there. Okay, and let's drag this over to there, the same, or maybe one more. We can have a look at this. Now, we're going to lock the audio. We want that. This is still selected. Let's erase it. That's it. Just click erase, backspace. Let's unlock it. Let's have a little listen to this. Okay, so that stops kind of sudden. So let's just bring it out. It doesn't matter how long that is. So you can see that that has like an effect when we're watching. Let's watch this. Now you can, a lot of people, it depends again on how you want it to look. Let's make it bigger. Let's choose this. Let's hold down Alt again like we did in the previous videos. Let's put one there. I know this changes here. Let's put one here on this lower one. Holding down Alt just to copy that. Let's watch this. There you go, great. That's maybe how you want it. Let me move that down because I'm going to show you something now. It might be slightly loud. Let's select those audio tracks. Let's click, just hit G. Don't hold anything else down, just hit G and the audio gain will pop up. Let's -3 on that, okay? Hit enter and let's have a little listen. It's just going to make it slightly quieter. So I might want to put that there. Let's see this. I also do number 2. Let's make that bigger again, get to the start of the shot, grab one of these, hold down the Alt key, move it across. Let's do this. It's just a little tiny subtle oomph that you get to your shot here. Let's look at this one. Okay, now you might want, let's do this. Let's copy this, Control C, okay? Let's go over here and we can see I've got it. Here I've got I love. So let me just Control V, paste it. Remember, it's going to here because this was selected. If I unselect, we did this in the previous videos, and I go Control V, it's going to put it down here. Remember, it's going to the upmost and the video goes to the downmost depending on what's selected. So let's look at this for a second. It just says I. Let's grab this again. Let's go Alt, grab it, let's put it on the one below, love, let's do this one. Now because this is selected and I copied it already, I can just go Control V, pop that onto that line. Let's watch this. There, and that's a sound effect. It's quite nice. It's very common YouTube videos to do that, to give a bit of oomph. If you have text coming up, it goes bam, 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 and you can add that. It may also be that if you transition, for example, sometimes if I'm watching the screen like this, if I'm filming, I hit the screen with my fist and I put this sound effect, thud, and it cuts to the next screen. It's also a way to transition into other shots depending on what you're thinking, your creativity, how you want it. So I just want to add that in there. I'm going to once again export this video as a draft. This would be draft number 4 with the thuds in it, and you can watch it and hear that if you want to. And then we're going to the next bit where we're going to add some music and really give this a feeling, a bit of an emotion behind this before we go into some other stuff with effects and grading and things. So let's add some music in the next lecture. Let's really get an emotion behind a video. That's the most important thing, I think. Creating an emotion behind your video really gives it that oomph, that production quality, that real drive, that real little bit extra. Let's go into that in the next lecture. The next one is the draft. Watch this and then let's go, and I will see you over there.
I love editing. I love filming, I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies in awe. I love to create. I love to be an artist. I love to show an emotion through film and video. I carried this on all the way through school, and I went to university and I studied exactly how to do this. And thanks to learning with courses just like this one, I get to edit for a living. I get to film, edit, create, and show exactly what I want to show and make money from it. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing. And I get to film, edit, and show that and make a living from it. I am living my absolute dream. And you can too by doing 3 things. Number 1, have an idea. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to show and share with the world? Number 2, learn the creative process. Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice. And number 3, execution. make a YouTube channel, learn exactly how to do that from a course just like this one, and go out there and show the world what you make. This is your only one life that you have. Do it doing what you love.
Welcome back to the next lecture, where we're still working through this project now, getting near the end of our first ever edit, maybe your first ever edit and complete one, when you've got text, you've got B-roll, you've got the main shot, you've got sound effects, and you're going to add music now to complete the kind of feel for the video. All video is better with music that creates an emotion. If you watch TV and other videos, YouTube videos, anything, you'll see that music comes in to convey an emotion. There's obviously connotation with different kinds of music that we have, and it evokes an emotion, as all videos should. So inside your folder that I've created for you guys can go and check this out. Let's find, so in here where you can download these, I've left you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of music. Now, a quick side note for when you're making your own videos, obviously if you're uploading these to social media platforms, YouTube or something, you need non-copyright music. This music here is non-copyright for me if I was to upload to my channel, because I have a subscription with a website called musicbed.com. You will need to also have a subscription with musicbed.com with your YouTube URL attached, so they know that you pay monthly. It's something like $19 or something to have access to all this great music. There's loads of others. There's Epidemic. YouTube also has its own music library of free audio music, which you can use for your own projects, so you don't need to rip off music and then get a copyright claim for social media or for projects that you're doing for a client or whatever. There is free music out there, or get yourself a license, a subscription to music, or if you know someone who's allowed you to use their music, that's fine too. So let me just listen to some of these and let's add some music into this. Okay, let's have a little listen. I'm just going to play some of these. Okay, that's nice. I'm thinking about the opening. Okay, let's listen to the next one. Quite fast paced. This is really jumpy and fast paced. The next one. Okay, the next. Okay, this one has like an Asian kind of feel, because I talk about Thailand. Good to note. And so does this one have an Asian feel to it. Okay, and the last one was this Sunshine. So if you've watched through this edit, you'll know that first we start off like, hey, I'm doing the best thing, like living my best life, editing, whatever. Then I talk about Thailand. Then in the end, we go into like a you can do it too, with these 3 ways. So perhaps when you're thinking about the music, obviously you're going to think like jumpy, pumped at the beginning, then maybe we go into one of those songs that has an Asian theme, talking about Thailand, and then perhaps music that's more kind of somber, uplifting perhaps, which I think we have all here. So I'm going to just go with this one. No, I think, yeah, this, again, you're going to have your own edit. You're going to use whatever you want. You are the artist. Let me start with this here. Let me just in marker at the beginning, out marker around here somewhere. Let's just grab that and drop it onto the timeline here. Now you'll see that I've got some other tracks here. I don't want to ever, although that's empty, I know it's from that B-roll, I don't ever want to go over the top of another bit of audio. That's another really annoying thing when you've laid a track on top of another piece of audio and then you don't have that bit of audio for that clip anymore. Really annoying and time consuming to go back and find that. Let's play this right now. So I can see that's going to be a good track because it's dip, dip, dip as I talk about it, and it has that good feeling, uplifting. It's too loud. Click it, G, this pops up, audio gain. Let's take it down 13 decibels, hit enter. Let's try that. Let's see how that is. I think it's still slightly too loud. Let's go G minus another 8. Let's see what that's like. Nice. I might bring it up slightly. Let's bring it up 2. Let's drag that along. I'm going to do this roughly here and then I'm going to listen back. I get to travel here, I talk about. So I'm just going to go in and grab this. I'll show you how we neaten this up. Let's find that Asian music we were talking about. I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to pull that in, and then exactly the same way, I'm going to select it, click an out marker. Now I'm dragging the first bit of the video, dragging it onto here. Let's let's minus that like 15 or something and see how that fits. Let's listen.
I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible. The people are incredible.
Okay, that sounds good. It's slightly too loud. G minus 4. Let's do that. We can see here. You see, I'm going to mention this now, and perhaps talk about audio again later, but you see this bar down the edge here is your audio. If it hits up here and goes red, that's too loud and it's peaking. I'll show you. If I move this G20, for example,
Islands, the beaches.
You see that way too loud. If it goes around here, perfect. And you want all your audio clips, all of them, like that one, for example, and me talking here, to be around the same height in decibels here. Because if it's not, you're going to have it loud and quiet, and the person listening is going to be a really bad experience. They're going to have to turn their phone up, turn the volume of wherever they're watching up and down. And then when we bring this in here,
My absolute dream, and you can too, by doing 3.
see, that's slightly too loud for me to understand. I just need it to just give a subtle kind of hint to what we're talking about here. Let's G minus 4. Let's bring that down and listen again. I'm going to move this, because I say I'm in Thailand there. Let me move this to here. Just drag this. Okay, then I talk about how you can too. Let me just drag that here. Let's find that bit of music that I thought had a really nice feel to it. Yeah, so when I'm talking about you can do this too, like a deep and meaningful, like impact kind of song, let's choose that bit. Let's put out marker here. Let's drag it to here. Let's finish up here. So I can see that it actually comes in around there. Let's G minus 13. Let's see how that looks. Let's bring that back. So you can see, let me zoom in. You can see where the decibels here, that the track edge doesn't start till here. You can see it start to go up a little bit. So let's grab this from here and go like this.
By doing 3, number 1, have an idea. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to show and share with the world?
Great, that sounds perfect. Let's turn it down another couple. Let's go down 2. Let's leave that. All right, now what you've got here are 3 tracks, okay? And you want these to blend slightly. We'll talk about some more effects in a minute on later videos, but let's get going with some of this and see how we can make it sound better.
And show exactly what I want to show and make money from. I get to travel.
So you see I zoomed in here. It's something you see a lot of creators do. You see I jumped in here.
And make money from.
That's quite a poignant point that I'm saying, and make money from it too. So what I might do is just have the music cut off. Here's a way to do it. So just have it cut. Watch this.
Show exactly what I want to show and make money from. I get to travel the world.
Great. So now it shows there's a poignant point. The music just cuts. That's an edit effect. That's something you might want to do. You probably see it when somebody says something and then says a joke and it zooms into their face and they say XYZ. Whatever the punchline is, the music cuts and it has a real good edit effect. What that means is I might want the music to start exactly back again after that. Let's watch this.
And show exactly what I want to show and make money from. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go click this. That kind of comes in a little bit too hard for me and it's too obvious. I'm going to go into this, go into effects. We're going to talk about effects on a future section, but just so we have it here, audio transitions, crossfade, constant power. I'm going to drag that onto here. Let's put the cursor over here. Let's zoom in. And what I'm doing is I'm making it fade in a little bit. Okay, so it's not so harsh. Let's listen to this.
Money from. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible.
So what I want to do, see, I'm just watching it back and I'm just being an editor or creative is when that punch is there, I'm going to go up G4. I'm going to go up. So it really punches in as the shot of Thailand comes in, so does the music. Let's watch.
And make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible. The people are incredible. The views, things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing. And I get to film, edit, show that, and make a living from it. I am living my absolute dream. And you can too.
So once again, you see it says, and you can too. Let's have that music cut off exactly here. Ready?
My absolute dream. And you can too by doing 3. Number 1.
So that's the effect I like. If you wanted to, you could have had this fade out, this constant power. You could have had this fade out at the end here, and then it will nicely slip off into the next one. But I often like, and this is again completely down to your own editing style and experience and what you want to do. I like it when it does this. I'm talking about 1 point. It's almost like production punctuation. I'm talking about 1 point, and then I'm going into the next one. I let the music sharp drop off, silence as I say a point, and then the music comes back for what I'm saying. Let's listen to that again.
I'm living my absolute dream. And you can too by doing 3. Number 1, have an idea. What is it that you want to do?
That's it. That's exactly what I want. Let me see where this finishes. Let's go to the end of the video. Now you hear audio comes in. You can see, I can see a little spike here. Let me zoom back into here. Let's go.
Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice.
I'm going to grab this, cut. I'm going to put my marker there so it cuts on the marker. Let's use the across tools. Let's slice it. Let me grab this again. G-3. Now it's such a subtle decrease that you won't really hear it, but it will make a difference for what I'm saying. Ready?
Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice. And number 3, execution. Make a YouTube channel, learn exactly how to do that from a course just like this one, and go out there and show the world what you make. This is your only one life that you have. Do it what you love.
Okay, so once again, I'm going to grab this constant power. Let's add this to the end. That's a pretty short fade out, so let's drag it to be pretty much the same length as this shot. Again, a creative choice.
Do it what you love.
And then it cuts out. I can hear the rustle in my own cow. I'm going to do this. You hear me speaking? And then I finish speaking. I'm going to lock this and I'm going to drag this back. Now, what I did there, I didn't take out the video. But I did take out the kind of rustling background noise that I had behind my mic. So now you just hear the music. Ready?
Do it what you love.
And that was it. If I wanted to, it's an effect for another video here, is I can go to video transitions and I could dissolve the end here, for example, and that can fade to black. Ready? It can be like this. And I could use that. That's one for another time. I'm going to erase that when we talk about effects. So this is what I've added my music and what I've decided to do. You go in now, homework again. You go in and play. I'm going to export this. You can watch this in the next lecture. But you go in and add soundtracks. Use other soundtracks, different ones if you want to. Add them in on different times, different orders. Fade them in, fade them out if you want to, and see what emotion you can bring by bringing in music, or use your own music. Use pop tracks, use famous music. Like, that's fine. This is just for your own experience. You can probably imagine already what kind of music you want over the top of this. You don't have to use the ones I've provided for you. Use whatever you'd like and have a practice just so you can understand adding music and seeing what it feels like. We're talking about the feeling of a video now and the emotion you're creating. We're getting a little bit advanced where I've given you the tools. Now we're talking about creating an emotion and the art behind it, because it's definitely two things, technical and artistic, and that's what we're doing. So have a practice with that, and we're going to get into some transitions and effects and things in the next part. But right now, in this point in the course, you're at a point where you know how to use Adobe Premiere, you know what all the tools are, how to set up a program, how to set up a project, and bins, etc., how to set up a sequence, how to put onto a sequence, how to edit, add b-roll, add other shots, cut, zoom in, zoom out. You are now able to create a video. People out there creating videos right now, YouTube platforms, even doing it for work, only have this level of skill, and you're there already in this course, so you're able to go ahead now. But let's continue our journey. Let's talk about some more effects, some like dissolve, crossovers, swipes, and things you might want to add into there that are all here inside Adobe Premiere Pro. Let's talk about that, as well as we can make this color look slightly better. We can play around with that, as well as do some other things, maybe black bars, you want to make it film-like or whatever. Let's go along, let's do that and continue in the next part of the lecture. Do your homework, do these, adding this in, and I will see you guys on the very next lecture.
I love editing. I love filming, I love editing. Ever since I was a small kid and I used to play with cameras and I used to watch movies in awe. I love to create. I love to be an artist. I love to show an emotion through film and video. I carried this all the way through school, and I went to university and I studied exactly how to do this. And thanks to learning with courses just like this one, I get to edit for a living. I get to film, edit, create, and show exactly what I want to show and make money from it. I get to travel the world and make videos for YouTube just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand, an amazing, beautiful country. The food here is incredible, the people are incredible, the views, things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing, and I get to film, edit, and show that and make a living from it. I am living my absolute dream, and you can too by doing 3 things. Number 1, have an idea. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to show and share with the world? Number 2, learn the creative process. Learn how to film, learn how to edit, and practice. And number 3, execution. Make a YouTube channel, learn exactly how to do that from a course just like this one, and go out there and show the world what you made. This is your only one life that you have. Do it doing what you love.
And I wanted to show you this lecture. I'm giving you this booklet here. If I show you, this is a booklet of shortcuts. So there's everything here from how to get and open a project, close a project, the editing ones like undo, redo, copy, paste, attributes. We get to this later. If you've edited one shot and you've made the size different, color, whatever, and you want to copy that over, that's copying the attributes. We do that later. But just go through this. This is all the shortcuts. Right now at first, you're going to be using all the tools at the top, file, edit. You're going to be finding these manually, but soon you're going to be able to pick up shortcuts to be able to grab tools, to trim, edits, to add markers. I've already told you about in and out, I and O for in-out markers, things like that. So have a little look at this when you get a moment. Just start to learn 1 or 2 every time you edit or whatever, and you'll soon pick them up. There's more there here than you need, probably, but just so you're aware, this is in this. So in the resources, just go click the resources as always and download and have a look through this book. So welcome to the next section, which is Intro to Editing Effects. The objective for this little section is to learn some more advanced effects and features you can use inside Adobe Premiere Pro. So the outcome, you're going to be able to comfortably use various effects in your edits to amplify your edits. These are bringing them up to the next level. Lots of things here you can do, and you've probably seen some edits now when you've been looking online and thinking, how did they do that? And slowly, it's exciting, you'll start being able to understand, oh, maybe they did this transition or this effect, or they were able to keyframe using this. I'll explain. So everything that we cover in this section. Let's go over keyframes, where you're putting in points and telling the edit to do something at a certain point or return to something at a certain point. I'll explain all of that. Nests, where you nest sequences together or nest shots together. The opacity, where you're bringing something, making it more see-through or not, and how you can use keyframes with that if you wanted to. Video transitions, how you transition from one shot to another. Cropping an image, cropping the top, bottom, sides off, making it half screen, a bit like I've got right now with this slide. Blurring faces, if you ever needed to blur something, or I don't know, credit card or bank details or document details, you can blur something. I'll show you how to do that. Now, green screen, a lot of you will be wanting to do this for things like everything from effects to subscribe buttons to whatever it is. I'll show you where to get some of these. We'll get some green screens, and I'll show you how to use it to remove the green, so you're just left with the fun bit of footage that you want. And then some basic color correction. Color correction is a huge section that could be its own 40 lecture course. It's a huge career in the industry, and they probably use other softwares outside of this, but you can get a nice basic color correction to color, kind of grade your footage the color that you want it. And then we're going to learn how to steady some shaky footage. Sometimes you'll film things and it's going to be a little bit wobbly, a little bit shaky, depending how you did it. So let's learn how to steady that. And then masking, audio transitions, and removing background noise. So those are actually separate points. Masking, and we'll do audio transitions, and we will remove background noise on this, okay? This is all coming up in this section. A little bit more advanced now. Make sure you've got the basics down. If you're struggling still with the last section, don't move on to this one just yet. It's not overly complicated or anything, and hopefully I break it down for you, but go back and do the last section again if you still need to, and go back to the start. If there's something, a lecture you skipped through, missed, didn't quite take in, it may affect some stuff in the future. So make sure you are fully comfortable with all the other stuff, and then get onto this. And by the end of this, you're able to edit probably everything you've ever wanted to do with projects. Very exciting. All right, let's get into it. Let's do some advanced editing.
Okay, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to talk about some keyframes to make either shots zoom in and zoom out slightly, and kind of the controls that you have over doing this. So I'm going to explain exactly what I mean here, and then let's get going and kind of explain how you do this and what you can use it for. Once you have this tool, you're going to really see how it can be used to your advantage. So let's take, for example, this. I'm just going to mute my whole screen for a second. So you see this shot here. I'm just sat here at my desk. If I go across, make sure I've selected this. If I go across, it's static, doesn't move, and then my other shot kicks in. So what I want to do here is just have, and you see this on YouTube a lot and things, and you see it even on a lot of TV shows, you see an ever so slight zoom in or zoom out. Just a little bit of movement to the video really ups the production value, and you're going to want to do it and add it. It's those little subtle slight movements that really give quality to your edit and bring it from just a really simple shot here, like me sat at a desk here, or whatever, your talking head video, or whatever shot it is you have, just gives it that little bit of extra oomph. And you can decide where it is you want to put these and how you want to use it. So let me explain how to do this. If you go up to effect controls, again, make sure you have selected the shot that you want to start adding these effect controls to. And we've been in here before, and there's position and there's scale. These are what we're going to talk about here the most. So what you do first, I'll kind of run through it and then I'll explain it. What you do first is what I'm going to change here. I'm going to change the zoom in slightly. It's not going to go left or right or anything, so I don't have to worry about position, but it's going to zoom in ever so slightly. So we can use scale. I'll drop this down so you can see this marker here, and notice this line with the marker and when it adds in what we call keyframes. So what I've got to do at first, if I want this shot to slowly zoom in until about here, right before I cut to my next shot, and then that's it, what I can do is I know that right here I want it to finish the zoom, and at the start I want it to stay at the level it's at now, the size. So let's go back to the start of the shot. Make sure you are right where you want it to start, wherever it is. I'm going to start right on this cut. I just use the left and right to toggle to exactly where I want it to start from. Hit this button here next to scale, because we're zooming in and out, scale, the size. Notice that keyframe comes in here and it's blue. If I go to the right now with my cursor, the blue comes off, and if I go back, it comes back. So I can I know if I want to remove that, then I can. You don't need to know too much about that, but maybe we get into that a bit later. So I'm going to do this, and then let me just scrub across. I know I want it to finish right there. I'm going to put in another keyframe. Now, right now, I've told this keyframe my scale is 100, and if I go back to this keyframe, that is where it's blue here, it's also 100. So right now, there's no movement. If I go back to this keyframe, when it's blue, you're on it. If I just turn that up to 100 and let's say 16 or something, you see this angled movement, you're seeing it's going up. I could drag this, but that's not the best practice, I think. Scrub across to like 116, not too much, just a real subtle movement to it. And let's see what that looks like. Let me just play this back from here. You see that? That was ever so slight zoom in.
Amazing. That's exactly what I want to do. A little subtle zoom. If I take this next shot, for example, let me find another one. Let's do this shot here. So I'm going to go from here, right at the start of the shot. Make sure I've selected it again. This time I'm going to do the opposite. So I'm still going to choose the scale. I'm going to zoom out slightly. Let's put the first marker in, and I'm going to go right until this shot finishes. Scrub right across, right to there. So I'm going to hit this again to put in another keyframe. Now I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to zoom out. So I'm going to finish on this size, finish on 100, which means I need to start a little bit higher. So now make sure you got those two keyframes in. The worst thing editors do is they forget, they kind of put in one keyframe. If I just had this one and moved it up, I've told the whole shot to be that size because I haven't put in another keyframe to tell it what to start on and then what to finish on. So if I put this in and I put this one up to 100 and let's do 20, and then if I play that, let's have a little look. See it zooming out the other way. There's an ever so slight movement there. That's zooming in and out in keyframes, and you might want to add it to certain shots, especially things like this. If I'm talking at the end and it's kind of deep and meaningful, these are the kind of places you might want to put this in. So I can just do that really quickly. If I just make sure I'm selected this shot again, if you're still selected on here, you're putting in keyframes on that shot. Let's hit that in there, finish on that. Let's put this one right at the start here. Let's make that one a tiny bit bigger even. Actually, no, let's go back out there. Let's go back to this one because I was already zoomed in on that shot on my timeline, and let's bring that down slightly like that. Now, when I talk about this meaningful, let me put the volume back up, this bit here. Nice, and there's a little bit of movement on there. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Now, you can do the exact same thing, but with position here. Let me show you on another shot ever so slightly. So let's choose a shot. It can be one of the ones from the B-roll that doesn't have any movement. Let me find a good one to show you guys. This one already moves. This one already moves. Okay, let me choose, just for the sake of example, I wouldn't use this on my timeline, but I'm going to show you for the purpose of tutorial and the purpose of teaching. I'm just going to choose this shot here, okay? So again, you probably wouldn't use this for your timeline. I wouldn't use it for this shot, I mean. But again, you're the artist, you're going away now and you're going to do this, so you can start deciding if you want to use this or not. Let's do exactly the same thing. Let's do position. Let's select the keyframe at the start where I want it. Let's go to the end. Once again, if this is selected, by the way, I could push just up and it goes to here, down and it goes to here if this is selected. If it's not selected and I push up, it goes over to here because this one's selected. So that was just a quick shortcut. I can push down at the end of this shot. Let me add in another. I'm just going to go back one space onto that shot. Let's put another keyframe in here. Now, if I just tell it to be here, let's start the shot. Let's move the position over here. It's just a real slight movement. And let's finish the shot. See, it's blue again. I'm on it. Let's finish the shot here. So what will happen right now is there'll be this slight movement. That's probably a little bit too much movement, if I'm honest. Let me go back and tone that down a little bit. Let's just make it move this much, and then at the end, make sure that's blue again. I can just have a slight movement. Now it looks like this. But you'll notice that obviously there's a black bar at the side of the shots here, and when I get to the other side, it starts here. So I don't need to put a keyframe in for this because the whole shot is staying the same size. I'm not going left to right and zooming in. So let's just go back to the start here. Let's just scrub this across and make this slightly bigger. And now I'm just going to roll my cursor across here. It's going to turn to the left. Yeah, and it went to the next shot. We didn't see any black bars. So now I've got an ever so slight movement. Ready?
I am living my absolute dream.
So this is how you use this. You need to practice with this because you will make loads of mistakes adding in keyframes here to either move a shot in or out. It's exactly the same principle if I wanted to add rotation. For example, if I put in an in-out marker and I make the rotation start at slanted left, slanted right, and it twists it. Or the same thing for opacity. If I want to make the shot blend in, blend out, for example, this shot, I could click this. I can go down to opacity. I can put in my keyframe. Remember, let's select this one here. Start here. It's at 100% as the shot is. I go to the end of the shot and I could click it again at the keyframe here. And then I could tell that opacity to go down to like 72, something like that. And it'll blend in. Right, but that looks really awkward and horrible, and there are ways to do that. We'll talk about it later in the effects section further. There are ways to do dissolve. Like you can use effects here, and I could literally put that shot right here, and it can dissolve in the same way. I don't need to do that, but that's kind of a manual way that you can do it using the same thing. But if you want to add movement, slight zoom in, again, there are effects for this, but it's better to have more control and understand keyframes. They're really important to start understanding this. Just the number one thing to remember, you have to put something at the start and the end. You're telling things like you're telling Adobe where to start the zoom in, zoom out from, left and right from. You're telling it where it starts, where it finishes. For example, there's many YouTube videos where I might like zoom into this bit and come back out. That's great. You need to have a marker for the original shot. Then you might want to put in a second marker where you're going to start to zoom, and put in a marker where you finish the zoom, put in a marker where it holds it there, put in a marker where it zooms back out. You need to go and practice and play with this. And that's kind of the homework on the end of this for keyframes. If you want to zoom in any of these shots, it can be any of these. Then please go and do that. I'm going to talk about nesting in the next video just quickly. It's how you add an effect. Like if I wanted to add that zoom, but I wanted it to start here and zoom, zoom, zoom continuously, nicely, how to do that and make it look good with multiple shots. So go ahead, homework, go ahead and play if you want to play with any scaling and position using keyframes. Go ahead and do that, and I'll see you guys over on the very next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture, guys. Just moving on from the last one where we spoke about using keyframes to zoom in slightly. I wanted to address nesting some shots. They're called nesting, and it's essentially joining together multiple shots to be one to now allow you to do keyframing and other effects along all of your shots. So, for example, if I choose this section of 4 shots, let me just play this to you, okay?
It's incredible. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing.
I mean, they're nice shots, but to up the production quality in that, I want them all to zoom in. So you can imagine this zooming slightly from here, zooming slightly from here, zoom here. But the trouble is, if I just put a zoom at the start and then it stops, and a zoom here, then a zoom here, it's not going to look as good as if I nest these shots, convert them all into one, and make it a slight zoom using keyframes into the whole thing. So to do this, quite simply, highlight the 4 shots you want, control click, right click, depending if you're on a Mac or a PC. Let's click nest. We're gonna name this, let's call it B-roll Thailand nest. Click OK. Now this whole thing essentially, look, becomes one shot. Let me just click sequence, render that selection. We spoke about this before, just to help it play a little bit better depending on your speed and your processor on your computer. So now this is one long shot, okay? So exactly the same as the last one. I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna go right to the start of the shot. If I remember a shortcut, if I select that and click up, it goes to the start of the shot. Let's put in a scale. I'm not gonna move it left or right, I just want a slight zoom in. Let's push down key, and it's gonna go to the end of the shot. Let's put in another keyframe. Now, what I've told, and remember from the last lecture too, what I've told Adobe Premiere Pro is these are my markers at this point, at this keyframe that's right here, the scale is 100. At this keyframe right here, when it goes blue, I just hit a backspace and went there, it's also 100. So now it knows the information for both keyframes. So if I now just
slide this across and let's go to like 121 or something. Now watch this as the whole shot starts at 121. Now we've made it one whole shot and then comes back out to 100. It's incredible. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands. Let me hit the render selection. So once again, once you've made a change, you saw that was green before and now this red bar comes up. It's telling me that it's not quite rendered enough and Adobe Premiere Pro is gonna struggle to read it. Let's render just the selection, the one shot that I've rendered. And it should just take a few seconds. You see, it always estimates the time here needed, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. It's hovering around there. Let's wait for that to be done. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing. And there's just an ever so slight kind of zoom out. Now you can see if I drag across, watch this number change. If I drag this across, 20, 19, 18, 17, it's zooming out slightly. You can make that more dramatic if I wanted to. If I click up again and make sure that's blue, so I'm changing that keyframe, I could zoom this up. If I'm across, if I didn't go all the way to the end, for example, and I did this and I move this, it creates a keyframe. And so I didn't want that because now I've told it to start at 120. Now it's going to zoom in loads and now it's going to start coming out again. I've added another keyframe, which is an accident a lot of people do. Hit the up key. Let's go back to this blue marker here. It started on 121. It wasn't dramatic enough. Let me slide this across and go to 143, for example. It needs rendering again to make sure I can play this back properly. Let's just render the selection because this is the one shot that I've selected. So I'm not rendering the whole timeline. That'll take more time than I need to. I'm just showing you this one shot. And let's watch that. Nice. So you also notice that stop there because I've just selected this shot and I said render selection. It just plays your selection. So now what I've done is I've nested those shots together and I've made the zoom go all the way through. Again, if you wanted to, you could do that in position and you could make it all a pan, left to right, right to left. I could start, if I wanted to fade that out into the next shot now. It could be here and then the opacity could come down. I could also do something. Let me actually do this. It's a little bit more advanced, but I'm just going to go undo, 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 all the way to, I went too far then, all the way to these shots still being 4 shots. So now they are 4 separate shots. They are not nested. I just hit Command Z or Control Z on a PC and undid that back to the state right before I nested them. Now we're going to talk more about effects in a moment, so this might be slightly more advanced. This is the cross dissolve you've seen me do here. If I click this, to get to this, it's under effects. Once again, click here, I can go back to my project. Here's all my shots. I can click here, it's effects. If you don't see it, make sure you go here and effects are selected under window, effects. Go under there and there's lots of things available. We're going to go through this. There's the audio effects to fade in, fade out, audio transitions, transitioning in audio, video effects, that's the effects on the video, color, everything else, and then video transitions, how you go from one shot to another. We'll get into those in a moment. Let me just go into video transitions. Under dissolve, there's lots of different types here. You can slide, swipe across, dissolve, cross dissolve. Let me grab that, drag it to the end of the shot. Let me see what this looks like. So you see I'm in one shot and it fades into another. I could do that for all of them. There's a quicker way. Let me undo that. I can select these all. I could hold down Command D, which puts in my dissolve here. I'm going to get rid of it on the front here and I'll show you why in a second. Now watch this. One to the next, to the next, to the next. Now I've got these at the start of the shot because underneath is this shot me. You can see where it's fading out on the end. You can start seeing me underneath it because this is my talking headshot here. If I wanted to get rid of that, I could lock the audio, so I keep that. We've talked about this before. I could just slice this and I could remove that here. And then the only thing underneath this shot is blackness and it comes back to me. Again, this is your creative, undo, undo. This is your creative decision. Now you're an editor. Let me just remove that. And now I zoom across the others, across the others, across the others. If I wanted to, I could then nest this exactly as we did before. Nest it, name it whatever you want. I could now start my shot with a scale here, down marker, put in another one, click up again, go back to the start, drag this up to 150. Now let's watch it. Let's render this again so we can see it properly in playback. Render selection. Then that's you'll see when you're editing, rendering is an editor's nightmare, depending on how quick your machine is. I've worked in post-production houses where obviously they're on the fastest possible machines ever. You're on your laptop, you're gonna come across this sometimes. It's a good thing to know about rendering. Okay, let me hit the space bar.
It's incredible. The people are incredible. The views, the things you see, the islands, the beaches, everything is amazing.
There we go. So now what I've done there is I've made the shots fade one into the other, and it's got a slight, ever so slightly zoom out. I started higher, going low. You could have started like at 100 and gone up to 150 if you want to zoom in when you're doing it, depending on your shot. These are your creative choices. So that was just, I never really nest shots together too much, but you might want to in this example. I'm going to leave it with you. You are the artist now, you're creating. Play with some nests and some of that fade if you want to, and then we're going to get into some more effects and things in a moment. So play around with that. That's your homework on your shot. You should be coming together and having a really nice edit right now where you're starting to learn everything. We put in music, we put in text, we're now adding effects to some of our shots. You've got an edit together. Let's really up the production value on this. So do your homework, and I'll see you guys on the very next lecture. Okay, welcome back, guys. Just while we were in this section, the effects control of shots, I just wanted to still go down to opacity. Now, we touched on this, and we know quite simply, look, opacity here, if I toggle this left, right, it's the see-throughness, if you don't want to use the word opacity. And I'm just going to show you with this shot a way to get that a little bit better. We're going to go more into that when you do effects and things later, and perhaps this isn't the best shot to use it on, but it may be on some other shots that you want to do and want to try and experiment with. So if I wanted to see, I'm talking here, let me play this
For YouTube, just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand.
now. I just talk about it and it cuts on, and that's fine. It's fine. If I wanted to, I could turn down the opacity slightly. Let's do this and let's watch that and see what it looks like.
YouTube, just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand.
Sure. Okay, it gets that. Let's try and do something a little bit better. Let's undo that. It's all the way through to the opacity, and I'm going to talk to you about this something called blend mode here. Blend mode. So make sure you have selected your shot on the blend mode. So normal is here. If I click down that, I get lots of dissolve, darken, multiply, color burn, linear, lighten. So what this basically says, and what it means is darken or lighten if you're going to remove the dark or the light section. Let's click it, shall we? If I click lighten, let's see what happens. You see the dark parts have gone. You see we had dark here. Let's undo that and show you this black here. Let me remove it again. So sorry, the other way around, lighten. I remove the light, the dark. I'm going to remove the light bits here. Let's undo that. Let's go back and show you the first one I did, lighten. I can remove some of those bits there. Okay, let's go back to multiply. Let's see what that does. Where's the color burn? You see you have that kind of effect going on. You're probably going to use not too many of these, maybe the first kind of section, and I never really use them too much. It's just if you wanted to play with it and have a slide effect. It's probably better if you have, I don't know, if you had a piece of white paper with text and you're putting it over the top of something you're talking about. I'm going to drag this shot out and see how it looks here. Let's play this and see what it looks like.
For YouTube, just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand. An amazing.
So I could do that. Let me go back. I think I'm going to play with the lighten, and I'm getting some dark bits come through here still. Let me go into here and search for brightness and contrast. We're going to go into effects more later just to show you quickly. And if you drop that on, when I scroll down, I'm still selecting this shot. I'm able to bring up my contrast here. See, I'll bring it down and up. I can bring my brightness up or down if I wanted to play with this. Maybe I want to just slightly zoom this shot in just to have the screen of YouTube. Let's move it across slightly. Let's move it up slightly.
Let me do so we go into video transitions. I go into dissolve again. I'm going to dissolve the start of this shot and dissolve the end of this shot. Let's see what that looks like. Let's play this. Let's have a little look.
Videos for YouTube, just like this one. Right now, I'm in Thailand. An amazing.
So you can see what I'm getting at here. It's not an effect or something I use all the time. Perhaps I would with certain, not with that shot probably, but with certain types of shots, certain ways. Look, you can start understanding now. I just want to give you that tool, blend modes in opacity, what they mean. Whether you want to fade something over the top of something else, you know, have it just a hint of something on screen, go ahead and play with. And it depends what shot you have, go ahead and play with all these options, whether you're darker, removing the darks, removing the lights. You can do soft lights here. You can go through and play with all of these because there are dozens of different ones to do, and it depends on how bright or your shot is and whether you need to remove bring up the brightness and contrast. And exactly where your shot is. But I'm giving you this tool as an editor. That's what it is. I don't really use it. I'm going to undo this. I don't really like the effect, but maybe you do on another shot. Your edit is going to look completely different to mine, of course. So let's see what you come up with. I'm excited to see these. At the end of the course, by the way, you can also upload your final edits below. You can either upload a link if you host them on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, put them below these videos. And you can show me what they're like, and I can give you constructive feedback, or have a one-on-one with me at the youtubeacademy.com. I have the course there, course host. I always have one-on-one coaching for either editing or for YouTube advice. So I'm looking forward to seeing these. That was opacity. Let's go on and continue into some of these other effects we have here. We have all these effects to go through to show you some of these when you're editing. So let's get into that right now. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. We're going to continue talking about effects. We're actually going to go into the effects panel here and talk about some of these. Today, we are going to talk about video transitions. You see they are linked here, whether you've got presets, limit presets, audio effects, audio transitions, video effects, and video transitions. Let's talk about video transitions. Now, what is that? If I click the drop-down menu here, these are literally how you transition, how a shot transitions in, out, or from one to the other. So let's go to the most used one here. These are broken down, and you have drop down. You just click the arrow here. You're not going to use all of these, and you might want to go through and play with them. I probably can't go through every single one, but I'll go through a fair few, especially the ones you're going to use. Now, the biggest one is going to be a dissolve effect here. Let's add some of those, shall we? So if I literally just grab this little logo here, drag it onto the shot I want. I've chosen this one. This is dissolving. So I have this shot here. I play it, and it dissolves into that shot and then cuts. If I wanted to put it onto the other end, I could, and it'll dissolve in and out. Obviously, it's a small shot. Let me just grab that and drag it, and you'll see a little bit more. Let's dissolve in. And let's dissolve back out again. If I click on this and I go here to zoom into my timeline, I can literally grab the edge of this, it goes red, and I can make the dissolve longer or shorter. So now it dissolves quicker, or I could have this go all the way to the end. I could have a really long dissolve, depending on you, what kind of effect you want to do, or anything like that. I can also double click this. You can choose how long you want it to do. 2 seconds. Let's make this half of that. Click 1, click OK, and you'll see it half. If that's what you wanted to do, that's exactly how you change the length of that dissolve. So this is probably the most used dissolve you want. If you want to remove it, click on it, hit erase. That's it. I just click backspace, get rid of it. Let's look at some of these. I'm going to dip to black. So if I grab this on here, it does exactly what it says. Let me play it. Dips to black. That's quite a nice effect. It transitions quite nicely into the next shot. Nice. Because it dips to black, and then I fade. It kind of fades up. Let me double click this and see. You see it does this. I can also choose the duration, starting point, end on 100. Let's double click and play. I never ever play with these. Let me do 2 seconds. Boom, it doubles it. Show exactly what I want to show. Quite a nice transition. If I just remove that, let's do dip to white, and it's going to be exactly the same, but we're going to dip to a white screen. Ready? And you see it fades, but it goes fades, like the white is here, right in the middle, and then it fades back up to my shot here, which is really nice, a really nice transition. I do like this one. Let's keep going through some of these, shall we? I don't use all of these. The biggest one you use is fade or dip to black or white. Actually, let's grab that dip to white. Let's put it right on the front of our shot, and you'll see what happens. Ready? That's nice. We go into white, into our shot. You can see when you'd use this, and you now as an artist, like we've mentioned, you're now an editor, you decide based on your own artistic creativity what it is that you want to do. Let's continue down. Let's do the film dissolve. Let's grab that on the end. Let's play that. A nice transition, a pretty similar dissolve here. Nice. So this is how you dissolve from one shot to the other. So you can go in and you can play with this dissolve feature and see which one works best for you. And I'm going to continue on to play with some of these. You literally need to take time, I think, to go into here and play with some of these and see exactly what it is that they do. Like this is the iris one, box or a cross. You just saw that dissolve up. I think that's pretty amateur looking, but it could be if you're really punchy, you want to do a social media video, you want to go boom and maybe into another box, another box, another box. For example, if I had this shot, let me do this. If I had this shot too right here and I had another iris box dissolve here, let's have a look at this. It might be that you want to do something like that. Completely your choice now. And then you have the other shapes here. That was a box. This is a diamond. It's going to be exactly what it says. It's a diamond. Let's keep going down. Let's go into obsolete, cube spin. These are all the kind of effects that I remember. Like, do you ever have iMovie and you played with that when you were younger? These, like, some of these are really cheesy transitions, but for some edits, they're going to be needed and they're going to be wanted. Like swipes on like a cube. This one's going to flip over, which is going to be like this. Depending on what you need, you can choose the background color for that too. Let me actually show you that here. You can choose the background color, the direction. So if you ever see this up on some of these effects, okay, so right now we do this and it turns that way. Let me choose this, or from the top even, and I'm going to flip from the top down. That's how you change those effects in there, those settings. And a gradient wipe, let's have a look at that. Okay, let's select this. I can play with the softness, but let's collect the gradient wipe. All right, so you get an idea for all the different effects that you have, and this is how you do your transitions. It's probably something a lot of you have been waiting for, to see exactly how I do this. Should I want an effect like a page peel? And again, choose the direction for your page peel on here. Let's keep going down. There's page turn too, which is pretty self-explanatory. Okay, I do use slide and wipe sometimes. Go through these and check with all the different ones. Let me do push here. Let me see this. That's like sliding a shot onto the other. Again, my speed, I can make it quicker. Let me do this. Maybe I wanted to come from the other way here, and I can I could then add that again to the end, and I could change. I don't know, it's coming from right now. It's coming from this direction. Let's do that. Let's have a little look. So you need to go through and play with these, like I mentioned. Those are the ones I use. Sometimes I use wipe too, not barn doors. Go and play with that one. That'll be a lot of fun. So the last one was a push. You saw the whole shot got pushed across. Now it's part of the shot wiping across here. See the subtle difference in things, and these are where they're going to be. That's the biggest confusion they have. People have behind a slide and a wipe. A slide is the whole shot slides across. A wipe, it wipes across. Actually, I'm going to show you barn doors just because I'm here. Let's have a little look at that. Right in the middle there. I think that's one of the cheesiest transitions, but can work if you need it. And zoom, we've spoke about this, doing it manually. Let me drop that on there and see this. It's quite a nice effect. It's a lot easier than doing it yourself when we put in manually. We did that in the previous lectures, and we put in our markers and we went to zoom out and in. Here you can do it. It's quite nice. If I also wanted to cut my below shot, let's add the cross zoom here. Let's take a look at that. Oh, sorry, that was bad editing. Let's put it on here. Let's see if we can see this. That's quite nice, right? You can zoom in one shot, zoom out one shot. Let's have a look at that again. Quite a nice effect. So these are your transitions. Go ahead and play with video transitions, not in the audio. Make sure you drop down there. If you want to add any of these, homework, go ahead into some of these shots. It might be quite nice to start adding, if you've got multiple B-roll shots together here. I don't know, let's go down. Let's do a slide, not a center split. Let's push actually from one side to the other. Just like this one, I get to edit. Quite nice. So go ahead. Again, this is your own creative style now, what it is you want to do. Let's check out some of those video transitions. Go ahead and play with them, practice, start to understand them, and get familiar with what all the different ones do. Play with them, play with making them shorter, longer, what side they come in on, stuff like that. Go and play with that, add them in, and we're going to move over onto the next shot here. I'm going to show you some effects in the next thing with video effects. Let's do video effects next. Okay, I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. We're going to go into video effects. Now we've done video transitions in the last lecture. Let's do video effects right above that. There are a lot of video effects here. I'm going to go through the layout and how it's set. And I'm going to show you one in particular called crop, and then we're going to go on to a few others in the next videos. You will never need all these video effects. There are loads on here. All of these have their own drop down menu. Arrow to drop down this, arrow to drop down that, get it back. You are not going to need all of these, and there's going to be a section when we do color correction and things in a bit and stuff like that and different effects. I'm going to go through the majority of things you'll need here, but you need to go through and play with a lot of these. Some, I guarantee you, 99% of you will never need most of these, but there are some things on here that you probably will want. So if I go through some of these, I don't know, you can just drop down and play with some of these, like there's Gaussian blur. I'm going to give you an example. Let's drop this on, is how it works. So you've dropped on the effect. As long as your shot is selected and you're in the effects control here, not in the shot itself, the effects control here, click on that one time. You'll see when you add an effect, you've got Gaussian blur here. We've just added that here. If I select it, I could always hit erase, backspace, and it's gone. Let's bring that back, Control Z. So when you drop an effect on, it's on there, but it hasn't done anything yet. See, it's set to 0. This is how a lot of effects work. You drop them on, it doesn't add the effect. It's not like I dropped it on and now for this effect, for example, it's blurry. So I toggle this left and right, and there we go, blurry. Depending on how blurry you want it. Now, once again, if you want to do some keyframing, something advanced here, if I'm here and I want to add a keyframe, let's add the blurriness keyframe right there. See, it drops on. Let's go to here and let's add another keyframe, and on that point I want it to go blurry. Let's see that. And now if I go back to the shot, it starts clear and blurs. So you can use your keyframing that we learned in the previous lecture with effects also, just to give you kind of an overview of that. And there's loads and loads of effects here. This color correction we're going to talk about in a bit more later. Keying for your green screen, there's distort, for example. Let's just grab the mirror and drop it on here to show you guys this. Once again, it's dropped on the mirror and it's done nothing. So let's do this, toggle it across. Mirror looks like this. If you ever needed that effect, I don't know why you would. If you do, please let me know in the comments below. I'm interested to know. Twirl, let's grab that and have a little look. Once again, it's here, it's not on yet. Let's whoop, 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 whoop. And that's gonna play the whole video, or I could put in my in-out markers once again, and I could make it do that if I wanted to. Yeah, and there's loads and loads of different ones. Image control, if I want to simply drop it on. This does turn black and white instantly, and then it's right here. So this is black and white. Let's undo that. Let's take Control Z, remove mirror, remove blur. So it's all under here. There's loads and loads. Noise and grain is some that I've used before if I want to have an effect. Drop that on. Once again, it's not there yet until I toggle this across. That's noise, like an old TV. Travel the world if I wanted to have that. The one I want to talk about today in this, and then I'll go into some others on the next lectures, is crop, which there's multiple ways to get to these. I can just click and go through and try and find these. For example, crop is under transform. In the search bar here, if I know what the effect's called, I can also type in crop and it finds it for me automatically. Under transform now, the only thing it's showing me is crop. I can't select, there's nothing comes up under here because there is nothing under anything else called crop. I could then drag that on to this shot and add crop. Now let's go to a space here. Now there is no crop added here yet, obviously, just like the other effects. And here is crop. Once again, under effects controls, I've selected this. I'm not on my footage, I'm on the effects controls. If you click back on it and it's not there, click off and click back on it and you'll see it here. Crop is this. I'm cropping the shot left, bring the left in, just toggle it across, bring the top down, bring the right, bring the bottom. And because behind this shot is nothing, if I had another shot behind it, for example, let's drag this up for a second. If I now do this and I do the same thing again, crop, if I bring down the top, I've got that other shot behind it, it's showing that. Okay, let's undo this and let's play where you might use this. So you see I've got this shot here where I talked about the YouTube before. Let me just use the razor tool, cut. So I'm only affecting this shot here. Let me just move that out the way for a second. I could just do this, the eye symbol, and I don't see it anymore. Let me just move it out the way here. It's what I like to do, completely up to you. Let's go back on here. Let's grab crop. Let's drop crop on. Let's grab the left and move that slightly in. Let's grab the right and move that slightly in. Let's take the whole thing and move it to the left. Now let's grab back this shot, put it over the top. Now because it's a full frame shot, obviously you are just seeing that shot. Let's also grab the crop. Let's drop that on top of our shot here. We want to see that's on top here. Let's move the left hand side across. And now I've got this happening. So let's watch it. You can see where you'd use that to have multiple shots to go across. If you want to have a split screen, essentially is what it is. If I wanted to, I could move that ever so slightly there and have a black bar. If I wanted to do that, I could also, now I've seen that's 34. Well, let's do this on the top. Let's drag down to where we want it on the top. Maybe I want it there. I know that's 3. Let's do the same thing. Type in number 3 and I get the same. And on the right, let's do number 3. Obviously, this is 34 because it's dragged all the way in from the edge. But now if I click on this shot, because I wanted that, I know that the top on the last one was 3. Let's hit number 3. Let's do the bottom number 3. And then I'm manually going to go in to the left-hand side, drag that across and match that ish. It could be neater for the sake of this video, and I could have black across the whole thing around the edge. That's the crop tool, and you could see, I mean, you could have multiple shots. You could have another one here. If I select this and I go to the bottom, sorry, the bottom here, and go up here, I could have another shot. Let's, for example, grab this one across here. Obviously this is the entire shot right now. So let's grab the crop tool, let's drag it on there. Let's also take in the left hand side, let's match that, roughly speaking 35 probably. Okay, let's do 34. Match that one on the bottom, 3 on the top is going to be all the way down here somewhere, and on the right hand side let's grab that in here. And you could have 3 shots like this. Just like this one right now. If you wanted to. I'm going to undo that because I don't want that on my shot. Control Z, Control Z, put that back, Control Z. I don't even want this for my own edit, but it's completely up to you. If you want it, you are now the artist. Go and see where it is you want to crop some shots. Play with that, play with cropping, play with you're getting your numbers right, how it looks, having a background, having a black background. Of course, if you didn't want a black background, you can just put a white block underneath here. You can grab that or any image you want underneath that and have that in the background of your shot. It's completely up to you. That was crop. That was on the main effects we're going to use here. Let's click the X here and I'll go back to all my other shots here. video effects, and let's play with some more of these on the next videos. I'll see you over there. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. Hopefully after the last one you've gone through and you've played with some video effects and you've gone and just seen exactly what all these things are about. I'm going to explain the ones that aren't so obvious. Lots of them you've probably just gone through, played with, added them in. One thing a student asked me to include in this course is blurring faces, which is a good one. So let me just take a section of this shot here. So let's say for this bit here, let me render that selection. Let's say for this bit here, as I'm talking, I want to blur my face out. Now, we can do this several ways, depending on how neat and what kind of effect you want it to be. I could just copy this, for example. Let me zoom in and show you this. Remember, this is selected V2. It's going to paste it to here. So I could just copy this exactly. I could then add blur. Let's just search blur. We went there before. Let's do Gaussian blur like we did in the previous video. Let's add the blurriness up here. Now it's done the whole shot. Let me add crop. I would just search crop here, drag that on. I can see I already have it. Let's do the top, bottom, left and right. Here, and you can see that if I drag that through, I've now got that blur mark over there, but that doesn't follow it exactly. Here my head's pretty central, okay, so it doesn't matter if I had that blur there, but this stuff doesn't need to be blurred right down here. There's a neater way to do this. Let's get rid of all that. Let's get rid of everything I just did, including copying that shot over. Let's grab this. So blur is, we can do the Gaussian blur like we had before. There's also perhaps the more traditional thing we think of when we think of blur is this mosaic effect. Let me drag that on and show you. So obviously not this effect here. Let me take that down. I can see how it is by ups and down. Let's just do this at like 15 and this one at 15. Let's see how that looks. Still too big for me. Let's do this at 70 and this one 70. Something like this, okay? Now, notice I haven't copied the shot. It's still here and things. What I can do now, and we've used the shots before where we put in markers. I'm going to do exactly the same thing here, but I'm going to do it with a mask. If I grab the mosaic section here, if you see these symbols here, here's a square, here's an ellipse tool, so it's more face shape, or I can draw it manually. Let me just click this and it automatically comes up. I can drag this, I can drag these sides in, drag this side in like this, and pretty much cover my face. Now let me drag that through and see that. It's great, but then I move to the edge here, and if I moved more, it's still blurring that part here. So manually I could add in keyframes. Let me show you that in a second here. So I'm fine for it here. Let me add in a keyframe. Let's click the mask path here. Let's drag along until I start to move. Let's put in another one here. Then I move slightly to the left. Let me put in a marker there, and I can see it. Make sure you click mask so you can still see I'm blue. I'm on this keyframe here. I can drag that out, drag that one in. Let me keep going across. I'm just going to go across arrow here on this shot. Select this, go across. Maybe I want to add another one here. If I add a keyframe, tell it to stay where it was at this point here, click back on mask, and I can tell it to move this bit slightly over, this bit in. And now if I scrub this through, the mask moves with me like that. But that's a very manual way of doing it. Let's undo all of that. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Let's undo, undo, undo. Let's undo everything and start again. So I haven't got a mask set up yet. Let me do that again. So I have the mosaic on here. I click the ellipse tool. Great. Let's drag this up here. Let's do this. Grab that in. Grab this. Now an easier way to do this, and it's pretty accurate, is to just hit this play button right there. And what it's going to do, it takes a little bit of time, and you see it's put in
all these markers. So let me scrub through that. So it didn't grab it on the first half. This way you might want to manually go in and do that. Let's try it one more time. Let me put an in marker and an, oh no. Let's do this one more time. Let's push from, make sure at the start of the shot, let's push play. And you notice all these shots, so make sure your marker is at the start of your shot. Let's see this. So what's happened here is it doesn't quite know, because this shot's not clear. If I was outside of a white sky and it's following me, it doesn't quite know where I am. But practice on your own footage and you'll see that that does work pretty effectively. What I'm going to have to do now, if I toggle in here and zoom, if I wanted to, I could start moving keyframes and move them over here. This shot barely moves. It'd be very easy to manually go in and do keyframes. If I had a shot where I moved a lot, my head moves side to side, it's very clear, it's not such a busy background. That automatic play button will probably help with the masking lots. But I would go in, and from the first part of this lecture, I would go in and manually do some keyframes on a shot like this one, this exact bit, and you can start seeing how they work for blurring. Also, just a quick note, if you want to invert it, it blurs everything but my face. That's what blurring is, inverted is. So go in and see what works and what doesn't with the automatic mask path, click and play, and then also we're doing it manually. Let me remove all of this. Let's start from the start of the shot, and let's see if I go back to the start of my shot, whether it recognizes it slightly better. Let's put this, see if it can track to my face, but I think in this particular shot, the background is perhaps too busy for Adobe Premiere Pro to work out what it's tracking. Let's click play. It could be as quick as that, you see, doing a blurred face on here. Let's see. It does track it pretty good there. Let's see. Oh, amazing. So do it more than once. You see what I did, the mistake we had, and I rarely use the mask path tool on here. I normally do it manually, and I do have another video coming up on masking when we like put text behind a person that I've done before, and I'll show you how to do that. But with this mask tracking, put this at the start, add it, push play, and it'll follow you along. Pretty accurate, pretty good. And if it's not, you know how to go in and do these keyframes automatically. Let me undo this. That was how to blur a face using the mosaic and the masking. Go in and practice that. You probably won't use it, and not very much at all. You may want to blur, I don't know, a TV screen, a brand in a video if you need to do that and track and follow that, or probably add in keyframes for that kind of thing. You may want to blur out a credit card details if someone sees a card or something. That's where you might use this. But just so you have it in your arsenal, that is exactly how you do that. Let's move on to the next video. We're going to talk about green screen. It's something else that was asked for me. I'm going to grab some green screen footage for you. I'm going to show you exactly how that works. And no, it doesn't have to be green, but let's talk about green screen and removing backgrounds of the video. I'll see you in the very next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the next lecture. So we did blurred faces. You understand about where video effects are. We've been playing with those. Let's talk about green screen. It's not as complicated as you think. It's a big one. People always want to know about it, whether they want to green screen themselves and put themselves over like a fake or mock studio or whatever. Whatever it is, the principles for green screen are all the same no matter what the image or whatever it is. I'm going to, here under your downloadables, you can do this. You already have this. I've got you here a green screen example, and it's quite popular with YouTubers to have this. Let me quickly scroll through. It says subscribe, click, done, out. Okay, I'm going to put an out marker here, and let's practice with this bit of footage, okay? It doesn't matter whether it was this, an animated play button, whether it was me talking and all this background was green, blue, whatever it is, it's all going to be exactly the same. So let's grab this from here to here. Let's drop it over the top of, I don't know, here for example. And right now you can see that it looks like this, which isn't good because you don't want to see the green. So basically we want to remove the green. Really simple. Let's go to our effects, let's go to keying, let's go to ultra keying. Okay, this is under video effects, keying, ultra keying. Grab that and drop it like we do with anything else onto the shot that you want to remove the green screen. Go back to effects control at the top here, and then we can see ultra keying right here. Now, all we have to do here is select this dropper tool. This here is telling us what color to remove. Okay, what am I going to remove, and see whatever is behind this. Let's select the dropper tool, let's click on the green, and instantly the green disappears. So now I've got this shot. Let me render this for us to see it more clearly. And again, once again, this is just for an animated, this is pretty clean because they've got that exact color in the background. If you have yourself a green screen background, a sheet, a bit of material, and you're filming in front of, you need to select that dropper tool and drop it onto that bit of green material that's behind you. What that also means, obviously, is if you were, let me pause this while I explain, if you were wearing the same color as the green screen behind you, you're going to remove everything that is that color, so it won't work. That color, that green from behind it, could be any color you want. That could be blue, whatever it is, as long as the bit you want to keep is not that color. So if it was black and I remove it, then anything in that shot black would be removed. I can remove that, and it works great as long as if you have that green sheet behind you and there's light shone on it and it's not even, there's a darker green and a lighter green and stuff, it's not going to be a really good, smooth, perfect green screen takeaway like this animation is. Let's see this for a second. So that's how you do that. I would obviously reposition this. Let's just click on this. Let's bring the position down slightly for it. Around about here or something. I'll have that pop up on screen, and you can play with this and you can go and do that. I would also encourage you to try and shoot your own green screen. For example, let's do something very weird here. Let's grab this. Let's also do ultra keying on here, and it's not for green screen, it's for any color. Let me grab the dropper tool. If I want to remove this color behind me here, you can see it's not quite as good here, and probably soon this color started to match my skin. Let's put me, just for a second for the sake of this tutorial, put me over the top of here, and you can see this is the shot that's underneath, that's shining through. There was that editor shot we start seeing here. We can play with some other things, like if it's not perfect because of your green screen, you can start moving the transparency of it. You can start moving the tolerance, how much it really takes away that color or not, and you can start to play with that. Let's go back. Let's undo all of this that we just did. Let's go back to our shot here where we had this subscribe button popping up. Now this is really clean around the edge. Once again, because it's an animated green screen, there isn't much to do. I could take away like the choke, which is around the edge. You see that takes it in slightly. So if you did see a little bit of green around the edge where it didn't quite do it, you can move the choke, contrast. You can go around and play with this, but pretty much in a nutshell, that's exactly how you do green screen. I grabbed this from YouTube for free. There are loads. If you just type in green screen on YouTube free, there'll be like tigers going around, there'll be all kinds of stuff. Look, all these green screens that now I could then rip. I could grab this tiger, download this, use the ultra key, hit this color right here, and it would remove that green. I have a tiger walking through my shot. It's very simple to do. It can be overcomplicated. People can really think that it's overcomplicated to add green screen to do that. It's not. That's as simple as it is. Go ahead and play with that subscribe button for me, the example, and any others that you get down there. Shoot your own green screen. Just remember, you are removing the color that you click the droplet tool on. So make sure you are, if you're wearing green and you're trying to remove green behind you, that will go. So you need to make sure whatever is behind you, there is no other color on your skin, on your body, on your clothing, and it's well lit and even behind you, because I've told it to remove this color green. But if the light was bad and I had this color and this color and this color, it might not remove all of it, and you might see some bits of green on there. That's green screen. It's really simple. Please go and play with that so you understand it. Very popular with YouTubers and also with effects that you may want to bring on with projects that you're doing. Go and play with that, and I will see you on the very next lecture when we're going to talk about some color correction. Let's get this shot of me especially looking good. Okay, I'll see you guys on the next lecture.
Okay, welcome back to the next video. I'm going to go over here, color correction, possibly some color grading too, depending on what it is you're after and what you want to do. I'm going to change basically the color of this shot that you see on my screen right here. To be a little bit more, well, it is quite natural anyway as it's shot. I'm going to explain about changing the way it looks, and then you can choose what it is you want to do for regarding your style or whatever it is that you want to do here. So let me go into this. So there's more than one way to get to this. In your effects, there is video effects, and then there is color correction, and you could drag on like color balance, luminance color onto it and do it like that. Or another way I'm going to show you here, which is a nice setup, go to Window, Workspaces, and then go to Color. And it'll pop up like this on the side here, which is where we can get to everything that we already saw. If I go back to here and go into Effects, this stuff, the color correction in here, this stuff, you can find it here. So let's just work from here. It's a little bit nicer of a workspace to go from. And let me explain color correction. So you probably shot either using, if you're using more than one camera, there's no way that all the cameras will see the color exactly the same way. And when you're used to looking at this footage, you probably think it looks good, and so you start changing it a bit, so you're like, oh yeah, this looks so much better, that's how it should look. Or perhaps you want a style, you want it to look moody, kind of blue, green, red, or whatever it is you're trying to evoke from an emotion inside your color grading. So let's go through these. It's gonna pop up with, this is basic correction. If I just click on these, it drops down, creative, curves, color wheel. Now I'm not going to show you every single thing here with color correction. That is a huge industry job, and I've worked in TV before. There are huge departments on color grading. If you look at movies, I don't know, think of The Godfather and it's slightly yellow, or brilliant colors you might get on some TV shows. It's a whole job and gets really specific in color grading and in saturation, how you want to make the blacks pop and stuff like that, and all these different ways. That's a whole course unto itself. But for most of you, 99.9% of you watching this, I'm sure you're going to be editing for online, perhaps your own stuff, short movies, something like that. And this color correction inside Adobe Premiere Pro, as opposed to doing it even in a different piece of software and bringing it in, this will be more than enough. Some of you won't even use this for color grading or correction, but it's good to know in case something goes wrong. So what you want to have in your screen, if you want to correct everything to be perfect color, is something white. You'll probably see in the movies, and people hold up either a white table, they call it a table, like a circle with white in different grays on it, hold it up before they do the clapperboard and things, and that's so that the editor has some frame of reference to match white. And that's how you can match different shots. If you tell Adobe what's white in this screen, it can work out what all the other colors are meant to be. A really easy way to do that, if you're on basic correction, color, white balance, bring up the pipette tool here, find something on your screen that is white, grab the pipette tool and drop it over onto something white into screen, and it'll tell you. Now this is pretty well shot and lit for white. This is what Adobe is telling me, that oh, if that's white, then these colors are what it should be, which is great. If it was really dark, kind of moody, if it was completely off and wrong, you'd see a complete change in the color here. Go and do that and practice with some other footage to make sure that that works out for you, and it will do. But this isn't how I want my shot to look. It's not. It looks kind of flat. What I mean is I'm not really popping. It kind of looks amateur. It doesn't really show me kind of a movie kind of feel. So let's get into playing with some of these other things here. Temperature, I can move that up, and that literally does all you think it's going to say. It's either going to cool it off, warm it up. Let's bring that down ever so slightly. Tint, if I want to go towards either magenta or green with this, I leave that pretty much 0. I can click on here and go 0. Saturation, if I want to make it a bit warmer like this, but saturated, kind of brilliant kind of color on footage, that's what I do. I like to bring that up quite a little bit, and it pops like that. We can see that before, here it was kind of flat and gray. Let's give me some light, some color, like I've had some sun a little bit. And then you can start to play with some other things. Okay, here's the exposure. Way too much, obviously. Just be a little bit with that. Let's bring up the contrast, and we start getting this film effect, you see. Remember how we had our footage before? Here it is on the screen here. Here I am here. Let's play with some shadows. I can move that down and bring like a moody feel. Let's make the whites a little bit more brilliant, a little bit more popping, and we can even make the blacks lighter, but you start getting this horrible kind of washed out color, or can make the blacks really black and moody. Let's just bring that down ever so slightly, and you can start to see you're getting a real feel for how your footage is coming out compared to what it used to look like before this. If I go over just quickly over to, I don't know, this shot, let's go here and here. We started getting a real kind of oomph to our footage, and beforehand you probably would have looked at this shot and been like, oh, that's okay, it's all right. And now look at the life I've brought in it, and I'm only on the first tab playing with this. You're going to want to go through and just play with some of these, to get kind of the look that you want. Like if I click in the creative here, let's play with some of this. I like to add sharpen to a lot of my footage here. It looks a little bit weird if you go up too much, obviously, but it renders and then it just has an extra bit of oomph to kind of the film footage. It's stylized, it's absolutely stylized. It's completely up to you what you want to do. Again, let's bring up maybe the vibrance ever so slightly, saturation a tiny bit, maybe that's too much. I can also do the shadow tint. So if I move my shadows, I can make my shadows slightly more blue if I want to do that. If I let go, that's going to be really moody. So maybe I'll bring this X just to like just slightly blue. Let's see how that looks. Kind of a nice feel here. And the highlight tint is looking a bit red. Let me bring that also a little bit blue. And I start getting a look here, but now maybe I've gone too far with this, but I bring up the vibrance here, bring these back slightly. Maybe I can start getting the feel for my film that I want. It's like I want a brilliant look, slightly blue. Let me hover over another shot here. Gray, dull, definitely gone blue and more filmic here. And this is down to you and exactly what you want. I think that's slightly too much. Let's go back towards the center. Let's go back towards the center here. And we can start playing with this here. I quite like this blue on green, but this is all down to you, exactly what it is that you want and your look, and just showing you exactly how to do it. You can start playing with the color wheel, and you can start bringing up colors and start playing with things here. Your midtones, so this is your midtones, darkness to lightness, and then spin the color wheel towards, I don't know, let's go more red with this. Obviously you don't want that, but just for example, so you know how to play with this. And the vignette, so this is, without having to explain it too much, let's go into here. We're going to start putting like a vignette around the footage. You see this just came in here, this darkness, this moodiness that we get here. Great, let's play with some of these. I could feather the edge a little bit of that vignette, and I can bring it more. Okay, nice. And now I'm getting a real feel for my footage. Flat, gray, popping, slightly more filmic, just better quality in the way it looks. There's other things we can do here. If you want to just simply move up the color and the brightness, let's drag that on. Let's go back to the effects top here. Let's go over to, I've dragged on color balance. These are where I can move up. So inside here, this is what I normally use. I was using this to show you better, but if I dragged over color balance and the color correction onto this shot, you can also do it here. So I can literally, if I'm looking at this and go, actually I need the mid-tone blue to be up slightly, just drag that across and have this kind of blue look to my film, which is actually quite nice. Perhaps I want my shadow ever so slightly less, take away some of the blues. Nice, getting again a bit of a look on how we want it to do. And let's go to the brightness and contrast. Let's go back into color correction, brightness, contrast. Let's drag that on because I didn't see it in here unless I've just overlooked it. I've got a lot of effects coming in there. Here, brightness, contrast. So I can literally move up the brightness by dragging that across. Obviously you don't want to do it like that. That looks terrible. The contrast I could move up and start being really moody with this, but that's a lot. Maybe I want to come up like 4 with that, and my brightness just up like 7. Let's see how that looks. Okay, and this is how you play around with your footage to get kind of the look, the filmic kind of look that you want to do. Something else, I'm just going to drop this in this lecture while I'm here. Let's go crop. Let's drop this on here and we can start having a real effect. Now let's go to the top. Let's go 15, say, and let's do the bottom. Let's say 15. Now maybe not this exactly, but you can start seeing now it looks like cinema. It looks like a movie. I've got black bars on the top and bottom here when I'm doing this. If I wanted to match this, I could then do crop to here, and I could then do the top. I had 15, 15, and bottom 15. Hit this, and now I've got this filmic look shot with color, and boom. I mean, I'll probably move me down a little bit to get all of my head in shot, and now we look more like a movie, don't we? So this all depends. I'm giving you the tools here, exactly what you want. I would go through the footage and I would edit my color. If you're following along with this program, if you're following along with the edit, do this. Do one shot like this one, and then because it's all shot on the same, I'm going to select this. I'm going to Command or Control C. I've now copied. Let's go into here so we can see it happen. If I then right click or control click, I'm going to paste attributes. And now I'm not going to change any of the opacity, timing, none of the motion. That's the scale because this shot's slightly bigger than this shot. I'm just going to do the effects. And in the effects, all my color here, I'm going to match them over. Let's click OK. Wait a second. And it just dropped it in. So you saw what it was like before. And now it's like that. I can do exactly the same here. A quicker way, if I know I want all these shots to be like that, let me just select all of these, shall we? Let's go right click it, paste attributes. Once again, make sure none of these are, it's going to change the size of my shot based on the one I copied. Effects, okay. And now all of these shots in here, let me load and render, have that same look. So I'm going to go along and I'm going to add these to every shot that's in here. So I could say it's only a short. Remember, we used the arrow key before the selection here, but it's only a small bit of footage. So I could just zoom in slightly. I can just grab all the shots I know. Now what you see here, I've accidentally grabbed that. Let's hit Shift and let's deselect these. Shift click, Shift click, Shift click. Now I've only selected those ones. Let's right click again. Let's paste at. I'll just click remove attributes. Good job, you saw that. Let's paste attributes. Again, only the effects. Done. And now all of my shots match. All of my shots of me talking match. It might be that sometimes on the screen, if there's like a big red light on here, maybe it looks slightly different to when there's like a darker light behind me, if it's changing on shot. All depends on what it is you're playing with. But go through and do that. Get whatever kind of filmic look it is that you want. Maybe you want to add those black bars. Maybe this is too much. Maybe that's not the style you want. I'm just giving you an absolute example. You are the artist now, so you decide what it is that you want, how you want it to look, and go ahead and create that. Okay, I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Okay guys, welcome back to this lecture. We're going to talk about shaky footage here, because you are going to come across this if you're shooting handheld, especially with a heavier camera, even on a phone, anything. As much as there is stabilization in a lot of cameras, not in all, and some better in others, you're going to come along. You're going to come and see footage that you're going to want to make just a little bit smoother. It's going to frustrate you and annoy you, bit of a wobble. So let me show you how you stabilize that and to what extent you can stabilize it, how much you should stabilize it. And I've got an example here. If I go to the practice footage that you've got and you can download, there's a shot here called College Professionals, and I'm going to use that one as my example. I've dragged it into my project. Is here. I've dragged it onto my timeline and I've added the stabilization. That is, I have gone to effects, just type in the word warp and it's warp stabilizer. It's under video effects, distort, warp stabilizer. Grab that and just drag it onto the footage. So this is what it looks like. This is the footage as it came. Bit of a hard wobble there. This is the footage after I have stabilized it. Tiny bit of movement, then a lot more fluid, And this is called no motion stabilization. See, it's zoomed in even more. You can barely see the water bottle. I'll explain that in a minute. And it's
meant to be really smooth, but because of these horizontal lines, you can see it warping. Doesn't quite work with this shot. It would with others that you're using, perhaps when someone's walking and it's wobbly or something. But I'll explain what it is and how you do that. So grab the warp stabilizer onto your shot. It'll look something like this as it does it. You grab it on and it says analyzing in the background, step 1 of 2. If I look over here at this happening, 18%, it's showing me how much of this has been done, how long it will take. It's just 20 seconds or so for this size shot. Obviously, the longer the shot is, the more it's going to take. And what it's doing, and is the reason you will see that the shot slightly zoom in, I'll explain that a bit more in a second again, is that it's zooming in the footage ever so slightly and then grabbing bits of the footage to move them. It's moving in the background to make it appear as though it's steady. So I've just added that there. I'm going to undo it because I've already got that. I just want to show you what it looked like. Water bottle, this much seen. Water bottle on the steady shot, less seen. You see that there, and on the really steadied shot, barely see it at all. Okay, that's because it has zoomed in our shot slightly. This is wobbling. What Adobe's done, it's zoomed in our shot ever so slightly, and then it has fixed the pixels to try and move it in the background so that it appears fluid. Now, you can do this. If I select on here, warp stabilizer, smooth motion, softness 50%. If I wanted to, on this shot, I do it. Warp stabilization, I've selected no motion. I've said, don't let there be any wobble whatsoever. So it had to zoom in even more. And then weirdly with this, because you've got these straight lines, you can see it more here. You wouldn't if they weren't there. It was just like a really fluid shot. Is you're going to have this like warp effect. So it doesn't work with all of it. But that being said, I also want to talk about when and where you shouldn't use this. Sure, this was a little bit too much of a wobble. Depending on your project, like it's fine if you're like, when you're on YouTube or something, if a shot looks real, it's like you're a real person, real creator, it's real. Otherwise, they'd be watching like a Netflix TV show. Sometimes that's okay. It doesn't matter. And if it does to you, then just add the stabilization and just have a little bit taken off. I wouldn't even notice a wobble there. That looked like a really fluid, nice shot. So if you do find yourself with a lot of wobble, the more it wobbles, the more it's going to have to zoom in to fix it. So it's going to crop your shot. You're not going to have the same frame that you had before. But for most part, and for most of you, 99.9% of you, this is enough. And it's something that's needed. Really, when you have those nice fluid shots that drag around a scene, looking around a product or something, and there's a little bit of wobble, take it away with this. Take it away and see what it looks like. Have a little play, drag that onto the footage or grab your own footage, grab some other stuff. There's probably some other things on here you could play with, like maybe this shot has a little bit of up and down. See it wobbled there? Like play with that shot, play with another one, practice this. It's a feature that a lot of people wanted and asked for it. Thanks very much, guys. Go and play with that. That's your homework, and I will see you on the next lecture. Welcome back to the next lecture. Let's continue on our journey now. You're getting some advanced techniques. You can already edit. You're already an editor. You can already make all this footage, text. You can do green screen even. You can grade. You could do everything. Let's talk about something called masking that some people might want to do. Some of you might not. And it can be really complex. And there's also a simple way to do it. I'm going to show an example here. So let's say this shot you have available to you and could be on your timeline, or you have this shot. Just an example. I want to put the word travel here, but I want her to be over the top of travel and travel to be over the top of this background. So it's almost like separating the background here. And as she moves, I want it to follow her covering that word. Okay, let's start by, we've done this before. Let's add some text. Let me just type the word travel. For example, let me go and position that right about here. That looks nice. So I could either do one of two things here. I could mask this, I'll explain that in a minute, and crop out this bit of text, or quite easier here, I would copy her footage, the footage of this girl with the backpack, crop out her to be over the top of the word travel. Let's do that. Let's copy this, Control C, let's paste it here, let's put her over the top here. Let's zoom in and make sure that is level, so it's a bit of a frame out. Let's drag that across. Okay, now she is over the top of the word travel. You cannot see her. So let's go to the start of the footage, make sure she's selected,
over on opacity here, let's draw this. We did this before with the blurring footage, but let's draw, click on this free draw. And what I'm going to do, now the text only comes to here, so I don't need to crop out all of her, but let's go around here. I'm going to do this really roughly. When you do this and you want to get perfect at it and you've got a project, you need to do it a lot better than me. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to click points around her. Let's see, click, 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 click. And I'm going to draw around, and this is the piece of footage that is going to be left over at the end, over the top of everything else. Let's go here. Really rough, guys, really rough. Let's join those together. I can then drag these points in, just click and drag on these, click and drag this to get that slightly better. I saw this took away a little bit of the edge. Let's drag that back out, and then something like this will do. You will do a much better version of this. So this is masking. Now show over the top of this, and then when I drag through, obviously it doesn't follow her, right? Now we did this before. Make sure you come to the start of your shot. Let's hit the play button and see how good of a job Adobe Premiere does of tracking this. And I don't think it'll be that good, but I'm going to show you how to fix it and what you need to do. So here, yeah, look. So by the end of it, I can see it's already here. Tracks her. She moves. It follows pretty good there. Follows pretty good. Then this is way off. It's following the side of the backpack. So what you can do, now this got loads of keyframes in here, is you can go into, let me zoom in, you can see all these keyframes. You have to go in and change these. Now if you've drawn it yourself, you can just go along, add keyframe, move it, add keyframe, move it, add keyframe, move it. You can literally move. So right now I'm editing this keyframe here. I can drag these back out, make sure it's following her arm and the footage on this bit. Also I could bring this in to tuck into her hair a bit better. There's nothing showing here, but then by the time I go across ways, if I go across with my arrow key, by the time I go across to the next one, it's already back over here. So I can then select, this, erase, 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 and I can go through and I can erase all of these keyframes that I know are going to be incorrect. Let's get rid of these. Now the footage is staying exactly where it is. What I'm going to do now, it's only a short shot, so I'm going to go across with my arrow key. Okay, now I'm going to move these inwards as she's moved, and you'll see it already made a new keyframe up here. So that's great. Now make sure I'm on here, go across, 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 maybe to here. Now I'm going to drag that one in, grab that one in, grab this. If you accidentally, I just clicked while there was this turny, the symbol there with the arrows, just undo, Control Z, and go back to where you were, and make sure you are selected with an arrow key on here. That looks fine. Let's go back down. Let's add another couple of movements. I'm coming right to the end of the shot there, and let's add a final keyframe. Let's tuck that right in. And that's pretty good. So let's watch this. Edit and show that. So you can see there's a little bit of fault. You go back on your keyframe and you can move this down just like I did for that. But if you want to get it perfect, obviously you'll be trying to hug her the whole time. You can see where Adobe automatically did it here. It's a little bit off here. It's a little bit off. So you can go into either all of those keyframes and drag them in manually, or remove them and put in your own keyframes, and you can start getting really cool little text like this. It's quite fun to play with. This is only a short shot. It's a good practice one, and I've done great titles with this, where like my title's been behind the person while we like zoom into them and stuff. It's a great way. It's masking. It's a great way to do that, to have this effect. It's a really like a kind of an advanced effect and a really advanced look at add loads of production value. So please go in and play with that if masking is something you're interested in. And let me know what you think and any troubles that you have. I look forward to seeing you guys over on the next lecture. Welcome back. We are going to talk in this lecture about audio transitions, doing those from effects and doing those manually. So far you've come a long way. You'll be really proud of yourselves. Everything that you've learned here, editing the image, and everything we've talked about, you're really already an editor with all the knowledge that you have. Let's just talk about audio here. Audio transitions, again, under the effects, go audio transitions, crossfade. You'll see 3 different examples here. So what this is doing is fading in or out your audio. And you might think, well, why are there 3? Well, they're slightly different. I use constant gain quite a lot, constant power. Let's see. Let me show you the examples here. So if we use this music track that I've got on my timeline, you should have one on yours. I'm just going to mute these others so that we can hear what it is we're talking about. Let's listen to this. Okay, so let me just turn that up. Once again, we've done this before. Kick G. Just hit G, and let's put the tone up to let's turn the decibels up to 10. Let's listen. See, it's higher. You could see it here in the decibel count here. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so constant gain. Let's add that to here. Let's just drag it over and hover on the end of the shot. Let go, and this is constant gain. Let's listen to that. And you saw it go down. Okay, the audio, I mean, let me drag that out and you're going to see that slightly more. Let me zoom in to show you here. More of a gradual one, obviously, if you stretch it out. So what's the difference between constant gain, constant power, and constant fade? So gain is the line here. You can see 0. There's my point. It's almost straight directly up. It's just going from like 0 to 100. Constant power, let me drag that on and listen to this. Let me drag this across. They're all going to be fairly similar. Let me show you the last one here on this. Exponential fade. Let's drag this across. You can see the arc is just slightly different. So I'm going to explain these. See, the way they are, imagine if you like a horizontal diagonal line, okay? And the difference is one of these constant power is and constant gain and then exponential fade. One has a gain that goes all the way across level. One kind of arches up, one arches down. And it's going to depend on exactly what you want. And if you're really going to hear it, depending on your video, but you're probably going to want to use these to fade out music. It's a nice way. We spoke earlier in the video when I added audio. I like to just, because I talk here and I say, and you can too. Let's do that. So I didn't like to use it on here. And you can too. So let me show you the manual way of doing this. I don't know why you would ever need to, but there may be times where you want to manually be in control of doing this fade yourself as opposed to using an effect here. So let's do this. Make sure you click on this symbol right here. Make sure you have audio keyframes selected. It'll be ticked and blue. And let's go into this. Now also, this is too small for me to see my keyframes. Once again, hover just here, drag down. Let's make that bigger. I can see this line here. You need the pen tool over here. Click, and I've put myself a keyframe in here. Exactly the same as when we've been doing effects, from everything from masking to like positioning. We want to zoom in, zoom out that we did before, and we did it up in effects here. Add that in here. Add your downward marker there, go back to the select, grab this and drag it down. See, it has a constant fade like that. If you wanted to do this, I could add in multiple here. Let's do 1, 2, 3. Maybe I want to drag this one down slightly, this one down a lot, and then level it out. Let's listen. If you want to, it's completely up to you. There's probably 99.9% of the time you're going to want to just use one of these crossfades, but I need to show you manually how you do this and how you put in these should you ever need, for example, to ever do this. Perhaps you need to go up, down, or something. You need to do this. I don't know. I don't know what your edit's going to be and what you're going to need, but just so you have the tool available to you, I'll undo all of this. I don't need any of that. That is exactly how you do it. That is audio transitions. Go and play with those to do it either with effects on the end of some of this audio you probably want to fade in, fade out, or use the effects, do it manually. Go and practice that. And I'll see you guys over on the next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the very last lecture in this section. This is just how to clean up noisy audio. You now have everything you need to be an editor. You've got all the basics, you've got all the extras here from effects, and you can do some amazing things. The only thing left to do is practice with it. After this lecture in this section, we've got some tech stuff, some relinking audio, some troubleshooting and stuff, and finding work in the industry. Conclusion. So let's finish this off by cleaning up noisy audio. Now, I've got a shot here that's shot in 4K, so the playback on my machine is going to be a little bit slower. You don't have access to this in your folder, but the homework from this is to go out and shoot something yourself on your phone on the street. And I will show you why. So you're going to come across in your lifetime being an editor, noisy audio. That is, if you shoot outside, if there's traffic in the background, even an aircon machine inside your room as you're filming, you are going to have background noise you want to get rid of. Let me play this. Remember, the video won't catch up, but just listen to the audio for a second, okay?
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai? Looks like. Stuck at the White Temple, we can't even get to the city. Yeah, no Texas.
So you hear that straight away, right? This background noise, especially at the beginning, peaks, and then even when I talk.
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai? Looks like.
Now, obviously for a vlog and things, and for a lot of setup and online media now, that won't matter, and it really won't. But if it does affect, if you're doing a corporate piece, or it just gets in the way, if you're on a really noisy street and it just gets in the way of being able to hear properly what you're saying, there are a few ways to get rid of noisy audio. So let me go into effects as usual here. Let's click the effects, and then right here under audio effects, arrow down, under noise reduction restoration down, you got 4 options here, and they do exactly what they say here. There's automatic click remover. If you happen to hear a click noise in the background, click, 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 it will find it and it will remove that from the audio. Dehummer, if there is a constant hum noise, that's a constant without peaks, and like an aircon machine, for example, that's good for. It will find that and it will remove the dehummer in the background. Denoise to get rid of noise, like I'm going to use on this shot for traffic. Anything background that kind of peaks that obviously isn't words being spoken, isn't voice. And then there's de-reverb. If you're in an echoey space and there's an echo on the back, then it will get rid of that. So they're pretty obvious what they do. Let me show you here. Denoise is what I need to use for a shot like this. I'm going to drop it onto this, just drag it and drop it onto the audio, and we're going to play the difference now, okay? Let's go here, let's play.
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai? Looks like. Stuck at the White Temple, we can't even get to the city. Yeah, no taxis are available.
And now listen to that compared to the original, which I've put next to it right here.
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai?
It's noticeable, right? You can hear it straight away. It's gone here.
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai?
So that did a really good job of getting rid of that traffic noise. A little peak at the beginning when there was no audio, but as soon as I started speaking, it got rid of it pretty good. You might find that what happens though is that it slightly changes your voice. You can't hear it too much here. There's not much speaking, and you can probably hide it with some music behind the shot. But listen again, just listen really carefully.
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai?
There's ever so slightly kind of a robotic sound, muffled sound to the voice. That's because it's trying to constantly find which decibels are me speaking and which is background noise, and trying to break down between those two, which is a difficult job to do, but it does do a pretty good job. If it's not good enough, if you want to remove more background noise, make sure you clicked on the shot. Let's scroll down to the denoise here, and this is the setup. Let's go to individual parameters. Right now it's on 40% on amount. Let's put that right up to 89. Let's listen to that right now. Let's listen to that shot and see what it does to the background noise. It's kind of incredible what it does, but also listen to the voice.
So, are we stuck in Chiang Rai? Looks like. Stuck at the White Temple, we can't even get to the city.
Now, did you hear that? That was incredible. The background noise completely vanished. It took away everything in the background. As a result, though, my voice sounds ever so slightly a little bit more robotic. Not too much at all. And that was really, really good. I can't believe Adobe has the ability to just denoise like that. It's really, really good. Go out and shoot something in the street. You'll find this if you're on a really noisy street, and depending on your microphone. I've shot here with a directional mic, and if you have that, then of course
it's going to be able to itself take away a lot of the noise that's in the background. Or if you have a lapel mic, and if you're shooting on your phone, it's picking up a little bit more noise from everywhere. It's picking up from the left, the right, the back, front where you're talking. So it might be slightly noisier. Go and play with this. Shooting on your phone, if you have a microphone, do that and test the different noise reduction and restoration effects that you can do here and play with those. The key is here to have a good microphone so it directionally picks up the audio that you're speaking. But if you can't do that, these are a really good way, really good, especially the de-noise. The de-reverb and hummer won't do much on here, but go away and play, test these, and that's it for this section. I will see you guys in the next one. Let's talk about relinking media. And so I'll see you over there, guys, on the very next lecture. Okay, welcome back. This lecture is a little bit different. This is not about anything creative. It's about a tech issue, a program issue that you're going to come across. And it's when it shows media is offline. You will have this and I'll show you in a second. And I'll explain kind of the basics, overrunning exactly what this means, how it works, and how you do something called relinking your media. So when you've imported, here's my folder. This is what you've got access to, all these Adobe course practice footage. When I've dragged this into here, Adobe Premiere Pro is reading this footage still from this folder from here. It knows where this is and it's reading it from here. So for example, if this footage is not in here, if it gets deleted or if it's moved to another location, it's going to show media offline because Adobe Premiere Pro doesn't know where to read this footage from. It has no idea. There's no idea where you put it, where it is, and you have to try and match it and find it or put it back into the original place. This may happen if you're working partly from your desktop and a drive, and then some footage is deleted or moved over, or you move everything from your desktop to a drive after you've already put it in here. You need to retell Adobe Premiere Pro basically where it is. So don't worry, don't be scared when you open up a whole project and it says media offline. It won't matter. It's basically asking, where is this footage now? Tell us where the footage is and we'll relink it and it'll be all back to normal again. So I'm going to do this here. I'm going to actually take this and I'm going to just drag it and move onto my desktop, and we'll see if the media goes offline and then exactly how to either relink it to its new location, or if I put it back in here, exactly how to do that and relink it that way. Let's drag this. Let me put that on desktop. So it should disappear from here. Let me remove it from here. I'm just going to erase it from here. Okay, now it's not going to happen straight away. Oh, it did. Actually, that's a lot quicker than I thought. So it comes up here, media offline. It goes this horrible kind of burgundy color. This is like every editor's nightmare right here. And it's telling you missing media for these clips. Now, if I just cancel this for a second, if you open up your footage and it's like this and it doesn't say relink this, just click on one of these. Here's the best way. Right click or control click, and then it'll pop up like this. Now what you need to do here is tell Adobe, I want to relink this. So you see this option right here, link media. Let's click that, link media, and it's going to pop up. Okay, Adobe Premiere Pro says this. So if they were all offline, it would have all your clips down here. But luckily, if they're all in the same location, you only have to relink one and it'll find all the others. But it's asking, where is practice footage main cam? That's where it is. So there's multiple options here. Let's just click locate. So go through and find desktop or whatever it is that you know that your footage is, wherever it is saved. If you know where it is, that's what you do. I'm on desktop now. This is everything on my desktop. Let me click display only exact name, and it's found here, practice footage. This is exactly what it is. If you click that and it still doesn't find it and you know it's on there, then scroll through and find it manually. Or if it's now named another name, then just click that anyway. Click it, click OK. And you see it linked everything on the media. This will change in a moment. There we go. It's found it. Now, what I want to do is put that back onto from desktop, and I would put it back into the folder. And I want Adobe Premiere Pro. Now I want it to work from this folder, because right now all this other footage is being taken from my drive. I put everything in that folder apart from this footage, and I'm going to clear my desktop eventually. So let's do this. Let's select this again. What I can do is, I know this shot is these two layers. It's only a minute long. It's very quick to do this. I could have selected it using these tools like we showed before. But let's highlight all of that shot. Let's right click it. Let's make it offline. Now I'm telling it to go offline, which is horrible.
Now let's reconnect that. Let's do exactly the same thing. Let's link the media, but this time I'm going to say locate it, but it's trying to find it on my desktop. I don't want it to link from the one on my desktop. I want it to link from my drive where we had it before in the folder where everything is. Let's scroll through and find the folder. It's under Adobe course. And then the folder that I'm sharing with you that you have access to, these are the lectures, is in here, this one. Link, done. And now it's okay for me to go onto my desktop where I had the footage before, the practice footage here. It's okay for me to delete that, and this will not go offline because now Adobe is taking all this footage from my drive, from that shot. If I hadn't done that and I deleted it from my desktop, it would soon go offline and you have to find it again. So if you ever find yourself opening up a project, or if I save this project and you open it up on Adobe Premiere Pro and it's going to ask where is all this footage, now you know, go into the location and let them know by right clicking link media and link it to the direction of where the footage is, the location, sorry, of exactly where the footage is for this. That's how you do it. It will happen in your editing careers multiple times, all the time. If you accidentally delete something, move something, that will happen. Okay, I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Okay, welcome back guys. So now we're going to learn how to get this footage. You've edited everything, you've done a wonderful job. I need to get this off my computer so that I can save it somewhere on the drive, on your desktop, but I need to get it off this program to be able to then upload it or do whatever it is that you want to do with it. So we need to export. It's called exporting your footage, and there are various ways to do this. There's a very simple, quick, easy way. There's a more elaborate way. There are lots of options to choose from depending on how you want this to be exported, into what size and everything else. So this is the size of your footage. It's going to come out like this, and we set that to our shot that we did earlier. If you wanted this to be, I don't know, Instagram style, like this long, then you should already have this, and you can do that. We did this before in our sequence and our sequence settings when we changed that. So have that done already. That's the best way, because then when you're editing, you're going to see what it's going to look like. So I'm exporting it how it looks right here. Now there's some good practices here. For example, if I know there's nothing else on my timeline all the way across, I can just export like this, and it will export from start to finish. If you want to only export a part of it, a section, or sometimes a good practice is to put your in marker, I, if it's from the start, and then find your last frame, toggle left, right, whatever it is, and push out. And you see that's highlighted on here. That is what I'm going to export. I'm going to export everything here. You can make sure, I know this like scares some people seeing things highlighted. Don't worry about that. Let's highlight and let's export everything here. Sometimes also go Command or Control A, make sure everything, just for peace of mind. That's just kind of practice. You're going to find your way of doing this, but this will export the footage from the in marker to the out marker. If I only wanted to do up until here, I'm going to push out and it's just going to do that. Or if I want to go to the end like I do, let's zoom in and make sure we're getting it to the end. Let's go onto the end. That will do here. Out. And it's going to export here 1 minute 32:15. So let's export that. There's multiple ways to do this. Like I mentioned, a quick way, let's go up here to the very top. You see this logo here. That is export. That is a quick export. It's going to basically tell me, gives you a few options. Here's where you want to save it to. So I'm saving it to Lacey, to my drive. You could select here and go to your desktop or whatever location you want to put this, as long as there's enough room on there for this. And then it's going to tell you the size of it here, 178 megabytes. So as long as you have enough space for that. And then let's do the drop down. There's only a few selections here. There's more in the next way I'm going to show you, and you could select more presets here. But basically what you want are these top 3. So match source means it's pretty much matching exactly the settings of the source, which is this, which is your timeline. You're matching it, and the only difference is low, medium, and high. Right now it's high, 180 something megabytes, wouldn't it? If I click low, see it's only 57 megabytes. If you want like a full rate, the quality is what it is. It's the quality that's going to be slightly less, and it's 187 megabytes. Think about where, if it's important for it to be lower in size because you're going to send it to someone or you're going to want to upload quick or whatever, and it doesn't matter. And if the people are watching this primarily on their phone, and it doesn't matter how good the quality of the video is, then make it the size that you need it based on output and where you need to put this. Click export and it'll come up and export. But I'm going to show you here the other way that we export. Go file, export, media, and I want to show you this window so you're not thrown off by this. Now, this is brand new. This has only been around for a month or so from making this course. This is the new Adobe Premiere Pro 2022 update. Once again, you've got the name of it, so I can name this, I don't know, let's name it Final Video. I'm going to save it to my drive. And once again, there are all the presets here, but there are loads more presets you can choose from. I don't think I know I can go through what all of these are, but there's all different ones. If you know you need it as Apple ProRes, if you know you need it in a certain way, if you need a quick time, like there's loads and loads on here. Let me cancel that because 99.7% of you will just need this in the match source bitrate. If you know your client wants it, is like do high quality 4K, I could select that. Although the footage isn't 4K, I can select that, or I can just once again select it to match the source. There's other features on here. For example, YouTube, I can turn this on. You need to sign in to YouTube and you can select your channel, playlist, title, add the description and go automatically on there. And the same with other social medias. It's something that Adobe's made here as a primary feature. It was available before, but a little bit more hidden. But most of you and myself too want to export this and then upload it yourself inside YouTube as a video and have this on your drive or whatever. So let's go back. Let's just do click on the media file, final video. It's going here. The format is this. You don't need to change this. It's going to stick great to your match sourcing. That's fine. It's all done. The audio is also on. If I toggle this off, it'll export it without any audio, without any effects, metadata, etc. This is how you want to export it. And depending on the speed of your computer and speed on your processing speed is how long it will take. So let's export this in full adaptive high bit rate, matching the source. I've labeled it. I've told it to go to my drive. Let me click export and I'll show you what it looks like. First, that little quick thing there was rendering the effects. Made sure it's rendering. It's going to encode it, which is getting it off your computer. I can see on mine it's going to take like 33 minutes, 28 minutes. That will change as it starts working out how big this file is. And the bigger, obviously, the footage, I did that in high bitrate. The bigger the footage and the bigger the export quality you've done, the longer that will take. And the slower your machine is, and obviously the smaller the footage, then the smaller and shorter the time is going to be to export. So that will soon come out onto my drive where I've saved it, and I'll be able to do whatever it is that I want to do with it. That's how you get this off your computer. So when you've done your edit and you've done this, spit that back out. Oh, I can see it's reading it a little bit better and it's saying it's going to be only 11 minutes now. That's kind of normal for a computer of this speed and a 1.5 minute high video. If I'd done low bit rate, it's probably going to be more like 7 minutes or something like that. Okay, so that is how you get it off your computer. That's how you get it off your exporting. We're right near the end here. Very exciting. So go ahead and kick off your edit, get it off and have a look and watch it and make sure it came out okay and practice with that. And I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Okay, welcome back to the final lecture here. What I wanted to do is go over getting a job as an editor. I myself have worked in the production industry as an editor here in London. I've also now seen the change that's happened from 15 years ago when I graduated from university, what you needed to do to get on the career ladder to learn to be an editor, and now how that's all changed in the last few years and how you can get a job as an editor, freelance, remotely, working from your home, or if you want to build up your own YouTube channel or whatever it is you want to do. Everything has changed and the old way of doing things is now not the current way, and there's more jobs as an editor and editing video than ever before. As we see social media videos take off, companies needing Facebook ads, everything like that. There are companies, either agencies for marketing or the companies themselves hire someone to make production videos for them. I've worked with, I don't know, real estate, with estate agents that are making their own videos and editing. There is loads of work out there. So first, let me tell you what I did and the old way, and now how it's all changed and what you need if you want to go away and get work freelance as an editor or work for a company. So I graduated from university, and when I first left, I worked for this company called the Farm Group TV. Now, what you did back then was you left university and you applied to every single production company that there was, and you said, can I be a runner? Now, a runner makes like coffee, tea, serves food to the editing suites where there'll be an editor in there, an established old editor that's been there for a long time, and clients, i.e. the person who's been making the production that they're working on. Now, you'd pester the editor every now and again, can I learn a bit? Can I learn a bit? And you move up in that production company. You start as a runner, then perhaps you work in library, then you work in what they might call their machine room, which is putting the footage onto the computer so an editor can use it. And then you start to learn about either audio or color grading or editing, and you work your way up. And there's companies like the Farm Group here, and also Molyneux in London. I had lots of people that worked for them. Friends of mine who graduated, and they do advertise like positions, for example. And in every city, if you're in, I don't know, Los Angeles or in the UK still, Miami or like Manchester or anywhere in the world, really, all major cities will have this even more than ever. But this is how you get to work for companies like in TV. You might want to go from the route from being a runner and moving your way up. So Molyneux, for example, they can say find the positions, and they obviously use a company called Bamboo HR. It's very rare they'll advertise runner positions, so you just want to find their contact email address any way you can and email the right person in HR who looks after the runners and see if you can work your way up there. That's how you do it if you want to work in the industry for a big TV production company, but you don't have to go that way anymore, and you don't have to work for a big TV company. There's loads more work out there as a freelancer, making videos for either short films that might move on to something else, or corporate things, or gigs, or doing things yourself. Now, obviously some of the big places that you're going to want to go for are Fiverr, or perhaps, let me just go on Fiverr and show you that quickly. If I go on Fiverr, this is where freelancers, so if you're an editor, you might say, hey, I'm available, or you can find work on here. Like if I say, I don't know, video editing, let's just search that. There's going to be loads of things coming up. These are people that are offering their services. You can make yourself your own profile and say, I can edit, this is what I charge. The same thing if you want to do an Upwork, you can advertise that. You can also find people that are looking for work, and you can contact them directly and do that on here. That's one way around. But no matter what happens, oh, the same here. If you go on something like Indeed, I just search video editor in the UK. There are loads of jobs as a video editor. Obviously, the great thing that's happened since the pandemic, not that I want to say any great things happened, but a lot of jobs have become remote. So you don't have to search a city. You can click here and say which ones are remote, and you can work from home and do this. But the number one thing that anybody on any of these options are going to ask you, if you go and work for a company, they expect you to have zero experience, and you just your personality and how well you get on with everyone, and you're going to work your way up from making food to learn to be an editor. But for any other jobs like these ones, you're going to need a portfolio. Now, what's a portfolio? Just like a resume, a CV, someone's going to say, well, you want to be an editor, you want to edit my stuff, please tell me what it is that you've done. Show me how good your editing is. And you have just finished this course, you probably don't have a portfolio, but it's not hard to get. Two ways around this. One, you can contact people that need work on on here, or maybe they're advertising on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, and say, can I do you some editing for free? They give you the footage, transfer it to you, you edit it and give it back, and then you've got a piece for your portfolio. You can do free work to build up, or you can also edit your own things. If you want to make, I don't know, ads for social media, make your own ads for products that really exist and you really use. Make them, edit them, make them really good, slick. Whatever it is you want to do as an editor. If you want to do YouTube videos, go out and edit YouTube style videos yourself. Get friends, family, whoever to do it and make something really good, or reach out to creators and say, I want to do it for you for free. Whatever it is you want to specialize in, you want to make corporate ads, you want to work for a company doing that kind of thing, make those. Whatever it is, build up your resume, your showfolio, your portfolio in that niche. Now, you need at least 5 to 10 pieces. Now, you can either just keep this on a drive and you can share it. You can make your own Facebook page, Instagram page showing your work, which is best. And you can just send people straight over to a link on social media. Make your own website, obviously, and host it on there so people can send over. A social media is better. A YouTube page, obviously ideal. And just call yourself whatever it is, your name, and put some channel art up, and just have it for hosting your videos, so that if someone asks for a portfolio, show me your work,
All you have to do is send them a YouTube link and they can see all your pieces. 5 to 10 pieces is enough. Keep it around the same thing so that if you're applying for, I don't know, if somebody wants a job and it's going to be, let's say like this company, QVC, these are shopping ads, and then you'd make something around the shopping like thing, right? Whatever it is you're applying for, whatever kind of jobs that you want to do, make that your niche and specialize in that. You can edit a bit of everything if you want to, and they're looking for that you know how to edit. You can put something together well. There's music, great transitions, good style, etc. Make sure you get your portfolio up and running. If you want to hit me up one-on-one, I can talk a lot about this because I've made them before. And if you want any help trying to get some footage or do anything or whatever from me to get an added piece to your portfolio, then by all means hit me up direct on the site, theYouTubeAcademy.com, theYouTubeAcademy.com, and we can go for a one-on-one and we can talk more about this and getting work. That's no problem. But those are basically the 3 different ways. You're going to go into the TV film industry as a runner, work your way up. You're going to make a portfolio, like a page, a profile, and people are going to give you work. But of course, there are so many of these on there. Why they're going to choose you? It's better to do the outreach yourself and be applying for things or finding stuff on social media when people are advertising for editors, and show them your portfolio. This way, you need a portfolio. That's the most important thing. So if I was you, if I'm saying I want to go away and make an edit, the first thing, go and write down exactly the niche or the couple of niche, the things you want to edit that you're most interested in. If you don't have anything interested in, go around and see what jobs are available and see what most people want and make those so that you're the most employable. Plan 5 videos at least. Edit and get better and better. You'll notice the number 1 is so much worse than your number 5, and you can re-edit the number 1 after you've done number 5. Get that up, make a YouTube channel or however you're going to host these, and just start applying and sending it out. I mean, send out multiple tens, dozens a day, all the time, and you'll eventually hear back and you'll network and you'll make a network of people. That is by far the best way. If you want to go through the TV and film route industry, you don't necessarily need any experience in editing straight away, although it will help and it will look good on your resume, your CV that you send into them, that you're interested, they know that you want to do this long term. If they bother to invest in a runner and then train them up, they want to know you're going to possibly be an editor in the future for the company. That's always good, but you don't need a portfolio necessarily for applying within the TV industry, because you work your way from the bottom up. Another way in, of course, if you have enough work and a huge resume doing this, and you just want to work in the TV or film industry, edit people's short films. The best way is to contact universities, colleges, where people are making short films and they need editors. Edit their stuff, and then eventually you can apply to be directly as an editor if you have a big enough portfolio with TV and film companies to do it that way. So I really hope that helped. Once again, please contact me directly if you want to learn anything more about editing, about finding work, and that's all, or anything else on this course. Hit me up either in the messages below this or directly over on my site. Thank you so much. I just have the course conclusion at the end. Well done. We got there. You're an editor. I'm so proud of you guys. I will see you guys on the conclusion lecture next, I guess. See you.
And that was it. That was everything. Thank you so much for coming along on this journey. That was the Adobe Premiere Pro editing in 30 lectures or 30 days, however you did it. Thanks so much. I really hope you enjoyed it and the breakdown. Let me know what you thought. Either leave a review or message me. And if you want any other courses on anything, if you're building a channel online or you're editing thumbnails or anything, I have other courses. You can go and check those out. And some are collabs with some other great course providers on the platform. Also, go and check those out. But I really appreciate you coming along. Mainly, I want to hear what it is you're doing. I like to know what students that have taken this course are editing, how they found it, and if you think there's anything missing, of course. If there's something you've come across you didn't understand, or something you think I should add an update to on this lecture for any of the lectures or the courses, do let me know in the comments. I take on all feedback to try and provide the best course that I can for everyone taking it. Once again, thank you so much, and I will see you on another course really, really soon.